In this video, we are going to cover help desk and technical support test. Usually this type of test is taken after interview. Maybe you did a phone interview, Zoom interview, and they really like you, and now they want to proceed to find out your technical capabilities. This could be two scenarios. Basically, this could be many scenarios, but I'm just going to put two out there. One, if you present your resume, let's for example you downloaded our resume from JSS, you finished the skills development courses, and now you're saying that you know about AD, Office 365, and many other skills that you have presented on this resume, so someone can really take that test to make sure you know the basics. They're not going to go into a lot deeper because a lot of the jobs that we're trying to target over here is entry-level jobs, but even this can be level 1 and level 2 IT support jobs as well, and they may take that test to make sure that if they're going to give you that salary, are you the right person. Another way, they may take a test to find out your technical skills. That's simply to know where you are. If you don't know extreme basics, then maybe they will give you resources or financial assistance so you can take some courses, and then you can basically get ready for that job. They may really like you. They may have already accepted you for the job because of your behavior skills and customer service skills, and they know that if you know all these type of skills, you may be able to train yourself. So a lot of people can actually go for that, but do know that some people just strictly check your technical skills to hire you, and some people just check where you are so then they can help you, and then they can utilize your skills slowly, and then you basically are capable of doing that kind of job. Now, in no way this 5 hours plus long video can be used for training. This is not a training video, even though you're going to learn a lot of skills very quickly, and this may really help you to learn skills, but this is not a skills development course. For that, you need to take something that is 100 plus hours worth of skills development in our programs and courses, and that's what you want to become. If you want to learn things properly, then this is the way to go. And basically you then use this video to verify and test yourself. So you can see it's going to be a lot of hours of practice to learn things, but then it's this much amount of work that you need to do in these testing videos to find out if you really learn that 100 plus hours of thing. Now, nobody expects you to know every single thing in these videos. Try to learn the basics, and then that's it. You can move on later on with more advanced stuff. This is going to be a long video and a combination of different things. One, it's going to show you labs, and we're going to quickly tell you, okay, this is what they expect and this is the answer, or this is how you do it technically. And then later on, you may be given some kind of a little bit of a understanding in some of these videos. And in some videos, it's going to be a hot seat type of thing where multiple professionals are asking members questions and they're quickly answering. So you get to learn things from very different ways, because an interview can be anything. An interview could be something to explain and then do it, or you did it, explain to us, or somebody's right in front of you and tell you exactly what to do, and you got to do it in a very short time. So I feel like this whole video, if you watch it fully, you are going to be very, very confident, especially to nail that entry-level jobs and IT jobs. This can really take care of that. That's it. Go ahead and finish this video and let us know what you think, and also share your stories with us. If you get any success out of it, please go to the comment sections and share that. Maybe if you can share your interview question and how you answered it, is going to even help other people who are watching this video, so that would be a great service to the community. Thank you so much. If I take you now to some of the basic interview questions that people may ask you, and this may not be a complete video, we will keep making more, but here we can start with something extremely basic. So a lot of time when you go for an entry-level position, people are interested in knowing some very basic type of information from you. When they say, I'm going to test you for a technical interview, or they're going to put computers in front of you, they are only interested in something very, very basic, okay? So here we are going to talk about starting with that basic type of interview question. The first thing, you can actually do this yourself by having 2 or 3 different computers. If you don't have that, you can purchase our server access like this, which you have multiple computers like this for 1 month and 1 week, so you can do that. So here basically we have 4 different machines. 2 are servers, as you can see, app server, DC, and help desk staff. These are all work group machines. Some are servers, some are desktops. So they may open a computer like this and they'll say, okay, I'm trying to, the scenario is that I want you to, what command you will use to connect, to check the connectivity between app server and DC400, even though both are on the same network and you can see they're online. So you can just say that right now they're telling you, you have to focus on these words. They are on the same network, they're online. So take that away, that computer will be off or that kind of stuff. Because as soon as if you say that, what if the computer is off? Computer is right on in front of you. That's a detailed question. You didn't even listen to the details, right? So you have to look into these details. That's what they're looking for. So first they're saying it's on the same network. Then they're saying it's online. Then how will you check the connectivity between these two computers? So now they're looking for that skill. Do you know about IT stuff, right? So the first thing you will do is that, okay, you can tell them I am going to open a CMD command tool, and then I am going to use a command called ping, and then I'm going to type the name of that computer. So when I do that, then it will basically go out and it's going to look for that computer. Now take this screen in front of you. One scenario is that it's not reaching out, so they may ask you, okay, what do you think is the issue over here? So you can say that then, okay, I think the issue may be either the computer is not set to allow connections, meaning it's not allowed to take connection, or maybe the firewall is blocking it. So then, okay, can you fix it? Then you can say, okay, let me just go to the firewall first, just to see if it's not a firewall issue. I'm gonna go ahead and actually open firewall. So I'm gonna go ahead and open the firewall, and then I am going to see, okay, the firewall is set to not basically the firewall is set to not take any connection. So you can see right here, block all incoming connections, including those in the list of allowed app, block all incoming connections. So you see I'm going to uncheck this. For now, I'm just going to turn off the firewall just to check, is it really a firewall issue? So then you can say I will work on, basically, if this is the firewall, this way I can decide very quickly if it's a firewall issue or not, because then I can come back and turn it on and fix it by going to these specific options that you just saw right here, block all incoming and stuff like that, right? So if I turn it off totally and then I go back, and let's go back, and then you can actually show them that if you do the up arrow, then your ping command is written for you, and when you do a reply ping there you go, the firewall issue is there. So at least this way, it's not about you getting the fix correctly, meaning they're not looking for you to, why did you turn off the whole firewall, that's not allowed, or blah blah blah. They're not going to tell you that. Here you're just explaining to them that first of all, you know about ping. Second is you understand what is going on. Third, you went into the other machine and you went into the option where you thought could be an issue, right? So that's it. That at the entry level person, this is what they're expecting. They're not looking for a correct or the solid way of fixing something. That's the level 2, level 3 people. Then if they want to really get into that, they may be looking into that kind of detail oriented checking. Here they're not doing that, right? So that's number 1. Then they will say, okay, how would you find, okay, that's the ping. When you ping that's okay, that's it's getting the thing. But how would you find the IP address of this server that you're on, or this desktop? Very basic commands that people want to know. Now they're asking you for specific command right now, okay? There's no trick. You just need to know ipconfig. If you don't know about ipconfig, then it would be hard for you to even get that job. It's so simple, like the ping, ipconfig, these are very simple type of commands. You can't really miss these, okay? So ipconfig is there. Then if they say, okay, I'm not seeing some other information like DNS or DHCP, what would you add into ipconfig? Then you can say, oh, that command is ipconfig all. But if I don't understand something, then I'm going to put question mark, and then I will read more. But here you go. Look at this. You got a DHCP server, you got a DNS server right there, and then you have more information about that. So these 3 commands right there, right? Ping, ipconfig, ipconfig/all. Now they may ask you, okay, we have, our system administrator have applied a group policy. Now you see, group policy is something that, it's some of the terms now. These are the terms that you should know from the courses and stuff that we teach, because that is what you're learning in our courses, like Active Directory, group policy, Office 365, things like that. The only way you're going to be able to give answer like that is when you know that. So when they're going to tell you something, okay, a system administrator have applied a group policy. See, they're not asking you about group policy stuff here, but they're saying that group policy. So something has to be connected to group policy. And as a help desk person, as an entry level person, you should know how to then apply the group policy on computers. Let's say a sysadmin did a group policy, applied it on a machine, but then he assigned you to go to these computers and actually run that group policy command. So then what would you tell them? You can say, okay, for that we're going to use GP update. Okay, we're going to use GP update, and we'll click enter, and then what will happen is that policy will be applied. Then now if they said, what if it's not taking that policy, what is the other command that I should use? So you were going to basically say, okay, for that you're going to use GP update / force, right? And that will force the policy. But you want to add something here, that some policy may even not work with force. You have to either restart or log off the computer, and for some you have to actually restart the whole computer to be able to work that. Now see, these are the things that then they know, okay, this person have done some training, this person knows what he's talking about. Okay. The next thing, very common question a lot of people will ask you, okay, so show me how would you RDP to this server. You see, they're not going to even say the whole thing, remote desktop, stuff like that. They're not going to say that. They're going to say RDP from apps 400 to DC 400. Can you do that for me? And then, okay, you're going to go there, you're going to look for RDP, you're going to type RDP right there. So you see I typed it. So the first thing is you knowing how to get to RDP is the first thing. So if you don't know this means you're missing something very basic. So that's where then of course you need to learn about that in the live training or help desk courses, okay, or that practice lab CompTIA A+ kind of stuff. So you're going to click on remote desktop connection here, and then you will type DC 400. Now this will be happening like this right in front of you, and then what will happen, it will fail and it won't be able to connect to that server. So here you go. So even if you don't know this, give some attention to the errors that you're getting, because sometimes they may just want you to just read out the error for them. Look at this. The error is saying that remote access to the server is not enabled. First one is the most common one. The remote computer is turned off. But remember, they told you that the computer is on and it's right in front of you and it's on the same network. The remote computer is not available on the network. So that's probably third one is a pretty much not very common. But here you see, if you're going to do a remote desktop to this one, then they will check you, do you really know how to get to the remote desktop settings? Because that is one of the settings that a lot of people will be working in a help desk environment. You want to turn on a machine for remote desktop connection for a client, staff members, or you yourself. You need to know this to get into servers. So it's very basic. So you're going to come to the work group. So basically the way it's going to work is you're going to go to the server manager, or in a client machine, in a Windows desktop machine, you're going to go to system and then go to remote settings. Or if you don't know, just search allow remote settings. So as soon as you type allow remote, you're going to see that settings, and it's also in control panel. So there's a lot of way you can get to this. You may want to search it a little bit more and play around with it on your own machine to get to understand this stuff. But here, if I come to the server, I can click on the local server, and it says work group right here. And on Windows machine, you're also going to see then almost same options right here. Okay. So there you go. You got a remote settings right there. But look what is the option here. Then you can explain to them. So basically, yeah. So if I think this is the issue has to do something with the remote settings, because it's not allowed. So I'm going to come here and allow that, machine, and then I'm going to click OK. And then you say, okay, once you do this, if I go back to the machine now and I click on connect, you see it took the connection, and now I will put the username and the password to connect to that machine. So for these next tasks, I'm taking you to the premium lab access because I need Windows 10 with Outlook. And here, if you open the one with Windows right here, Outlook 2016 core communication collaboration. Now this is about, the full lab is about Outlook, but I just want to use it so we can do the basic stuff. So here they may put a computer in front of you and they'll say, okay, Outlook is having an issue. I would like you to open the Outlook in safe mode. So you need to know the command. How do you run it first? They want to check that. You are going to right click and click on run, and here you are going to type outlook.exe/safe. And as soon as you do that, it's going to open Outlook in a safe mode. Now here they may not want you to troubleshoot the whole Outlook, but here you have passed the technical question, because it says on the top right there, safe mode. Now they may go in detail of there's an Outlook not coming up, how would you remove the add-ons and stuff like that. That's a little bit too much, and that's where I would recommend you take our course then. So next they may say that we are going to give you an IP address and you need to change your dynamic IP address to static IP address. So two terms they're using, and if you don't know about dynamic and static, they're looking for like knowledge about DHCP versus how you're going to get to this stuff to get the static IP address. So that's something, of course, you need to learn a lot about. There's a whole learning behind that, but to get this going, and if they give you that IP address with just changing that to static, you can show them that by coming here to the network connections, open a network connection here, and then you will basically click on show available network. So you see right here, these are the available networks, and then you can click on Ethernet, change adapter settings, options, and here you can come over here. Now, every time when you open something from the new modern way of using Windows 10, you see on the top, it tells you where it is. So if you are used to the old way, this is under control panel, all control panel items, network connection. So here you're going to come here, go to properties, and once you go to properties, of course I'm on a normal level. So if you get a prompt like that, then maybe when they ask you something like, okay, why are you getting this prompt, you can say, oh, this user doesn't have privileges to install application, so maybe we need admin rights for this. So they may give you that admin rights and say, okay, now we are giving you admin rights, good job, you have actually detected what was the something that we wanted to know, that do you understand between privileges, stuff like that. So here we are going to put the admin username and password. Oh man, not doing well today. Okay, so now you see I got the admin stuff done, and I'm going to click on TCP IPv4, or if it's IPv6, usually they're going to use this one. And then here you see it is already static, so it's going to be like this, right? That means it's on DHCP, it's getting an IP address, and they're going to give you IP address. Then that's what they want you to do. Actually, they want you to put this IP address here, and that's, you have done the job there, because you have passed that interview question, because you know where to give the static IP address to the computer. So that's where you can do that. Now the second part is that my suggestion to you is, of course, this can never end with basic type of interview question. People can pick anything, so make sure you go to the start menu, and then first by clicking the left click and understand what's in the left click. So if you click on here, you have lock screen, blah blah blah, all this kind of stuff. So if somebody asks you how do you lock a screen, you can do lock here, or you can hit the Windows key with L together, and that will lock the system. And then you can also go to the settings here, and it will open up the computer settings. If they say that, okay, how do you get to the settings in this computer, so you can change the account name, display settings, network settings again, applications installation, uninstalling applications. So if they throw anything inside that, let's say they say, okay, show me how you're going to configure a new Wi-Fi, or show me how you're going to uninstall an application. So you see, you can show them multiple ways, and okay, you can go from here by clicking here, go to the settings here, or you can right click here and then go into the apps and features for uninstalling stuff, power options, event viewer. So you have to kind of make interview questions for yourself as well, because the computer is just too big. Nobody's going to give you a perfect solution for this interview technical questions. Somebody can come up with anything. Other common one is a lot of people will say, okay, how would you find the name of this computer and what model or what version of this computer is? So you're gonna go to right click and go to system, and you see all the system have all these information. It tells you the computer name, the version of the computer, Windows 10 Pro, the stuff like here, like what is the processor, and if they say command line, you can also make it look a little cool if you type WinVer right here, and you see it will open up a box like that, and then you can see the things, Windows version and build number in there too. So here you don't see the build here you see the build. So that's a few ways that you can do these things right here. Okay, now another common question could be about file sharing, because file sharing is very common thing in companies, and you may be working in, even in tech, like you may be sharing your own files, and they want to know, do you know this basic sharing stuff like that, right? So they may put something in front of you like this. They may say, okay, I am creating a share here in a server, so let's go ahead and create it. So they may create that in front of you, and then say, okay, we're gonna call it share. All right, we're going to call it share, and this share will be then accessible by the whole company. So they'll say, okay, I'm going to go ahead and start sharing this, and they may do this part for you, or they may ask you to do it. So if you don't know how to do all this stuff, then of course it's a little bit more stuff, so you need to know how to share files. I'm just doing it quickly, but I'm going to close this quickly because there's something tricky here. So I already shared this file, right? They may say, okay, now you're to help this person, I want you to access that shared file, and this is the computer name right here. How would you do that? So you can tell them, okay, you can do two ways. One, you can do it by searching the computer from here in the run command with two slashes right there, backslash backslash. I don't know if you call this forward slash or backslash. I think it's forward slash. So then you need to put the computer name or the server that is sharing that file. So it's dc01 slash. As soon as you do this slash, see what happens there. Anything that is shared in that computer, you can open it from here. The second method is that, okay, you can tell the person that I can open that share by using the IP address or even from the Windows Explorer. So I can go in there and type that in the Windows Explorer, and then I can get to that. And also I can type the IP address in here, and then that will open up that file. So that's how you basically get to that share. So another question people can ask, that how do you map that share, like the one that I just created on the server, how would you map it for the user? So you're going to say, okay, you're going to go to the Windows Explorer, you're going to right click on this PC, and you'll click on map network drive. And here you'll pick the letter, and we'll do the same process. You see, it gives you an example too, by the way. PLAB. As soon as you come over here, they already know that you have done the job right here. Okay, so this is how you share the map, and to get to that map, click on this PC, and you see this is a map drive now. It's not a share folder, it's a map drive. Another question they may throw to you, that they may open some application and this will error or show you some type of error, and then they'll say, okay, what will be the first thing for you to check? How would I check errors in here? First, if the application just say this application has some error, right, then maybe they will not give you such a clear error. They'll say, how do you check that? Simply, you're going to say every type of logging is logged in the computer in an event viewer. I'm going to go to event viewer from here. I'm going to open application here, and then I'll see if it's that error is available there. If it's a system type of error, then I will check it in the system. So see how we have one error here, and then you can tell them about, okay, that's where the error is, and I will basically then after that copy this information, and if I I will talk to my IT members, and also I will search online to find more about this. So by just coming over here, you already give them the correct answer, because now you know where the errors are, where the logs are for computers usually, and that's where you're going to come and fix things after that. So another most common one is going to be, they're going to open an application like multiple times, but it's not going to be coming up. They're going to probably tell you, okay, I try to open this application multiple times, but it's not coming up. Where do you think I can fix this issue? So most of the time the issues like that, when you click on an application and it's not coming up, or it has some type of, they want you to like kill this application. As soon as they say kill or something like that, they're talking about task manager. And Task Manager is also a common place for us to come here and troubleshoot things. So you will see that application will have multiple entries, and you just need to kill it, and then you will see that, okay, let's try again, and then it will open up. They may even throw another question. Okay, a user is complaining about a software that comes up all the time when they restart the computer. They're looking for a startup, and startup is also in a Task Manager. Now if you open it here, startup is right here, and you see these things are getting started at the beginning. So they may put an application in here, and they'll tell you, okay, how do I stop it? You're going to right click and disable it, and they'll tell them you need to start the computer, and that's where the user issue will be resolved. Next, they may throw another one to you. How do I open services? How do I stop and start services? You can do also that from services, but this is not the only place to do these things, like services and users kind of this stuff. You can also go from other places like control panel. That's why I say that you have to really play around with these things. And specifically, if you really want to learn about Windows stuff, that's where I recommend. In my last video, I talked about MD100 Windows 10, and also the CompTIA lab, which is this one, the top one, this one, and also these one right here. So if you even if you do all these tasks, turn this into a interview question for yourself. But of course, they don't want to go too much detail. They want to just know, did you even get to the right place, or have you even tried something that is even 50% correct? Trust me, they're gonna take that. They're gonna be like, okay, this person at least know how to navigate. The rest is all you learn on the job, and of course with our courses you get more better. You become a very quick IT professional, but you're good to go after this. Now in this next video, you're going to learn about AD, Active Directory. Now the way this video is added to this session is in terms of tickets. So basically, there is going to be a scenario, and you have to perform that scenario in AD, and that's how other person will know that you know about AD or not. They may ask you, can you add a user quickly, or can you tell me how to add a user in AD, or can you unblock or unlock this account, can you reset a password in AD, can you add a user to a group, stuff like that. So even though I am going to say tickets in the next video, this video that I added, but it's basically an interview question, so consider that to be an interview question when you're watching this video. So go to your domain controller, click on domain controller. It is going to open the server in a second. So once your server is up and running, click on start, and then click on server manager, and now you have a domain controller with Active Directory already running. Active Directory users and computers. This is where we need to do our training. So let's get started with just basics of Active Directory. Even if you would have opened your Windows 10 machine and you install the RSAT tool, and let's say you do that process, you say, look, I don't want to do this server, I want to just do it again. I'm going to go and install the RSAT tool from my previous video, and I'm just going to do it on that. You are going to see the same screen. There's no difference. So the first thing you need to understand that a lot of companies, when you start working with them, it may not be as generic as this. This is when you develop, let's say when you install a domain controller or Active Directory is fresh, there's nothing done. So basically it's going to look like this. This is a default way of how an Active Directory will look. So these are containers, and you can do a lot of research on that, and these are organizational units. There are some limitations on this type of folder. You look at this folder doesn't have any dot. Here it has an icon inside. So this is OU, organizational unit. This is container. So containers have some limitations. OU also have limitations. You can apply certain things on OU level, and certain things can be done on containers. So make sure to go and research more. That is, if you want to become a sysadmin, then you can take our systems administration courses to understand more about Active Directory and how it works. In this training, we're not going to go into Active Directory settings or things like that. We're going to learn how, as a help desk, when you get a job, everything will be already there. You're not going to implement this whole thing. Then if you are going to do that, consider yourself to be a sysadmin. So now everything is there for you. And the first thing that we will learn in Active Directory is basically how to add a user. Very simple ticket. This is going to be an HR, this is going to be a coworker, this is going to be someone in your team that will send you an email or a ticket. That the ticket will say, hey, help desk, I would like to add this user into our company, and this is the title, and I would like you to add. So let me show you one example so you have a little better idea on how a ticket looks like when somebody call you to add a user in Active Directory. So a real ticket looks like this. People will send you a direct email. Let's say Kimberly, first day in this company is on Monday, April 30. Please set up her computer, Outlook, phone. Her office is 321. Is it okay if I schedule a time for orientation and things like that? So this is an Active Directory ticket, but let's say you didn't have any knowledge about Active Directory and you look at this email, it doesn't say anywhere Active Directory. So how would you know that this is an Active Directory ticket? This is why when you do a training on Active Directory, you automatically know that, because when you work in a company and they say we do use an Active Directory environment, and let's say you get a ticket like this, then you know that this is a new user. I need to set up the first and last name is that, in front of you, and then you need to also set up a computer for that user. So that this is additional skills that you have learned in part 1 and part 2 of our courses, like how to set up a whole computer from scratch. And then of course there's a Windows skills in there too, like you're setting Outlook in there, applications. But if you look at it, it also says her office is 321. So you also need to know where in Active Directory you need to put this number. So then, because Active Directory is connected to other applications, HR applications, Office 365. So then all of this information gets synced over, because that's how companies have set up most of their environment. It is integrated with Active Directory. So in this next ticket, this is actually coming from a ticketing system, not using an email. So if you know about ticketing system, which you're going to learn from our courses later on, or maybe you have done our short courses, you already know about ticketing system. It's like a system that somebody will put a template, and a template basically is already there. So this person already used a template, and then all they said that to update this director title from Director of Health Core Policy, Coding and Reimbursement. So it says update the department as well, Government Affairs and Public Policy Cluster. So then how do you know that this is an Active Directory email? Even though on the top, the template actually says that. The following information on your profile is pulled directly from Active Directory, which is managed by IS. So this template is telling this user that this is going to be updated in Active Directory. But sometimes they may not know this, right? They may not have templates, and then you will see something like this. So how do you do this type of ticket as well? And then of course, more and more tickets can come like this one. Can we please have a title update for these 3 people? And then you will have people like their machines will be locking out, or their users will be locking out. How do you basically deal with lockouts issues? So there are many other things that you will be dealing in Active Directory, and it's a regular thing. It's a regular process for people that are going to be calling you for different scenarios related to Active Directory. So if you were to go back to the first ticket and we wanted to add some sample just like that, just how would you create a whole brand new user, adding all these things? So let's just do a practice on that, adding a user, and then we will understand everything visually. So we may have a very basic ticket on adding a staff member, vendor, or whoever that person is that needed to be added to the Active Directory. So we have this basic ticket to start this training. Let's say we have Stacy Smith, first name, last name, and the job title is Marketing Manager, and the office is 349. Let's say we got this through email or ticketing system. So if you are using for your practice a generic Active Directory, of course you will be learning a lot of other things on how to add groups and everything. But for now, let's say you just want to learn how to add a user in Active Directory. So after adding this user will be able to log into any other domain join machine. So to add this user, there are multiple ways you can add this user. Now, when you right click in this little white space inside the user, you can click on new and click on user. Another way to add an Active Directory is to right click on user folder, new, and user. The third way is by clicking on this icon right here, create a new user, it just saves you one click. Now, another way is also to use PowerShell command line. We're not going to touch that right now. We're going to do this later on because those are little advanced skills. First, try to do this on a GUI because this is probably the easy way for you to learn. So if you want to add this user, of course there are other things that you need to understand. When you click on user, it is going to come up with this window. So the first name and the last name is definitely going to be what you receive from the email. Let's say Stacy Smith. So we're going to type in the first name Stacy and then Smith. Now this is the important part. As you can see, the domain is already there. So for you, it's going to be the same way. Now this is where you need to talk to your manager or your company. How are they using the naming convention? It could be first name, last name. It could be first initial, last name, and different ways people have this set up because some people have thousands of people. Of course, you cannot just use a first name and last name if you have thousands of people because there will be a lot of Stacy Smiths. So you will have to talk to your manager for that, and that will be given to you when you start working in this company. This will be a training that you will receive from them. So S. Smith is the one that we want to use. So I'm going to click on next. Now again, on this screen, you will also talk to your company. How are they using password convention? Is it something that you need to change it for every single person, even if it's a temporary password? Or can we use one temporary password and everybody will be set to reset the password as soon as we add them? So if I add a password right here, in most of the companies, 99.9% of the chances are that you will be checking this and let user know. You will either work with the user directly on the phone or maybe in the office, and then they will change their password to their own whatever they want to put out there. So this is important. This is where they will ask you questions. What is the complexity? How many letters? Some people may get stuck. We will talk about this in our next session when we talk about group policy, because some setup, some things you need to even learn more now when you start working and learning about Active Directory. So this, keep a note that we're going to come back to this. Where do you find this information? We're going to learn that in next section. So here, of course, you will check this and then you will click next. For now, we're not checking this just for this lab purpose. The only thing it's doing is when you log in with this user, let's say on Windows 10 machine, if I log in with that user, it's going to prompt me to change the password immediately. And then you will finish. And that's it. This is how you add an Active Directory account if it's a basic ticket like this. But it's not ended over here. If you look at it, it says the job title and the office number. Now this is where then you need to now learn about how to manage a user. You will right click on the user, then you will go into properties. Now in properties, you can see that there's office information right here. So we can put 349, and this is what I was talking about, that when you start working in Active Directory, sometimes the tickets could be very basic. Like someone will move from one office to another office and they will just create a ticket. Hey, can you add my 349 to 350 because I just moved to a new place. And then the rest could be descriptions and things like that too. And for you to change the title, usually it's in the organization. Basically, you will copy paste whatever the email says that to add this, or type it there, marketing manager, and if there's a manager in this group, maybe they may ask you to assign that. Why is that? Because some application use this and it connects to pull the reports for the manager. So it will be, and then you will click on apply and you will click OK. If there was a department, you will also put the department, and that's it. When you click on that, you have completed this very basic ticket. So this is how you add a user. In next ticket, we will learn more about Active Directory. So the next basic ticket is creating a group. This is another one that you're going to come across in most of the companies. Now do remember that even groups are created ahead of in most of the companies. If they're hiring you as an entry-level professional, you don't just go out there and start creating groups in their Active Directory environments. a lot of it is managed, and even if they have to create a group, it could be a policy, or you have to go through some sort of setup or process, or you may ask people that why do we need this group, or someone will kind of tell you exactly why or how to create a group in their environments, because they want to manage everything pretty nicely and neatly. So again, when you see a ticket like this, for this lab purpose, that's why it's so simple. We're just saying marketing and create a marketing group, but do know that it may not be that simple. This could be a lot of just back and forth. So naming convention is going to be given again to you. They may use some sort of initials in front of groups, or to manage groups in a different way. But for simplicity and to learn the skill, you just need to know how to create a group in Active Directory. This could be a simple interview question. How do you create a group? Just like how do you create a user? So you can do it two way. You can right click on the user container, and then you can click on groups, or you can go to this white section, new and group, same way. Or here you can click on the icon, click on new group, and then you will see the group option. So we will keep it simple for now. We are going to create a group in a container, which is, remember, that doesn't have a dot on top of it. We'll come back to that later. And if I click on group right here, you have multiple options. So this is important to understand. You should do a little bit of research on Google in Microsoft documentation. What is an Active Directory security group? What is an Active Directory distribution group? Now, to keep it simple, a lot of people use security groups for more security type of situations where you have to implement, let's say, a folder, and you have to create a group, and then that people in that group can do certain things. So it's more granular, and a lot of people will use security, and that could be any other applications that requires a little bit of more control on that type of groups. Now, distribution group is a basic one. It's mainly used in Exchange for email purposes. It's like a one-way thing. You add a group, and then people will say, hey, add 15 people in this group so we can send this one notification email to everybody in this group. So do a little more research, because it's not that simple. Some people have a lot more explanation in documentation with examples, and this could be an interview question for you as well, even though this kind of gets back to a systems administration, but you still need to know the basics. Now, global, universal, domain, local, you don't need to worry too much about this, because the more you get into this, the global goes into domain level, and the universal is going to go to a kind of multiple domains in a different WAN setup. So if you're going to go into that, then of course you're going to start touching forest, local domains, multiple domains, and things like that. You're going to come across a lot of Active Directory things that you don't understand at this point. So for now, just keep it global. And for this video purpose, we're going to keep the security group, and later on in different when we get into more advanced trainings in systems administration, we're going to come back to these and then build Active Directory and do all that sort of stuff on server level. So for now, all you got to do is this information. When you're new to IT, you don't touch this and you ask this. This is more of like you go and ask a coworker, ask your manager, hey, what group should we be using for this, and they will let you know what to do. And you just have to type the name of this group. Let's say this was your task, just to add a group now or in test. So here you go. You added a marketing group, and you click OK, and now you have added a group. So you see there are other groups already came with Active Directory, which is something we don't need to go now, but these are all the groups, security groups that comes with Active Directory. And each group has its own access. So if you want to make Stacy Smith a domain administrator of this whole environment, which is a very big access, then you can do that because you have these groups available now. But once you add a group, then of course they will ask you to add someone to that group. So the ticket could be very simple, that you will have a ticket say, hey, can you add Stacy to this group because she just joined our company, or multiple groups, right? So to add a group, to add a user in a group, then you right click on the user, go to properties, and then click on member of. So if you click on member of, you see that Stacy by default is a part of domain user. Everybody will be a part of that group because that's how the domain users log into the machines. But if you have added this group, you click on add, and this is a searching area for Active Directory, where you can check names, you can look for objects, you see the groups right there. And if I click on OK, you see marketing is already there now. And if I apply, then now Stacy is a part of marketing and that ticket is over. So this could be only this ticket, meaning that the group was already there, you joined the company, and somebody sent you just this ticket right here. Add Stacy Smith to marketing group. You came here, you did that part. If you are doing this from a group side, so you can go to the group directly, double click on the group, and then click on members. And here you can actually add Stacy by searching for Stacy. She's right here, and you can add it and click apply, and Stacy is added to the group. That's another way. And you can see what the group options are over here. So in this ticket number 3, we will be creating an organizational unit. Now again, you as a help desk or IT support professional in the beginning will never be creating organizational units or container. This is just for you to understand at the very basic level when you see something like this in your companies. For example, when you have an Active Directory, which is a generic Active Directory that gets built immediately when you create your server, these are going to show up. So as we mentioned before, these folders with no icons inside are containers. Now containers is not something that a lot of people use to manage their environments, because there are limitations on containers. Containers, you cannot apply group policies. Now of course there are some tricks and things that people will do, but a lot of people avoid using a generic structure like this. And the reason for that is that this is just for old school or old application. They're used to seeing users in users, right? So if they have an application built, a lot of people target this container to do something with it. So in the companies, people don't do this. If they have a users, they will create an organizational unit inside this Active Directory environment. So how do you create an organizational unit? This is just for practice. And if you're asking yourself this question that this is advanced or you don't get it, then I highly recommend go to Google, type Active Directory organizational unit versus container versus organizational unit, and do an extensive research. But again, your learning skills for systems administration. If it gets too annoying, leave it there and stick to your lab over here and learn just adding things and moving things in Active Directory. So to add this organization unit, we're going to click on the domain now, and we're going to click on new, and here you will click on organizational unit. So when you click on it, you will get this option, and here we are going to add this marketing. And again, the naming convention is already done by other people, but for your practice, you can just type this, and then boom, you just added this organizational unit now. And then of course here you can add a user, you can add a group. Everything can be managed in this organizational unit. The benefit of that is that next time if we have to deploy something to a whole environment, let's say I have 500 groups and I want to manage it in one organization unit, and I want to apply some policies on top of these 500 groups that may have 5,000 people, then I can just do that from this one area. This is the power of management. And that's why organization unit, when you go to a company, you may see a lot of things like this, where it's going to say staff desktop, staff users, marketing sales, there's going to be tons of groups right here. And then it could be managed even internally, it can be managed more. So you can have an organization unit and then another organization unit. So it's really up to a company how they develop their whole structure. That's something you will not touch. But let's say my job is to, for you got this ticket that our systems administrator is sick today, or maybe this is a ticket. Hey, can you move Stacy Smith and marketing team to the marketing OU organization unit? So the way you can do this by right clicking on it, move, and then you can click here, and now I can move it to that organization unit, and now it's moved. I can do the same thing for the group. I can right click here, move, and then I can click here, and marketing is moved. So now we are managing everything that has to do with marketing is moved. If let's say you have one OU for a lot of users, just users, like you add the users in one OU, you could do that by right click, go to organization unit, staff, and maybe that's our OU. And then I want to make sure that all of my staff members are in one staff OU, because maybe I want to move it. So you can drag and drop it like that. And then if I want to keep all the groups in OU, everything here, if I apply security options because it's a security group, and I then apply a group policy, then a lot of things can be managed that way. So again, the whole purpose of this ticket is to show you how to move things and how OUs are created. But remember that this is not going to be your skill set to do these things. It's going to be already there for you. Now the ticket number 5 could be also related to the whole ticket where you have to add a Stacy account in Active Directory, and then you have to create a whole machine. So in a work in a work environment, when you create an account for someone, I'm sure they will also require you to create some kind of machine, laptop, desktop, however they have set up their environment. If it's an Active Directory environment, it's a domain network environment. You learned that in our previous lecture, so please go over that to understand the workgroup versus domain. So here in ticket number 5, Stacy also needs a computer. Now, if you look at it, we have a computer already added to this Active Directory, which is plab win10. So if you want to practice Stacy's machine and you want to log in as Stacy, then this is the machine that is already added to Active Directory. If you wish to create and add a new machine in this lab, you can also use plab 101, which is a workgroup machine, and all you have to do is to use your skills learned from the previous courses and lectures. You can go to the system, and in the system you can go to the system information, and then here you will click on change settings, and then click on change and add this machine to the practice labs with the administrator username and password that you have in this lab. So then it will be added to this Active Directory environment. But since Win10 is already added, we don't need to do that. All you have to do is to click on this little key icon, auto log on device is on, and then click on this connect right here. So this way you will test Stacy's machine. So of course in reality you are gonna have a laptop or desktop. Stacy's gonna come that day and she's gonna say, okay, you know what, I'm gonna log in here. This is how I log in, and it was Stacy Smith, and we created the password, and of course this is not done correctly. So for example, in this lab environment, when you use this access, this is a remote access, remote services is being used. So for that you have to do extra things, but in reality the way you want to practice is that you're going to go back to this lab and scroll up and then use the console access. I just clicked on here. So this is how a real desktop will look like, and not a remote desktop anymore. This is like you're sitting in front of that machine. So now if Stacy come over here and she's in front of that machine and you want to test that user, let's say S Smith, and then we want to put the password. So now you see Stacy Smith. It automatically detects the Stacy Smith name from Active Directory that you have created, and now it's going to log in as Stacy. Now after this, other things can start, right? Stacy can say, I need a application, I need this, I need that. That is just normal Windows 10 and a company related skills. We're going to go into that later on in different sections, but this is how you work with a machine. When in this lab you have the capability to you have added Stacy, and then you can come and practice on Stacy's account and how is it going to look like when a real person log into these different type of systems. So then of course Stacy will start working, and the next tickets will come after when Stacy actually starts working, and then Stacy or somebody else who's working in a domain environment is going to come across issues, and that's where you need to still learn about Active Directory more to work with users on Active Directory. So after some time, and let's say you have a lot of users, you're going to get calls on Active Directory, something like this: I forgot my password, or my account is locked out. So for this one, this is going to be I forgot my password. Let's say this person went on a vacation or something happened, they came back and they try to log into their machine now and they forgot their password. They tried multiple times but it's not working, so they pick up their phone and they start calling you, hey, I need. Now, because your machine have the RSAT tools where you have Active Directory, or if you're using this lab, you're on the server, you're going to open Active Directory and you will find Stacy. Now, if you have 5,000 people, of course you cannot just come here and just look for Stacy by S. You have to use features like searching. So here I'm showing you another skill, how to search a user. So let's say you want to search somebody in an entire directory. You have a very large environment, or you have multiple domains and you want to do a whole directory. Then you will pick the first one. If it's one domain, then you can search Stacy in the whole domain just like that. It's gonna find Stacy. If you right click, you can actually do things from here as well. So if you do it that way, you can do it that way by finding a user. But let's say they're on the call, you will right click on Stacy's profile, and then here you will help Stacy with the resetting password. So this is a skill that everybody will ask in the interview question. Do you know how to reset a password in Active Directory? You can simply say yes. You can go to Active Directory, find a user, right click on the user, click on reset password. And then of course you will be using this option, because you don't want to give Stacy a password and then forget it and Stacy will never change it, right? So I can come over here and I can give Stacy this password right now, but Stacy must change it at the next logon. So let's see. Didn't meet. Okay, we didn't do it correctly. So now Stacy password is changed while she's on the phone. I'm gonna say, okay, Stacy, can you log in again? Can you try with the temporary password that I just gave you? So Stacy's gonna come over here. She will put the temporary password and then she will log in. As soon as she log in, it's gonna say the user must change the password before signing in. Now this is where, again, we're gonna go into next session where we have to learn about the complexity and where this is coming from. But at this point, Stacy will come over here and she will add her password just like that. Now, of course, this is where Stacy can start calling you, because she will put something like this and it will not work. And then there's a history, there are things going on. This is where it takes us to next session where we have to learn about group policy. So once you know about group policy, then you can answer these questions pretty nicely. If you don't, of course, Stacy will keep trying again and again and until she gets something complex, but that's going to be very annoying if you don't know the answers to these questions. So this is something you will learn in our next section where we will talk about group policy. So at this point, Stacy will use a guided password by you, and then she will put a good complex password and she will log into this machine, and that's it. That's going to be our password for next 90 or whatever, how many days you have assigned in this company. So if I put a complex password, there you go. I click OK and we're done. So this ticket is over. You're going to be good with this ticket. Stacy's happy, and that's it. You're going to move on to next. Now the ticket number 7 is something that is going to lead us to do something in group policy, but you're not trying to learn this at this point. You're just trying to understand what's going on. So the first ticket is just resetting the password because they forgot. The second one, they remember their password, but they lock themselves out because maybe they're putting a wrong key and things like that. But to make this work, you need to do this. Go to Tools, go to Group Policy Management. And this is what I'm talking about, that we're not trying to learn this right now. I'm just showing you how things are being managed from this area. So when you go and open the Group Policy Management, this is where a lot of things can be managed. And this is our domain policy. Everything is coming from here. You go to Edit. And when you go to the Edit, we're going to go into Policies, Windows Settings. And we're going to move this and Security Settings. And that's the account policies right here. The password policies are coming from here. And the lockout policies are not defined yet. So we need, for this ticket, we need to enable this. If you want to do the same thing, you can do the same way. You're going to come over here. You're going to double click on the account policy and check mark this. Apply. And this automatically says that after 5 invalid logon attempts, Stacy's account will be locked out. So again, the policy is coming from here. All of these characters needs to be 724, blah, blah, blah. We're not going to get into that right now. This is all group policy training. But if you want to do this ticket, then this is how you do it. So if I go back to Stacy's machine and I'm gonna go ahead and open, because I logged in as Stacy. So the best thing you can do is to restart this machine. We're not doing anything else right now. So restart this so the group policy is applied. There are commands you can use, but that's going to be set for our next session. So now Stacy is coming back again to work, and basically we're going to come back to this ticket. So right now, when she log into her machine, because in companies those policies are already set, she's going to be normally going into her machine and we'll log in. You're going to come over here, and then we're going to log in again. So at this point, if Stacy wants to log back into her machine, let's say she come over here, she forgot her password, she tried 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and look, it's locking her out right now. So when this is spinning, it's gonna basically say this account is being locked out, and of course Stacy is gonna pick up her phone again and start calling you that my account is locked. Can you help me out to unlock it, because I remember my password. So this is what you are going to see when you try multiple times before after 5. The reference account is currently locked out and may not be locked too. So of course at this point Stacy is going to call you. Now do remember, you're not going to be coming over here and resetting her password, because that's not the whole ticket. The ticket is that they do remember it, they want to try it again. So how can you unlock it? You're going to go to properties, and then you're going to go to account, and in account you see there's this unlock account. If you check this and then click apply and click OK, then Stacy can go back and log into that machine, and everything should be okay because you just unlocked that account. And that happens in a lot of companies. People don't want to change their password immediately. What if this person just changed their password 2 days ago and they did all this syncing everywhere, and you don't want to go there and just reset their password, right? So you want to give them their chance to remember their password. If let's say Stacy is unable to do it, of course she's going to say just go ahead and reset, and then you're going to come back and the ticket will switch to resetting password then. And with that you can also check this, just making sure that they're not locked out. So you can do this. So one ticket can turn into another ticket immediately. The skill, basically, it can go from properties to account. You unlocked it, it didn't work, they still keep locking themselves out, and then you come back and do the reset password, and that should be taking care of the whole ticket 6 and 7 both. And sometimes people leave company, or for whatever reason you're going to get a call from HR that this is this person's last day, please disable the account in Active Directory, so then it can be disabled everywhere in the whole company. So it's very simple. You're going to find Stacy, you'll right click on that user, and you're going to click on disable account. So as soon as you click on disable, it's going to have this little icon, and then Stacy cannot log into this machine. If they're logged in, after that, when you log them out, log back in, it's not going to work because you disabled their account. And that's a very common practice in a lot of companies. People do that because people leave for whatever reason. You need to come and quickly disable those accounts because you don't want that access to be running in a company. Now the next few videos is going to be knowledge and how to perform it, and also how to say the right answer. It's very important for you to keep a close attention to the next videos, because usually in companies a lot of people ask about work group, and that's how they're going to know that if you don't know about work group, let's say you don't know about local users or how to add a local user, then knowing about AD is going to be a very strange thing. Because let's say you take some of our courses and you learn about AD and you know about Active Directory, adding a user and everything, but if a person finds out that you don't know anything about work group, let's say local user accounts and management, then if a AD user is having an issue, let's say this laptop is having an issue and this person cannot get into this laptop because the AD account is having an issue and it basically somehow cannot be joined to the domain or something happened, then for you to troubleshoot, you need to know about workgroup, you need to know about local administrator accounts, and you need to get into this machine through that. So if you don't know this, then the manager or whoever's taking that interview know that you just went to some online YouTube videos from JSS courses, whatever you name it, our courses. That's not gonna matter a lot, because if a person knows that you know this, you don't know this basics, trust me, that's two basics, and people are not gonna be happy, even if you know about this stuff. Not to say every single person is not going to be happy, but of course a lot of people are going to raise their eyebrow, like, okay, why you don't know about these basics? Because this is such a fundamental that you're going to be doing a lot of work on it. So please watch the next videos, because it has a little more explanations, answers, and how to do it. As
Question is, what is the difference between the domain joined client machine and the work group client machine? So we have two machines, both have the same operating system, but if we compare the services and the background services that are running and just playing a part to manage the machine, in this sense we have two criteria, two logical boundaries that separates each other. So the first machine that we call the domain joined machine is the machine that joins any domain. Let's say, for example, if we have a company, an office, and we have a domain jobskillshare.org. So the machine that is joined this domain is now called the client machine that joined already the domain. But the machines we are using in our home, mostly our personal computer, are not the machine that join in domain, because you're using that machine in your own local network, and there is no sort of management and no sort of centralized controlling. So all the machine used in your home premises or the personal computers are not the domain joined client machine. So here in this video, we're going to see this difference, and with the practical examples, we're gonna just show you that how you can differentiate and reply with the clarity. So let's move to the practical stuff. So here for you, I have both machines to show you some practical examples. Here I'm using the practice lab resources to show you the domain joined client machine, and here I have my own Windows 10 machine, that is the workgroup client machine. So if you want to log in on the workgroup client machine, you have the administrator account. Sometimes this account would be admin, right? But in the domain joined client machine, you have to log in on the domain. So this is the major difference you can find out and reply when you ask by such question, that when you have the domain joined client machine, the machine that is the part of the domain, so you will find the domain name before any user account. So right now we're about to log in on the administrator account, and the domain name is mentioned in the beginning. Or the very benefit you have when you have this domain joined client machine, then in this situation you can also log in with the local admin. So here let's understand what is the local admin and what is the domain admin. So there are 4 ways to log in on any machine. First, you can log in with the same practice labs /administrator account, right? Then you can another way to log in by using same practice labs domain with another regular user account. Let's say Lisa Scott. So this is a user account on practice lab. So if you want to log in with any other domain account, so you could type practice labs. Why? Because it is the domain of this environment, the domain name of this environment. And then you can type exact name of the user that you want to use to log in that domain, right? So this is the 2-way. And the 3rd way to log in on the same machine is to log in on the local admin account. So if you put this dot /, it's gonna log in you on the PLAB Win10 local admin. So local admin does what? When you don't have any domain join, when you don't have any domain environment in your machine, so all the time to manage your specific machine, to manage restriction permission, you need local admin. Like here, if I switch to my own machine, there is the administrator account. So is it the domain admin? No, because yet this machine didn't join any domain. So what is that account? This is the local administrator account that is a part of any operating system that allows you to manage and add restriction, whatever the way you want to control your local machine. This domain administrator, this local administrator, is allow you to do so. So there's a difference. What that in a client machine that didn't join any domain, you have administrator account, but this account can only provide you to manage this same machine, not the bunch of machine. But the domain admin have the power and rights to manage the whole client's machine that any domain have, right? So if we switch back to the PLAB resources where we have the domain joined client machine, the third way is to log in that machine is what? Use the local admin account. And if you have any user account on your local machine, let's say when you install the new operating system and you create, let's say, Joe Rogan name of account in your local machine, so you can easily log in on this machine by using the same account. But the very difference is what? If you want to log in on the domain environment and you're using the domain user regular account, so you must have network connection, local network connection. So what's the point? The point is for login into the domain account, domain user account, there must be a connection established between your client machine to the domain server, because your passwords and your user account goes to the domain server for authentication. So your credential must be authenticated from the domain server, so there must be a proper network connection between your machine to the domain server. But in contrast, here if you came to this client machine which does not have any domain, here you don't need any network connection for login, because all the process and all the stuff going here is what? Local. Local means it is related to the hardware and the machine and its surrounding. No network interference here and no managing from any sort of point or centralized controlling. So this point is clear, I guess, that if you want to log in to the domain user account, you must have a proper network connection, local network connection, not the internet. Sometimes if your internet is not working but you have the local connection, let's say you're connected to the switch and switch is working in a correct way and you're getting ping from your other machines, so that means you're totally connected with the local network. So if you have the local network connectivity, so that's okay. And let me show you this, how you can check your local network connectivity. Let's say this is the client machine and I already log in, but somehow I'm not getting response from the local machines, or I cannot able to log in on my domain account. So what do I do to find out that whether this machine has a local network access or not? So the best way is to click to the other user and log in with the local domain account. And what's the way to log in the local account, local admin? Just add // admin and the password and press enter. So it can log in you on the local admin account of the PLAB Win10, and then you must at least have a single IP address of any machine over your network to just find out that this machine is still have the local network connection. So once you didn't get any response after ping to that node, so that's the troubleshooting, and that's how you can easily figure out that your machine does not have local connection and it needs local connection to be fixed in order to join the domain or log in on the domain user account. So here let's see how we can achieve that. So there you go, you have the local admin account and it is login here. So what we're going to do is just find out at least one IP address of any account, or you can just find out the IP address. You can just ask for any admin from the IT help desk that what's the IP of the domain server, and all you have to do is type ping 192.168 and the IP of the domain server. So I'm using right now here the practice labs domain controller, the IP address of that machine, and press enter. Now after that, if you are getting ping, so even your internet is not working and if you're getting ping from the domain server, that means that you have the local network coverage right now, and you need to and you can easily log in to any domain user account. And if you're unable, so definitely there must be some issue, some problem with your credentials. So in this way you can fix this thing and find out. And even if you are unable to log in on that machine by using the domain user account, if you have the information about the local user, or if you know the password of the local admin, so you can still log in on that machine. So this is another point. And now the major difference here in the client machine that have the domain environment and the client machine that are part of the work group, the major difference between both client machine is what, that every restriction and management can be done easily from the domain point, from the domain node, and the client machine does not need to just go to its settings and allow things and disallow things. The domain admin, the person who manages the domain server, can easily trigger any installation, or he can restrict access to some specific programs, to some specific feature for the client. And this might be designed by the higher official to just increase productivity and stop their employees and user to get along and just waste their time in doing other stuff. So it just make the environment more professional. That's why the company needs such policies and restriction to be implemented. But in contrast, in the machines which are the part of the work group can easily manage their machine and allow and disallow each and everything by just using the local admin account. So in the client machine that are not the domain join machine, that are the part of the work group, can easily manage and operate and allow and disallow and made any restriction to any program by using the local domain, by using the local admin account. So you must have the local admin account credentials. You can do these things by using the local user account, because this account doesn't have any sort of power and any sort of other things like the feature to manage the whole machine. So you must have the local admin account. This local admin account can easily manage the machine for anything, like if you want to delete anything, if you want to add any program, if you want to restrict any drive to access to the other local user. But it is best and it is more likely to be professional that if you have the Active Directory, if you have the domain environment, so all stuff and all sort of things can be easily managed by the domain admin from the domain node. So the domain admin or the system engineer are not supposed to come on each machine to fix things, to just check things. He can easily restrict and he can easily implement any sort of policy, like for example the password policy, that if your environment requirement is that you must add 8 characters for the password. So if you're typing 6 or 5 characters in the password and you're getting error that this is not the right and the required password, so how you're getting this thing and why you're unable to do so? Because your domain admin made that policy and you have to cooperate with that policy and you have to follow that requirement to execute your password. So this is the difference, and this is the major difference between the client machine that is a part of domain and the client machine that are not the part of the domain, that are usually the workgroup machine. And mostly 80-90% your personal machines are the part of the workgroup, because there's no any domain environment and you have only the router, and the Ethernet cable comes from the router, and router is connected to the ISP. So definitely there's no domain environment there. But in contrast, in offices, in corporate sector, you have the switch, and switch have multiple nodes and it contain lot of users at a time, and the switch is connected with your server, with your router, and that is managing all the client machines from the domain server. So before it gets started, let me highlight you some short answers that might helpful for you in answering to any recruiter on these questions. Let's say if the recruiter asked you to tell me about the difference between the local user account and the domain user account. So you have this answer, you can reply quickly in just short sentences. Let's say the first one, it allows to access local machines. I'm going to show you in the following video that how these accounts are useful to access local machines. Then in contrast, it allows the domain user account allows to access domain environment. Likewise, these accounts are mostly created in workgroup environment, but the domain user accounts are useful in domain environment. Then the local admin account can be used to apply security policies. And in contrast, the domain administrator can centrally manage security policies of these accounts. And another point, local security policies console, which later I'm going to show you where you can access it, is used to implement restrictions such as password policy, and there are so many other. As well as the group policy object is used to trigger various security and permission access policies. And if we follow another answer, a quick and one-line answer is what network connection is not required to log on these accounts. So this is the key difference you're going to find, that when you have the local user account, you don't need network access to log in on that machine. But unlikely in the domain user account, if you don't have the network connection, a standard network connection from your client machine to the domain server, you cannot access this machine unless you attach network cable or get access to the network. So these are the quick answers you could memorize, and later on this video I'm going to explain each and every point and this answer in a practical example. So let's start this topic with some practical examples, and what are the advantages and the disadvantages, and what are the major difference in between those accounts, and how we can create local user account and how we can create domain user account. So here I have Practice Labs machine, and you can see if I click here to connect. So here it is the login screen, and right now this is the user account, that is the local user account. So how you can judge and how you can understand that which account is working. So right now this machine already joined the domain, and the domain is what? The practicelabs.com. So when you have the machine that already joined the domain, and you want to log in with the domain user account, you will see this information below that tells us sign into that domain. So if you start typing the domain user account, let's say Matthew Brinstein. So I have this account, Matthew Brinstein, and I'm going to log in it. So the information you will find below is to what? Sign into Practice Labs. And here if you type the password, it will log in you to the domain account, because you found that the below it is written sign into practicelabs.com. But in the same machine you are logged in on the domain user account, and this domain user account is created on the server. It is not created in this machine, it is created on the domain controller. The machine that is controlling the whole domain have that account. And let me show you where this account is created and how you can create that account. So if I want to log in on my domain server, you can see the Practice Lab is written, and then /administrator. So it tells what? That you are about to log in the administrator of the practicelabs.com. So let me log in here, and actually when you log in into the domain server, you will see what? You will see Active Directory options, this server dashboard, and this server dashboards play a vital role in creating things, in managing things, in just adding restriction, in defining policies, in adding restrictions to your workstation. So here If you don't find this dashboard on your Windows Server operating system, so no problem, you can click to the start window and you will find the server manager here, because it is the server and it needs some managing application that manage the server and that provides services to the client. So we are talking about how to create domain user account. So when you are on the server manager, you only need to click tools and select this Active Directory users and computer. So once you click here, it's gonna open the Active Directory users and computer console for you, and it's gonna look like that. And here you're gonna find your domain, and under the domain you're going to find your containers, your sections, other different sort of logical boundaries, but that is not the part of this video. You are here to create the domain user account, so you will directly click to the user, and here you're going to find the list of users. So here at this point, if you want to create domain user account, you will simply click here on this icon, or you can right click to the user and hover your mouse on new and came here to the user, and simply it's gonna open this dialog box and you can create any user like plabs, and then go to the user logon name and type the same plabs and then click next and remove the check from user must change the password at next logon and click to password never expires and type the password. So simply you did what? You go to your domain server and where you access the server manager, and from there you open the Active Directory users and computer, and then you create this user. Now this user can be useful and you can log in with this user only on the machine that is the part of domain. So let's say this plab win10 is the domain joined machine and I want to log in on the plabs, my new user on the practice labs on the domain. So what I need to do is just simply log out from the previous user, and here I'm going to click to the other user, and let's see here I'm just typing plabs, the user logon name, and then the password, and it will log in this machine to where on the practice labs domain. But what if I want to log in on my local user account? Now you need to understand what is the difference between the local user account and the domain user account. So as you can see, and you have seen in the video, that for creating domain user account you need server, you need domain server and the server manager and the Active Directory users and computer section. But if you want to create the local user like in your personal machines in your homes, so you won't have this Active Directory in your homes, in your personal computer. So how could you create it? You just simply connect with your personal machine with the administrator account, because this administrator account automatically generates once you install the Windows operating system, and this account have all the rights and permission to create any local account. Now this local account as compared to the domain user account have huge differences. These local account, let's say here, let me show you first how you create the local account, then we will talk over this. So there are certain ways to create the local account in the local machine, and the fastest and the quickest way in terms of GUI, you can right click on the start and directly open what? Computer management. And here on the computer management, it's easy to create the user, and here everything is just quick and fast for you to do, because there are other ways to go from the control panel, and there you can also create, but we use this control panel to manage the local user account. But here if you want to quickly create the local user account, you should use computer management. Now here in the computer management, you should click to the local users and group, and you will continuously see the local word with the users you're creating in your machine. And simply right click here, click to the new user, and you can name it plabs2 and repeat the same name here in the full name, plabs2, and the password and remove the check from user must create, change the password, and click to the password never expires, and then click to create. Now you can see there's an addition of another user account, and it is the local user account. So this user account can be logged in on any machine where there's no domain, or if you want to access any machine locally without domain, you should use local user account. And mostly in our homes, mostly in our work group environment, we use this local user account feature to create multiple user for the single same machine. And how this local user account helpful for the user. Let's say, for example, you have single machine and you have multiple users of that machine, but they all want to customize their setting. Let's say they want to change their desktop, they want to create different shortcuts on their desktop, and there are certain other reasons that in this way you can say they want to customize for their own use, they want to personalize their own environment, and they have some files on their desktop and they don't want to be anything wrongs with those files. Let's say the administrator account have some specific files on his desktop, and he don't want to hand over this administrator account to the other user, because if the other user gets the administrator account, they can easily delete any file, they can uninstall any program and feature, they can disturb the network settings and configuration. So this local user account helps you to create a simpler environment, a logical environment within the same machine. And how you can manage those local user account through control panel, simply tap the control panel and then go to the control panel, and here you're going to find the portal, the console, you could say the user account manager, and here you can see the user accounts. Once you click on the user account, it will list out all the user accounts you have. So further click to the user account, and this is the administrator, and this administrator account have all the access to manage user. And then here you can click on the manage another account. Now here you can start seeing all your local user account, and from here you can manage, and you can allow, disallow things, you can restrict, you can even set some permissions for any account here. And when I click on that local user account, you can see the options here. You can change the name, you can change the type of account, and here it is password protected. You can also provide it the administrator rights. So once you provide this administrator rights, this account able to do some administrative stuff like changing settings, deleting system files, and adding programs, changing any specific configuration on any program. But if you stay with the standard, if you provide the standard rights to this specific local user account, so it can only use the software and change some little settings, but it won't affect the other user or the security of this PC. So every time when we have these separate users, there is a concept of security. That's why we divide things, we create multiple accounts for multiple users. So here on the control panel you can change the account type, and one major difference you're going to find while managing local user account, that the local user account can be managed by what? Local security policies. It's a little similar to the group policy. Likewise, in the group policy we have templates. I'm going to show you later. First let me show you this local group policy, because it contains the word local. That means it manage the local machine, it manage, and it have all the templates which you only need to turn on, which you only need to enable to provide this feature to this local machine. So let's say if you explore the account policies and you want to set some password restriction for every user. So currently it is set to 42 days, and currently there's no template is being enabled. So you can set the policies for the local user, for the local machine. So it works in that way, and your standard local user enabled to access this local security policies, he can edit and manage those policies, because that account is local user account, doesn't have this permission and rights to access these options, right? And one more thing, that when you create another local user account, it takes space from the same hard drive where your operating system is installed. Let me show you. If you go to the File Explorer and go to the C drive, you will find a separate folder for each user account. And if I go to the C drive and click to the user, so you can see that each user account have its folder. Because I didn't log in the plabs yet, that's why you're not seeing any folder for that user account. But when I log in first time, it will create the whole folder, and that contain what, like the desktop, the documents of that folder, so the administrator can easily access their files and their stuff by opening their location in the C. But each user account can access the other user account, and let me show you. Let's click to the Alt Control Del, and what we have to do is type /plabs and the password, and there you go. It's gonna log in us to where, on the local user account, the standard access account where you don't have so much permissions and privileges, but you can still use the machine, you can still use the internet and features like other softwares, but you cannot add and remove any feature, any software. Even you cannot access the local security policies. So this account is useful to provide access to any guest or any basic user. Now there you go, you'll log into the local user account, and if I click to the File Explorer and just locate where all the users are stored, so here you can see that we have 3 folders here. The plabs, the account we are using right now, this is the local, and these 2 are the domain. So if I want to access the administrator account, I have no permission. If I want to access the Amberstein account, no, I have no permission. Why? Because this is the local user account and it does not have this level of permission to access other user stuff. But if you log in with the administrator account, you can access any of your user from the location. So this is the difference between the local user account. And now let's come straight to the domain user account. So let me sign out from the local user account and change the view a little. Now if you want to log in on the domain user account, so if the machine is already a member of domain, a client in the domain, so you will see that automatically you need to just type the domain user account on the username box and it will automatically log in you to domain. But as I told you in the beginning, that to log in on the local machine, the local user account, you need to use // right? Right now we're about to log in plabs and the password. This is the user I created in the domain server. Now this user that I'm just about to log in, the plabs, is the domain user account. So the domain user account is continuously monitored, and whatever the actions, whatever the system alerts are generated are continuously goes to where? The domain server. That's why we call it the domain server, the domain controller, because it has the king power. It manages all the client. It always watchful to the activities of the client machines, and it also manage and view the logs of every machine in the domain. So that's why it become the domain server, the domain controller, and these are the client machine. So this is the user account, but in the domain. The local account is what? In the machine. But this user account is where? In the domain. So here you can also access the resources, but all the security policies, restrictions, permissions are managed from where? The domain controller. You cannot manage the policies, the GPO. Let's say you want to customize your desktop. So if your domain controller, by using the group policy, restrict you, this user, let's say the domain controller restrict plabs that you don't have rights to change the desktop wallpaper. So this specific plabs user cannot see the options to change its wallpaper, And if the domain controller restrict this plab account that you cannot customize your taskbar, let's say you want to change its location, want to pick the taskbar, right now it is locked. If you unlock and you want to change the location of the taskbar to the right, so if you haven't any permission from your domain controller, you cannot even do this, and it will lock the taskbar option. So if you right click, so you will find it in that way, like this cascade windows option. It is great. You enable to unlock your taskbar. So in this level, everything is controlled and managed by the domain server, and the system administrator is there to manage your properties, you manage your policies. Let's say the password policies are the most important one, where you're tapping password and your password is not accepting on the domain server. Why? Because you need to follow the rules and the requirements of the password that are already set by the domain controller. So these are all the things in the domain user account are managed by the domain server, by the domain controller. And each time when you log in on the domain user account, your password and username goes to the domain server. Once your domain server validates your password and username, then you will start seeing the desktop. So there is a total security, and you must have network coverage from your client machine to the domain server. If you don't have the network coverage, let's say your Ethernet cable is not attached to your laptop, to your machine, so you will not able to log in on the domain user account. In that situation, you need to log in on the local user account or in the local admin account. So this is the difference between the domain user account and the local user account, that without internet, without the network, not the word internet, without the network, you can still have access to that machine if you are using local user account. But if you have the domain user account, so you cannot access the features and that account without having a proper network connection. So this is the major difference. And the local group policy is not applied to the domain user account. Here the group policy takes its place and restrict and trigger any sort of restriction. Let me show you. If you go to the domain controller and go to the tools, so there's a panel, there's a console of the group policy management, and from here you can manage all the users, all the machine in the domain. So all the user account of the domains are managed by the group policy from here. But in contrast, in the beginning you have seen that in the local machines where we don't have the domain, the Active Directory, what we have the local security policies. So the local security policies is applicable and useful in the local machines, in the local environment, in the workgroup environment, and the group policy is useful and needed in the domain environment. And both are providing the fashion to control users. So what I say about the domain user account, it is a limited framework for the machines. So the employees, the user in any corporate sector, in any organization can use resources for just a production. So if they have a leisure time, if they're free and they started to just play with the things like downloading huge files and misuse the resources, so that is not recommended in any corporate sector. That's why this Active Directory, the domain controlling concept, is really helpful in managing whole environment in a very technological way. Create a table for you so you can easily differentiate and match the both difference of the IP addresses. So here, if we start with the static IP address, in the static IP address, what do you have? You have to provide it manually. So manually provided IP address are called static IP. In contrast, the automatically provided IP address are called dynamic, because here, as the word dynamic suggests, definitely there is some sort of automation here, and there is another protocol that works to provide dynamic IP, which we'll later discuss. Then servers and other major networking devices are configured with the static IP address. Yes, this is the best reply, because the devices we need on the static IP address, let's say for example you have a file server and the IP is changing continuously, so how could you inform your all clients, all user, And most of the time in configuration, in installing stuff, let's say your SQL server, and if you change the IP address of that server continuously, so all the links that had been created with that server and all the connections will stuck. So for servers or for other major networking devices, we use a static IP address. Why? Because it won't change automatically. But in contrast, the dynamic IPs are the best solution for the mass of client machines, where you have multiple client machines, more than 10, more than 20. So the best solution is the dynamic IP address. You could use the DHCP first. In the first configuration of DHCP, there is a little administrator intervention, you could say human effort, where you just provide the parameters to the DHCP and then it works on its own. It works automatically and provide IP address to all client machines that are requested. Then it takes time definitely when you are configuring static IP address, and later on in the video I'm going to show you how it takes time and what sort of windows you need to open. So definitely when the static IP address concept comes, there is a kind of effort and time consuming thing. But in the dynamic, the only one investment of time the administrator could do is during the configuration of the DHCP. Once the DHCP server is promoted, it works automatically and it won't take time to provide IP address to any machine unless the machine is totally turn on the feature to get IP address from the DHCP. If the machine is not set to take IP address from the DHCP, so definitely you need to turn on that stuff. Then this static IP address cannot change automatically, but the dynamic IP address mostly change after a certain lease expiry. So that thing you need to know, in the DHCP, in the dynamic IP address, throughout there's a concept of lease, right? So once the lease expires, and it might be of 2 days, 3 days, 7 days. So after that specific lease expiry, the dynamic IP is changed, and that might be this IP will go to other machine and your machine will receive another new IP. So this might happen. That's why these IPs are continuously changing, and we don't use the dynamic IPs for the servers, because we need fixed IPs for the server to locate the fixed network address. And that's why we don't use this dynamic IP address for these major devices. Now here in the static IP address, there's no concept of IP lease, because you are there, the administrator itself providing the IP address. That's why there's no lease concept. While in the configuration of DHCP, administrator have to set a lease period. So during the configuration and promoting of the DHCP, the administrator required to add the timing of lease, and he could manage this lease expiry. So there is a human intervention here to set the lease. Then in the static IP address, all the way human effort is required to set a static IP address. That means it won't change automatically, it won't be correct automatically, all the way the administrator is required to configure to set. But unlikely in the dynamic IP address, we have the dynamic host configuration protocol, DHCP, which is used to provide dynamic IPs. So this DHCP protocol is totally designed and mostly used throughout the network devices, even in your home routers. When your phone needs network connection, your phone just raise a request to the router, and here the DHCP comes in action and it responds your query and provide IP addresses to your mobile phone. So the DHCP is all the way fulfilling and responding to all such queries, and it removes all the effort, the manual configuration, and providing all the required parameters that you preset during the configuration of the DHCP. So these are the short answers you could memorize and understand, and in a glimpse you can understand the difference between the static and the dynamic IP address. Now let's move towards some practical stuff through you can understand the concept and even differentiate between the static and the dynamic IP addresses. So here I have practice labs environment, and for you I already opened the domain controller where we can create server, where we design and add features that are required for the client. So here On the domain controller, how you can promote, how you can create the DHCP. So if you click to the tools, so you're going to find the DHCP and it install with the installation of Active Directory. So when you promote your server to have Active Directory, it automatically adds your DHCP. Now here you can see under the domain, if I expand the IPv4 and let me maximize the window. So here you can see we have a scope. Scope is a pool and we need to define the scope first in order to provide IP addresses. And here address is lease, address is pool. So if I go to the properties of the scope, you're going to find the scope name, the starting IP address, the end. And here you can see in the start and the end, here we need to set a range from IP addresses. Let's say you want to use the IP addresses from 192.168.0.1 to 20. So this is the range. So you need to define the starting IP address of that range and the ending. And it can be customizable. You can set any range here. Also, you have to set the lease here. Or you can make it unlimited, but that is not recommended because somehow there might be some IP conflict happen. So you need to set the lease here. So in the same way, you can see that we need to configure DHCP first. So there is a little administrative intervention required in the DHCP where you need to set these parameters and then it works on its own. And once the address leases, you lease any address, it will start visible here in the address leases. So you can further see here. Now let's move back to the client machine. And here on the client machine, we're going to see and verify that how to check it out that our machine is getting IP address from the DHCP, whether the machine have the static IP or the dynamic IP. So let's open the CMD, and the quickest way with the simple typing, we could get the result and we get the output and we get informed. So command prompt is useful in all such moments where you need information in a fast, in a quick way. So let's say if I type ipconfig to know about whether the machine is getting IP address from the DHCP or some manual fashion is going out there. So if I type ipconfig /all, so you will see all the adapters are listed here. And right now we're using Ethernet 2. So the Ethernet 2 and Ethernet 2 adapters are attached to this machine. Now, if you go to the Ethernet detail that is currently working and providing this machine network access, Ethernet 2 is providing an internal connection, but the Ethernet adapter is providing internet access to this machine. So here you can see here that the IP address is 0.6, it is set. So how could we know and how we could judge that whether this machine have the static IP address or the dynamic? So the answer is simple and written here. The DHCP enable is no. When you find the DHCP enable is no, so it is definite that the IP address you're seeing here is what? It is static IP address because DHCP is not enabled. And in the same way, if you want to see this thing with the help of GUI on a graphical user interface, so you need to click on the Ethernet and then open the properties, click to the IPv4, go to the properties, and now once you get there on this dialog box, then you will determine that these IP addresses are static. And how? Because you can see obtain an IP address automatically is not selected here, but in contrast use the following IP address is selected. That means that the IP address are provided manually, and here it is the same. The DNS address is also provided manually. Use the following DNS address. That's why this filling box is available to edit. But if it contain the check here on obtain DNS server automatically, so the DHCP is now then become responsible for providing DNS address and for providing IP addresses. So With the GUI, you need to open lots of windows and you need to click on different sort of items to reach there. But here in the CMD, you have some basic command to run, execute, and just determine that which IP address is running in your machine. And if you scroll up and verify the details of Ethernet 2 adapter, so you're going to find the DHCP is enabled there and it is set to yes. So let's verify here in the GUI. If I close this one and cancel these dialog boxes and click to the Ethernet 2 and click to the properties, click to the IPv4, then properties button. So here you can see obtain an IP address automatically selected and all the fill-in boxes are grayed out. It's not available to configure manually. Why? Because the DHCP is enabled here. So that's the verification, and that actually telling you that what is the difference between the static and the dynamic IP addresses and how it's look and how you can verify both ways in the command line in the GUI to determine that which IP address is running. And we discuss all the advantages, all the benefits we have in the static IP address and in the dynamic. In the last, let me discuss another major advantage of the static IP address and the difference of a static and the dynamic IP address is, let's say if I open this Ethernet, this one, and go to the properties and click to the IPv4. So you see here that the following DNS server addresses needs to be used and set here. So there is a single address configured already. And this is the IP address of your domain controller, right? So in order to join domain, every client machine must need the domain controller address where there is an Active Directory located here in the preferred DNS box. So if you won't configure this 192.168.0.1 your domain controller IP address here, so you will not access to join domain. So whenever your client machine wants to join domain, it needs what? It needs domain controller IP address in the DNS server box, right? But what if the DNS server address is continuously changing? So if the DNS server means the domain controller IP address is set to dynamic, and if it's changed daily basis on the daily routine or with any time interval, so what happened then? Your client machine will no longer have access to the new IP address, because let's say if we set this DNS address to be obtained automatically from the DHCP, but here in the DHCP, we have to define the fixed address for the DNS server. There's no configuration there. There's no option in the DNS server where we could set any sort of automatic configuration. Then whenever the DNS IP change, so provide the new IP address to all the client. There's no option for that. So it must be fixed. You need to use fixed IP addresses for your domain controller. So you could use the same address in the DNS for all the client machine to join the domain. So that's the major difference, and that's the major use of this static IP address, and that is making it different from the dynamic IP address. And here you can see I've created the table that contain the short answers. So through this you can easily differentiate and you can easily understand the main features that is DHCP offering and the DNS offering. So if we start with the first one, DHCP used to provide dynamic IP addresses. So as we covered the dynamic IP address topic previously, and we have seen that the DHCP is responsible for providing all the dynamic IPs. So the automatic way to provide IP address is being supported by the DHCP, because this dynamic host configuration protocol allows any router, any switch, any networking device to provide IP address. And what it does, it takes requests from the client side, from the client device, and then resolves that request in form of network configuration. Then we have the DNS. It does what? It maps the name of the domain to the IP address. So let's say you want to access the google.com, right? So what you are doing here, you're just typing the google.com, but you're not typing the IP address. And as you know, in the network system, there is an IP address. If you want to connect to any network, you should type the IP address. Now here you're typing the name and getting the web page, web server access, because there is a DNS working in between that is doing all that part, and it is converting your name that you typed recently like Google and name to the IP address, because DNS contain all the entries that contain name to IP address. And similarly, this DNS works in your local environment too, where you have, let's say for example, you have practice labs environment domain and you have a user like johnrogan.practicelabs.com. So this is the FQDN, the name, right? And if you have the DNS, so DNS have the entry for this host, and it must contain, the DNS must contain the IP address of this naming address. So this is the main purpose and job of the DNS, that it does what? It resolves name to IP and IP to name queries. While we promote a server as a DHCP in the system environment to respond client IP requests, so the DHCP is itself a protocol, and in system environment, we does what? We promote a server, a whole server for the DHCP, or we install the DHCP role in our domain server, in our domain controller. So that does what? It provide IP address, and you have a separate console DHCP manager in your Windows Server operating system where you can manage and you can create pool. So the DHCP is a separate protocol, and in Windows environment, we create a DHCP server within the domain controller, so it provides and it responds to all such IP requests from the client devices. Now, without DHCP, we have to insert IP address manually. So all the way without DHCP, we have to go for static IP addresses that we previously discussed. Then without the DNS, we cannot use the name resolution feature on the system environment. That's true, that if we don't have this DNS concept till now, so we have to type the IP address all the time to access any network over the computer system. So DNS is doing what? It's just like doing little translation from name to IP and IP to name. So in a system environment where you have every user, every host name with the name specified like Joe Rogan, Martin, in all that way, you can easily maintain this name hierarchy and this naming culture with the help of DNS. So within local environment, within local network, or over the internet, simple and easy to use network addresses, because everybody is not supposed to learn the IP address to access any network location, whether on local network, whether on internet. So the DNS is making things easy to work with. But without DNS, there might be some time you cannot have access to such web pages. So in that case, you need to use the IP address if you don't have the DNS environment. Then the DHCP provide IP addresses to all Windows-based computer, while for the bare metal machine, we have legacy protocol called Bootstrap. So the DHCP is for all machines that have the operating system, let's say, and you want to set network configuration, you want to provide network details. So all you have to do is to turn on this DHCP protocol in your own client machine, and I already showed you how to do this. So once you did that, your machine will raise a query to the DHCP server that I need IP address, and the DHCP is there to respond to resolve this query. But what if we have the bare metal machine, the machine that only have all the required and necessary hardware, but there's no operating system, and we have these machine in numbers like 20 or 25 or 30 machines. So what we have for those machines and how we can install operating system on all the machine, how we can manage and monitor those machines over the network. So there is a protocol that's the legacy protocol we used in the previous times, and DHCP is the modified form of that specific protocol, and the name of this protocol is Bootstrap, and we write it like BOOTP, right? So this bootstrap protocol does what? It helps to start machine through network, and it does what? Just after the boot of any machine, once you post the machine, so it will contact with all those bare metal machine and provide the IP address. Then the machine will start initiating communication with your TFTP, your file transfer protocol, and then there is another way where you can add the ISO on the FTP, and it will lead this machine for the Windows installation. So the bootstrap protocol is helpful to provide IP address to all bare metal machines which only have the hardware but there's no operating system on them. So you can control and start those machines from the network by using the bootstrap, and you can provide IP address even they don't have the operating system. Where the DNS allows organization to use a domain name hierarchy that is independent of any IP address assignment. So this is the point we discussed before, that with the DNS you can use the name hierarchy in any organization, because in organization we need to make things easier, because every person is not related to the IT and they're not supposed to learn the numbers and the IP address all the time. So in the cards in the organization, the naming protocol, the naming culture is too much, and that makes sounds good, because when you call somebody from its name, so it's the most formal and a corporate way and a more decent way to communicate, to contact. So it is the same in computer system throughout any corporate environment, where DNS allows you to continue this name hierarchy. So where your employees and your other personnel that are not related to IT, so they don't have to memorize the IP addresses of any device over the network. And that's actually not make the sense that each person needs to memorize the IP address whenever this person need to communicate with any node over the network. So the DNS is playing a vital role along with the DHCP. Both are crucial in any computer and network environment, and both are just resolving queries and adding value over the network connection, even on the internet. So let's move to some practical examples, and where I'm going to show you how the DHCP works and how we can manage the DHCP from the domain controller, and how we can manage the DNS. So here, as you log on to your domain controller, you will definitely see the server manager dashboard, because it opens automatically. So here, if you click to the tools, so you will find the DHCP option here. And most of the time, this DHCP and the DNS install with your Active Directory. So let's say, for example, you just install the server operating system on your server, and at that moment there's no Active Directory, but after the time you install the Active Directory, right? So the DHCP and the DNS will install along with your Active Directory. So there are few chances that you will not get the DHCP with Active Directory, but there are very few chances. So all the time it installed with the DHCP with the DNS, because Active Directory is nothing without the DNS. In the Active Directory, you have to use the naming protocol instead of IP address. So DNS is the backbone of the Active Directory. So if there's no DNS, Active Directory won't work. Now here, if you open the DHCP manager console here, so you'll see that this is the domain name you have. And if you have multiple domains in your environment, all gonna list here. And if you expand it, so you have IPv4 and IPv6. So it's up to you which protocol, which IP version you're currently using. And here you can see there's a scope thing, and the scope is what? It's a pool. You have to define this scope. Let's say it's a range of IP addresses from which you want to provide IP address to the client. So you have to specify and mention the range here in the scope section, and you need to configure if you want to. Just right click on it and go to the properties. So here you have this range which is from 200 to 209, and you can change this range. Also, you can define the lease, because the DHCP provide IP address, but for the limited time mostly. So this lease works like, if this lease time passes, the IP address will no longer use on the same machine, then DHCP process another IP address to that specific machine. Or you can make it unlimited, so the IP address will never be expire from that machine. In the same way, you can go on the advanced to turn on this bootstrap protocol that I previously discussed in the slide, that if you have such machines that doesn't have the operating system and you want to boot all those machines over the network, so you can make check on it, or even you can check on both, so your DHCP server, your DHCP console will fulfill and respond to both queries. The queries from the Windows operating system, the queries from the bare metal machines. So this is the way you can configure your DHCP, and you can alter your pool. And once you create the pool, sometimes it won't activate, and you will see right now just not activated. So you have to activate this pool after creation. So once you activate, then it will start providing IP addresses from the scope. So this is the way DHCP looks, and these are the main content of the DHCP, like the address lease, the address pool. If you want to know the pool, you can go to the address pool. If you want to know the how many IPs currently leased, so you should go on the address leases. So it will tell you about the possible IP address that has been leased. Then you can reserve any IP address for further use, and you can set that reservation here. So these are the main options you mostly use to configure your DHCP, and you have to deal if you have any issue with the DHCP. But if you open the DNS from here tools, so it is a little different in look with the DHCP. And here, what you have, the forward lookup zone, reverse lookup zone. So the forward lookup zone means that if you configure this forward lookup zone, it will make records of all name to IP. So for example, if you type ping plab dc01, so this is the forward lookup zone host, because it contains the naming of the network nodes and the IP. So it resolve forward in a forward way, name to IP. And here in the reverse lookup zone, if you configure, currently it's not enabled. So if you enable the reverse lookup zone, so when you type the IP address, it will resolve with the name. So both are reverse of each other. So we mostly use the forward lookup zone because we already knew there's an IP address system over there, but we want to resolve the naming over the network. So this forward lookup zone does all the naming resolution. So here you can see all the machines are listed here, all the hosts, and we call these records as a host, and all the hosts are mentioned here. And you can see you have plab dc01, the host A and its IP, and even all the machines are mentioned here with the IP address. So DNS have what? It have all the records of the machine over the network, and along with the IP addresses. So every time if we want to resolve the naming of any device, so we must contact the DNS first, and if there is no connectivity to DNS, so it can be possible. So that's why whenever we want to join Active Directory, so we need what? We need to set the Active Directory domain controller server IP address to where? On the preferred DNS section. So what happened then? When you want to join Active Directory, first it will ask to resolve the name, because you use the, for example, administrator /practiclab.com. So this is what? This is the FQDN, the naming of your domain controller. So it needs DNS to resolve this query, resolve this FQDN. So you first need to add your DNS address, your domain controller IP address to preferred DNS, and then you can easily join, because DNS does what? It will resolve that query and connect you with the Active Directory. So DNS have all the records, and all the time when you need to resolve any naming over the network, over the system environment, it will first go to the DNS where it have the record, then it will provide the IP against the name or provide connectivity to that node, and then you're good to go, and you can create, you can implement things, you can further promote your environment suitable for the Active Directory. So that's it for this video, and I hope you learn and understand the concept and the basic difference between both of the protocol. And don't forget to press the bell icon, subscribe our channel, and thanks for watching.
So, a very common basic question that an interviewer can ask you is, what is the difference between a router and a switch? So, as a network administrator, you know there are some common devices in your network. First of all, it is a switch. Switch is a local area network device, and all the devices, all the endpoints in your network are connected to a switch. You can see over here we have a switch 2960 Cisco series switch. 2960 is a model 24 port Cisco switch which is connected to another switch, and all the endpoint devices like Cisco IP phone 7962 is connected to a switch. Your servers are connected to a switch. Your Cisco 2500 series wireless controller is connected to a switch. Your access point in your network are connected to a switch. All the devices are connected to a switch in your local area network. So it means that this segment, all the devices are connected to a switch in the local area network. Talking about the router, we have a router over here, and the model of the router is shown over here is 2911 is the router model, and you can see over here its one interface is connected to a switch, but the other interface or the WAN interface is connected to the other network, which is connecting to the internet service provider. So this is taking the traffic from one network to the other network. So it means that this is used for wide area network connectivity. So routers are used for wide area network connectivity. Switches are used for local area network connectivity. So you can see a topology, small topology over here. We have a host or PC connected to the switch in the network, and this switch ports are connected to the router. You can see over here all the ports are connected to the router. It means that we have three routers and they are denoting different networks. So this router would be denoting a different network, this router would be denoting a different network, and this router would be denoting a different network. So router A, router B, all the routers are denoting different networks. So routers are used for connecting different networks, while switch is used for connecting the PCs or endpoints on the local area network in your organization. So we will discuss in detail what is the difference between a router and a switch. So router connects various networks, while switch connects various devices in the network. Second point, router works on network layer of OSI model, while switch works on a data link layer of the OSI model. Router is used in local area network and metropolitan area network and wide area network connectivity, while switch is only used for local area network connectivity. Last but not the least, router sends data in the form of packets, while switch sends packets in the form of frames. So let's see a topology over here on the Cisco packet tracer. We have two routers. This circle denotes a different network having a different IP address pool, while this other router is having a different network connected to it. We have a switch on the network, we have a PC connected to the switch for both the networks. So for this PC0, the default gateway is 192.168.10.1, the IP address of the router interface, gigabit Ethernet 0/0. This interface of router is the default gateway interface. Same goes for this topology on the right side as well. Now these routers are connecting themselves to a different network in the wide area network connectivity. It means if PC0 wants to ping PC1, it can easily ping that in the network. We can show you over here PC0 trying to ping the PC1, and the IP address of PC1 is 192.168.10.3. Ping is successful because they are connected to a single switch in the local area network. They don't need any router to get connected to each another. But if the PC0 wants to connect to PC2 on this network having default gateway 192.168.20.1, we need a router. We need a WAN connectivity between the routers. So if we ping the PC2 of the other network, you can see over here. So PC2 of other network is 192.168.10.2. The ping is again successful because you can see over here again ping is successful because we are running a static routing protocol to connect different networks. So for that we need a router in the wide area network or metropolitan area network connectivities. So we have discussed all the details, but on the interview you need to answer briefly. So your reply would be router works on layer 3 of OSI model used for WAN connectivity, while switch is a layer 2 device used for local area network connectivity. Question like this: give me examples of your troubleshooting process. So for suppose this is your network, this is your office network, you have a switch over here, you have routers connected to SD-WAN, you have phones, you have servers in your network. So all the services are running on your network. So there could be any issue, spanning tree topology reset could be the issue, loss due to cabling fault could be the issue in your network, loss due to duplex mismatch can be the issue in your network, any form of misconfiguration could be the issue in your network, or VoIP quality problem due to wrong VLAN assignment can be a big issue in your network. Packet drop due to link choking could be an issue in your network, or any loss to cloud service provider due to cloud provider route change could be the issue in your network. There could be any issue in your network that could disrupt your daily activity. So most network connectivity problems result from one of the following issues: failed network adapter, failed network hardware, failed network connection, faulty network cable, misconfigured network hardware, or misconfigured network adapter. These are very basic issues that could be the issue when you encounter any form of problem or disruption in your network. So as the interviewer asks you the scenario and example, I will show you the example. This is the topology that we are going to use in the Cisco packet tracer, and we will troubleshoot it and discuss the scenario. So you can see over here we have a local area network. We have a switch over here connected to PC1 and that is connected to the router as well. Now this link on the network connected to the laptop 0 is not working, it is shut down. So we need to troubleshoot it. We can first check the hardware, the port on the switch, port on the laptop, the cable could be checked, but for instance these all the basic things are correct, they are working. How can we troubleshoot it? How can we troubleshoot this scenario? First of all, we will try to ping the router or switch IP from the command prompt. We will see that we can ping the gateway IP, which is 192.168.10.4. You can see that it cannot ping the router IP or any local area network IP. Now taking the switch CLI, we will click the switch and take its CLI. We can check the configuration with the command show running config. It will show you the configuration. You can see over here on fast Ethernet 0/1 port, we can see it is the access port and port security is enabled. We have VLAN 1 interface, the management IP address is 192.168.10.3 of the switch. Now we need to verify that what is the MAC address of this laptop, because the MAC address binded on the port should match it. And you can see over here that MAC address or the physical address of this fast Ethernet 0/0 port of the laptop is this 33A7 is the last MAC address portion, and we can verify that this is not the MAC address configured on this port which is connected to the laptop. You can see over here the MAC address on this port is not the same. It means the violation action has been taken and the port has been shut down because any unauthorized user has plugged in its laptop. So port security was enabled and it is now shut down. So what can we do now? We can check the other PC over here and see the MAC address of this PC. Moving on to the command prompt. So same command ipconfig /all, and you can see over here the physical address of this interface is 66D7. So this is the same address that is binded to particular port FE0/1 of the switch. So it means that the violation has been done. Any unauthorized person plugged in its PC on that port and the port was shut down. That's why this PC was not able to reach its network. Now what we can do is we can remove this and we can plug in the PC which was configured on that particular port. So replugging the right PC, fast Ethernet 0/1 is configured for port security to this PC MAC address or physical address. This should be able to ping the gateway or the network IP. You can see over here it will just try to ping it. You can see over here it can ping it now. So whenever there is a port violation, what you have to do is to shut the port and then no shut it, so that that port can now be operational in your network on the Cisco switch. So this is the scenario where a basic error was troubleshooted. So any brief reply to the interviewer? It is essential to assess the common sub-processes that are important for investigating and define procedures that outline how they should be taken care of. This should be the simple answer, and you can specify the example, any example, like how I configured or how I troubleshooted the port security issue in the network right now.
Now you're going to see mock interview style interview questions from real members. So you're going to see a panel of IT pros. For example, this is one IT pro, another IT pro, another IT pro, and each comes with different experience, and basically everybody's asking you a question. So then this way you can develop that little bit of like, okay, what if it's 3 or 4 people, they're asking me while they're on the system, everybody's watching that system, how can I perform it? And you will also learn from this. Now of course in the mock interviews we're not trying to train people, so do know that if you don't know the answer, or we don't show the answer, or the user did not perform the answer correctly and you didn't get it, please go outside and do your research, Google it, or go back and take the courses. You're going to find all of these questions and answers in that if you feel like that. But I would say just get a lot of basics from it, and don't make it too hard on yourself in this, because if you have watched all this video by now and you get some basics out of these mock interviews right now, then I think you're ready. You don't need to spend too much time try to master this stuff.
So I wanted to talk a little bit about the guidelines for this hot seat. Our interns have 2 lifelines, which means they can ask their peers from their internship 2 questions, and they can actually get answers for it. However, there's a second set. They can ask 3 questions to the pros, but the pros won't give them final answers. They're just going to guide them towards the answers. I hope that makes a little bit of sense. Also, we've worked pretty closely with these interns, so they know us. But for this hot seat, they're going to act like they've never met us before, and that they're getting interviewed for a job, like we're hiring managers or something along those lines. So they're going to be answering questions in that form, not like they know us and that we're cool or whatever, or we're peers. Completely like it's a job interview. That is
all right. So we are going to basically start with this one question first before we get started, so you can know and kind of like know who these people are basically. And this is going to be a real interview now, starting from now, and we're going to start this basic question, which is the first question in every single interview, right? Tell me about yourself. So we are going to pick on one by one, and you have only 2 minutes to explain the tell me about yourself. And I hope that you will add everything that you know so far, and that should be a perfect, like, prepared answer right now. So I am going to start with James. Go ahead, James. Tell me about yourself. How would you respond to this?
Hello, everyone. As you guys already know, I'm James. I've had, prior to the internship, I've had 4 years of customer service experience across multiple industries, such as the sports industry, the restaurant industry, and the education industry. Fast forward to now, with this internship that I've done recently with Job Skills Share, in partnership with DMV IT Solutions, they've broken down, trained me up to learn about the skills that are required or needed, that are in demand for the help desk. So we went over various of skills such as Office 365. We went over help desk ticketing systems. We went over Active Directory, and also throughout this internship, we had a project for every week, and every week had to deal with a real life scenario of what we learned for that week, and with that being said, this is why I'm here for this possible opportunity.
All right, so I hope our pros are taking notes right now, and let's go with Eddie. Eddie, tell me about yourself.
Hi, my name is Eddie, and I've been transitioning to get into the interesting, fabulous world of information technology, help desk support. A little bit about myself. I've been preparing to go into this field, and I actually lucked out and got a job working the presidential election in Los Angeles, where I was a field service technician, and I got to work with ticketing systems. It was called Sharewell. I was maintaining the printers and the scanners. I had 5 e-poll books. They were basically fancy iPads that we use for registering and keeping track of voters. And I basically kept the whole thing running. And then after that job was over, I got a job. I'm recently temping for the Inglewood Unified School District. We use Chromebooks. And it's very interesting because it's all cloud-based. The teachers and faculty are on Windows 10 machines, although there are a few stragglers who are still on 7. I'm supposed to update those when I get the call. But it's been very interesting. It's been a lot of learning. And but in addition to both of those jobs, I'm also a Job Skills Share intern, and where I've been taught to do many things and use many tools, such as managing users and computers in Active Directory, a little bit about group policy, resetting passwords, unlocking accounts, permissions, file permissions, and a bunch of things. And I think my 2 minutes are up, but thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, so the people who are saying that we cannot see them, that's because they're on voice right now. Most of us have cameras, but they're using only voice, so that's why you're not seeing. So I'm changing the view. When they talk, you guys probably will see their name coming up. So let's go ahead and Gabby, tell me about yourself.
Hello, my name is Gabby. I have 8 years of experience doing office services and customer service, and now I'm transitioning to the world of IT. Um, just like Eddie, I've been given an opportunity to do a couple of temp work with first one with the LA this past elections and the LA County, and now I'm temping with the Inglewood Unified School District. And along with that, I also was part of this internship where I was given an opportunity to prepare myself for a help desk role. So I learned a lot and what skills I needed to are required in order to perform a help desk role, like knowing Active Directory, knowing Office 365, knowing be familiar with ticketing systems. We play around with Spiceworks. We played around with PDQ deploy and understanding more about software deployments. So, and it has been a very valuable experience to me because as someone that comes from an A+ certification, I wasn't aware that there was more to this than just a entry-level certification. But it did build my foundational knowledge needed to understand like various roles in IT. So I do appreciate the fact that I was able to learn, and I'm continuing to learn more. So this is not basically a build-up. So I'm just going to continue learning, getting trained, and that's something I train myself to do. So, and I just, I want to be able to be successful in this field.
Okay, thank you. Jan, tell me about yourself.
Hi, everybody. My name is Yan. I'm a Chinese and currently immigrate to Australia. I worked and restart my life in this new country. Before I jumped into the IT career, I worked for the politics area over 15 years. And my passion for exploring the new skills in the IT industry drives me to take the plunge. It's a great honor for me to be part of the GSS community. Through the month-long trainingship, I got some very important skills related, for example, regarding how to edit your LinkedIn profiles. I think that is an important channel or platform for us to advertise or sell ourselves. Apart from that, I also learned the knowledge about Active Directory, Office 365, virtualization. I think the most important thing for me to be part of the traineeship is that it's not only you have the skills to operate in an IT environment, but also you understand the reasons behind those operations. So it's a great honor for me to be part of it. And the friendships we built over the past months left me a great impression. So thank you for the opportunity to invite me to be part of today's live stream. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Steven, tell me about yourself. The last one, right?
Yes. Hi, everybody. My name is Steven. I'm very passionate about IT. I have the CompTIA A+, and I'm currently working towards obtaining the Security Plus. I just finished an internship at JSS, partnered with DMB IT Solutions. During my internship, I worked on projects such as installing a Windows server and promoting it to a domain controller, and then connecting, joining a client machine to that domain. Also created user accounts with Active Directory and groups. And I got signed tickets as well. And an example of that was a user couldn't open Outlook due to permission issues. So I had to go find the Outlook folder, right click on it, go to properties, security tab, and had to uncheck all the boxes that said deny. Um, and I also have a home lab where I practice my skills with Active Directory, and um, I applied for this job role because I believe the knowledge and skills I've gained through the internship and my home lab, I can correlate these skills and to the position and excel within the company. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. For some reason, my server just got disconnected. Okay. All right, so that's all good answers. We will talk about it later on when we get to the soft skills side, and once have to ask you more questions in this area. We're going to bring these points. We got some points from some of the admins. They were already, I saw them, some were taking notes. So definitely we're going to come back to you, and we're going to tell you who did how and how did we look into your, tell me about yourself. So now we are going to start the technical side because we have many tickets. We will go one by one. So I'm going to call you based on, like, for example, I'm going to say, Eddie, go ahead, connect to your help desk machine and solve this ticket. And he's going to connect and he will just do it. Now, for people who are watching us, they may think that why aren't we showing them how to fix it? Because that's not part of the hot seat, especially with this one, because we have one coming tomorrow. And we also have, we don't do this in this hot seat because the training, this whole hot seat will become a training then. That's why you have to go through the courses. So I hope people who are brand new, that's something that, you know, I get a little complaint and you understand this whole concept. And that's what we're going to do right now. Okay. So, Heather, do you want to say anything?
I was just gonna say, like, don't expect answers because we get a lot of complaints about that. Oh, why didn't you guys tell us what the correct answer is? This is completely. It's like a TV show. Think of it like that. They either answer correctly or not.
All right, so we're gonna get technical right now. So the first machine that I'm going to open is on the left side is in turn one. This is your help desk machine. So we are not gonna do how to add a computer to a domain or do some basics that we have done like 10 million times now, right? You guys got the job. You guys already know what tools you guys need to use in your company. I am just gonna give you straight ticket, a problem, and you know where to go now. And I'm going to let you know which machine I'm going to be on, so then you can jump on that machine or different type of, tickets. So the first machine I'm going to get in, guys, I'm going to get into the intern machine, which is the help desk, and I'm going to log in for you, so you don't need to worry about the password here. So I log in as help desk. So let's see who have ticket one. Ticket one is James. James, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, so let's open the ticket first. Ticket one, James, is this machine on the domain or work group? Show us GUI method and a command line, and what is the domain name? Go ahead and connect to this machine, James, and go ahead and show it to us.
Okay. All right, for ticket one, we're going to go ahead and verify to see if this computer is on the domain or the work group. So it says right here, we're going to go into the graphical user interface and the command line. So we'll go ahead and start with the GUI. So I'm going to go into the C file or the file explorer. And open up that. And then I'm gonna go to this PC. I'm gonna right click. And I'm gonna go ahead and go to properties. Well, excuse me. Yeah, go to properties. Let's see here. Okay, so right
First
here.
part is to show us the GUI method. He's going in there. He's going saying, let's go to the properties and let's see if he can find it over there.
So from here, I could tell that this is on the domain with the job skills share domain. This is the device, and this is part of the domain.
Okay, so that from here you can give us information. Okay, that's and what is that full device name? What does it call?
Sorry?
What is it called? Like what is it called? Fully something what?
Fully qualified distinguished name.
Okay. Now what I want you to do is to show us the command line method.
So we're gonna go ahead and do the command line. So I'm gonna go to the search and I'm gonna go ahead and type CMD. I'm gonna open up the command prompt. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna type a command called who am I space / FQDN, which was the fully qualified distinguished name. And then it gives me information here that this right here
That's it.
for the domain.
That's the ticket. Awesome, great job. So let me ask you guys a question. Can you guys see my screen correctly? Oh, there you go. It was not on a full 90%. Yep. Right. Now can you guys see a little more clear, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So who is ticket number 2? Let's see. We have ticket number 2. Steven, go ahead and connect to this machine. Find which domain controller is this machine connected to. Write full FQDN. Use the command line actually. So here's let me clear this for you a little bit, okay? One is this is joined to the computer or the domain. I think this is not too clear. Find me, how would you verify from a command line that this is actually a part of a domain controller, like it's connected to a DC1 or is DC2? How would you know that? And if you're logged into this profile is coming from where? Like you need to give me that specific command for this.
So I'm going to open up CMD.
Okay.
And just connect it to so I'm going to type this, and this command seems interesting, is a system info. See what it shows me.
Okay. And I'm going to make it a little more clear. If we have 2 domain controllers, I want you to find out which domain controller is this getting this information from. I want to know, is it DC1 or DC2? How can you then verify it? And if you don't know in few seconds, if you feel like you're struggling, start asking for help. You got some information right there. If you slow down, you got some information. If I ask you again, if this profile that you're logged in, which server is it using? Where is it grabbing that information from? So read this information again. It's right there. I would accept this answer. Why? Because you can see it.
From JSS DC.
Yeah, it says DC. Good job. Why did you say that?
That's the domain controller.
That's the domain controller, and that's a log on server, right? That's what I was looking for. So good job with that. There's a different command too. So so homework for you, find a different command as well. You don't need to run this whole big command to find just one small thing, right? You can specifically target that one specific thing. So good job on that. You did that. Yeah, Yan, ticket number 3 is you. Find a locally shared folder in this machine using CMD. Find a network share paths using CMD. So I want you to find anything in this machine that is being shared, and also find me that's being shared from outside, like let's say a domain controller.
All right, let's go. Let's connect to the server. Right click the Windows icon, tap in CMD, and in the command line, type in net user, click enter.
Okay.
Oh,
those are just users.
Just users, that's right. Connect, use. Yes, after typing in this command, we can see the drive Z is a shared drive.
So that's the local, or that's the network?
Let me double check this count. I think it's a network shared drive because
why?
The name is JSSDC. It's from the domain controller.
It's from the domain controller, but what's the distinction? Like this // what does that mean?
Oh, pardon?
What does these two slashes mean? The slash that's in front of JSS right now. What does that represent?
I think that's represent the path, the folder's path from the domain controller.
But it has a specific name, right?
Oh,
If you don't know,
yep.
ask for help.
Yes. Does anyone want to help me? What that mean?
What is it? The double backslash? What does that mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, a double backslash.
Is that like is it what universal naming convention or something like that?
If I say I'm going to give you //JSS DC /sales, what does that represent? Like, is that what?
Oh, that's the path, no?
But what's in front of it? Path is correct. What's this one word you guys are missing?
Network path.
Network path. Good job. Okay,
Oh,
so
network. Thanks.
how would you find a local share now?
Local share. Using command? You mean command prompt?
Uh-huh.
Local share. Local share.
Oh, does anyone want to help me? Struggled with this question.
If something is locally shared on this machine, how would you know? Like if you go to this machine and people are like, hey, I used to have.
Is Danish frozen or am I frozen?
He's frozen.
He's frozen.
Okay,
Danish
so Danish is
frozen.
And
frozen.
you're
Oh,
like,
he's
okay, I
back.
don't, do you remember? I'm back. I think I'm good.
Welcome back.
Okay.
Oh, maybe let me check. Tap the word net share.
Okay, try it. Okay, now tell me what's good job on that one. Now, what's a share, like, what kind of folders are shared over here that you can access it from other places?
I think all those four listed.
Good job.
In this.
So
yes,
in locally, if you even share a folder, it's going to show up, and then you have default shares that you can go to a different machine and just type this whole path and $, and boom, you can get in, right?
Yes.
All right, good job on that. Okay, that ticket is good. Let's go to Gabby now. Gabby, are you there?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to open your ticket. Find group policy results using CMD. Copy results to your desktop in .txt format. I think you should remember this.
All right, let me connect.
All right, perfect.
Right now I'm on the machine. So run CMD. And then you would just type GP results and then /R and then space and then greater than and then C colon and then so we're naming this GP report .txt and this should create the text file. Oh, wait, hold on. GP result.
I do this every day. I have a problem with my pronunciations. Put an S in everything.
Yeah, so let me see. CGP result report .txt. There we go.
How do you
GP result?
So
now we should be able to access it from the C drive. So local C. Oh.
Check it again. Check it again.
See, search for it. Oh, I think it popped up.
But did it go to C drive though? Something wrong with your command.
Well, I'm able to open it, but let me see.
Or where is that? Like
Open file.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. I can figure that. Open file location. Oh, it's under help desk.
Would you like to review your command, by the way? You got some help in chat going on.
I'll try running this as an admin.
Oh, okay.
Let me try that.
Huh?
CMD. Right click, run as administrator.
What's the point?
You have elevated privileges.
You're able to run, there's no permissions. It already gave you the answer. So if you go back to your command, I think you can probably figure it out if you go back again. Maybe you removed it now.
Yeah, I removed it.
Okay, that's fine. That you already passed that ticket. It was a very small mistake. You didn't put a colon and slash in there. You just put C colon only.
Oh, okay.
All right. So just because you were a little too fast, just
Yeah.
slow down, look at your text again, and I think you're good. Okay.
All right. Thanks, Anish.
All right. Let's go ahead and get to James again. You ready, James? And make sure, guys, when you disconnect, make sure you when you connect, make sure you disconnect so then the mouse is not moving for other person. So James, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Danish, I think you skipped ticket 5.
Oh,
Sorry. Find Eddie.
Eddie's like me.
Eddie, that's Eddie. That's Eddie. Go ahead, connect Eddie. Good. Thank you for reminding me. Eddie, go ahead and find account policy using CMD. What is the maximum numbers of lockout from domain controller?
I'll activate the account policies.
If you guys can do this with Zoom like that, man, you guys will not have issue in your network. Like you will be like, oh, I know this. I know this. I know the answer of that. I know the answer of that. So far, y'all are doing great.
I believe we go to CMD.
You want to know how many, what's the policies first? Because I am, let's say, Stephanie, and I just called you, and I'm like, hey, I want to change my password, but I don't know how many times I can, what's the complexity, or how many times, what's the length of the password, or how many times can I try, and then I will get locked out.
Eddie, we went over this. Remember, go to your flashbacks. Remember, we went over this before. Remember.
I went over this. Got this, Eddie. Just think about it. Slowly think about it.
I know we did. Let me see. No.
And look at the text again. I think your answer is there too, right, Kevtech? The answer is in the ticket as well. Hey, Danish, thank you. Thanks to you, 5 months now, systems specialist in large company. Congratulations, man. Rezer, great job. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, why this happened? Okay, I'm gonna connect again. Can you guys see my screen?
yeah.
It's clear, right? Like,
Yes.
It's not,
Yeah.
No, it's good. It's good. It's good. Eddie, we went over this, Eddie. You have to remember. I don't know if you remember, but we did go over this one time.
Zubair, I can't wait to put you on a hot seat, man. Waiting for you.
Eddie, man.
I'm gonna. What?
If this helps, the actual other part of the command is sitting right in front of your eyes. The words on there.
Oh,
It's in that line somewhere. It's in the line somewhere.
What is that?
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Thank you, Stephen.
All right. So what's
Um,
what's the minimum number that I can lock myself out?
The lockout threshold is 5. You get 5 tries.
Okay, good job. All right, that's what I was looking for. I think you know the rest, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's close that. And you can disconnect from this, and let's go to James. James, you ready?
Yes, sir.
Find the IP address of this machine. Is it static or dynamic? Copy the results to desktop.txt format. Should be
Okay.
easy one.
So we're going to find the IP address of this machine, and we're going to see if it's static or dynamic. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and run CMD. I'm going to run CMD. Then I'm going to go ahead and run the command ipconfig. I think I'm frozen.
Hey, if somebody else is connected, please disconnect. I feel like maybe two people are fighting right now.
Anybody else on the machine?
Are you good right now, or is it still frozen?
Well, I'm able to do anything right now. Let me go ahead and disconnect, and I'm going to reconnect. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and find the IP address of this machine. Is it static or dynamic?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to hit ipconfig. I'm going to enter that. Let me see here. So let me just go
Does
a
that
little
give
bit.
you information about DHCP being static or not?
Yeah, so let me go a little bit deeper. So let me go ipconfig/all.
All right, cool.
So let me see, IP4 address, subnet mask. So it gives me some information. So IPv4, subnet mask, fault gateway, and DHCP server.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm gonna go ahead and check, see what this machine is on. So I'm gonna go ahead.
You can't go to the GUI.
Oh, I got you.
From the command line, is it on DHCP or is it on static?
Let me go ahead and check.
I'll give you a hint. Read what's on the screen. The answer is there. You just gotta look at it carefully.
So it looks like the DHCP is enabled. So this is, it is dynamic.
It is dynamic. Good job. And how would you put this in a text? Copy this to a desktop. How would you do that?
Let me see if I can copy and paste. No, I'm just playing. So let me go ahead and Google that real quick.
That's good you're telling me that, because it's very important. And so basically what he's trying to do right now, how do I copy this text to this output into a text? And it's very important. Why? Because when you start working in a little bit more advanced jobs, or you work with engineers, they go on a fly, they go very fast, and they feel like you know this stuff. They will have this mentality that you know this stuff. They will ask you, can you output this information for me quickly? Can you output this? Can you do this? And now those are skills. Those are the skills that are going to make you tense then, right? Oh, damn, how do I do this? So try to learn these things, very small things, because that's how I felt when I was working with a network engineer, and he's like, can you output this whole, command for me? And I'm like, how do you do that? He's like, oh, okay, let me show you how to do this. Right? So just save yourself from that. I mean, it's not a big thing. You can go and copy paste it, no problem. There's not a bad thing. It's just that you're just gonna feel good. Feeling good in IT is always a good thing, right? When you know a little more.
Okay, so for my findings, let me go ahead and run this command. Second. So IP big. Let's see. Let me go ahead and try this.
Is this gonna put it on desktop?
It is. I believe no, because I'm not specifying where I'm going to.
And you can get help from other people too, right? You have Google, you have other people.
Let me see here.
You just saw someone who did the command before you. And they did output it somewhere else.
I see. Okay. 1 second. So let me see.
Brandon, welcome, Brandon. People love your sysadmin video, by the way.
So with that being said, let me see if I could put this from the last one.
Where did Hammy go? I'm looking at him.
All right.
He's on call, so he's on and off.
All right. You know, and I believe text file.
Yeah, just put like test or demo.txt.
Oh, no.
All right. Access denied.
See, I'm missing something.
When you have an access denied like that, what happens then in a command line?
That I don't have the permission? No. I'm going to ask for.
That's fine, Hammy. I got it. So don't get stuck. Remember, the more time it goes after 2 minutes, then we are getting into the red area.
Okay. So it looks like, let me go ahead and run as admin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, oops, sorry about that. So go type in CMD again. Sorry. Let me go ahead and run as admin. That gives me those privileges.
Okay.
So let me go ahead and do it again. So ipconfig /all, and then let me go ahead and define where I want to save it.
All right. Can you confirm?
Let's go ahead and confirm. You go into the file explorer. This PC. You go into that C drive, and
perfect.
Right here.
Great job. Awesome. All right. So let's go ahead and cancel it. Go ahead and disconnect, and we are going to go with ticket number 7. Stephen, you ready?
Yes, I am.
All right, Stephen. Find which group does help desk account belongs to in AD using CMD. You're using CMD to find which this username that you're on, what Active Directory groups is this a part of?
Okay.
Yes, Brittany, that's how I feel every day. I start hitting enter every day to feel powerful. Enter, 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 enter.
So I'm gonna go CMD.
CMD. Now this could be a really nice command for you to know when you start working in IT. Like, hey, what part of if let's say you don't have Active Directory or you don't have the tools yet, and you want to like, okay, what part of groups am I? What kind of rights do I have? Right? So you could run this command and find out. Somebody said, is everything CMD? No, before this, we did like 10 hot seats and everything was GUI. We never touched CMD. So today we're smoking CMD now. And for CMD, for someone to know CMD, all these things, they need to know how things should work or know if they know the basics. They would have never done this if that was not shown to them.
Desk.
All right, so you're using net user to find out. So that's just giving you probably a local groups and things, but it doesn't tell you anything about your user, right?
No.
Remember, you get stuck, use Google. If you get stuck, use friends, but do not give up. Your friends are amazing around you. They will help you. And if they don't help you, they will also fail.
I'm using a lifeline for my team.
A
Can anybody
lifeline
help
from your
me?
team, lifeline. Anyone?
I think you can try net user space / domain
Okay.
and hit enter.
So somebody gave you a hint.
I hope it's helpful. Slash and tap
slash domain.
Yes, slash domain, hit enter.
That really didn't help. All right.
How
Help him out, guys. You guys.
how about can you try GP result space /V? GP result, yeah. /V.
Oh man, that's a big command.
That's
Okay.
I think the V is for verbose. I probably used the wrong flag, but scroll up.
Okay. Scroll up and find. Tell me which groups are you part of from this command? Can you find?
Let's see.
Google. Yes, he can Google too. He has ability to Google, but other people can Google for him as well. They only have about a few more seconds and we'll just move on. Running out of time. I got an indication from my admin that we are running out of time, and I'm gonna give you 30 more seconds, okay? And if you guys can't figure this out, you all need to figure this out then.
How about who am I space /groups?
Hey, yo, Eddie, what you doing on YouTube?
I'm on YouTube.
Are you?
All right, well, we don't have time. 15 seconds.
That's frozen.
Better type that in real fast.
Wait, what's the command, Eddie?
Eddie.
Who am I?
Where am I?
Space /groups.
All right. And
I was joking, Eddie.
What group can you?
I Googled it.
All right, time's over. So the commands out there, definitely. I want you all to research on it. None of you answered the command that I was looking for. It's not, and nobody just gave me specifically, that's where you pinpointed. So that's something we will take a note. So that's fine, no problem. So research on this. Yeah, and you ready?
I'm ready.
Ready, okay. Find help desk password expiration date, last log on using CMD. So find when is it gonna expire, and find me this when this user have logged on, what time basically. So this could be useful for someone to tell you, hey, I'm going to Australia, but before going to Australia, I need to change my password. Can you let me know when will my password actually expire? It's just a question someone can ask you, and you're like, okay, how do I do this now, right? Or someone will say, hey, we're trying to investigate something. Can you find out when did they last log on this machine? And many reasons you can use this command.
Yeah, and I went over this before. You've seen this before from me. You have to remember. Pretty sure you remember.
Oh, all right. I will try the best. Let's go to the command prompt first. Run as administrator. Let's read the question again. front desk.
Aaron is like, guys, stop closing the CMD. So we want to do like the ticket again and again, right?
That's interesting. I remember how to use it in the system. Let me try to Google it.
Okay. Now remember, that's your third time telling us you're going to Google it.
Yeah, so sorry about
It's
that.
fine, no problem.
I went over this before, and you answered this question too, which is strange that you forgot how to do it.
I recently go through
It's attention.
5 interviews, probably put too much information.
All right, no problem. See if you can figure this out from Google. I think we'll accept that if you can figure this out from Google yourself.
Yeah. Let me try this command.
John, we don't post questions again, but you can rewatch it and just kind of like pause the video, try it, and then if you feel like if they don't give you the right answers, then that's what we want to do. Like giving a right answer would be like a defeat of hot seat, right? Because we have 6 more people coming tomorrow, so we don't want to give all the answers or explanation because that's done in the courses, internship too, the courses that we give out, labs, huge amount of information is there. So this is just so now they can feel that reality, you know, like in an interview, managers are not going to tell you, go Google it, right? But here we're trying to do that so then at least people can take this as a, hey, I got the job and now I can function without being an interview, like I can do something.
I found this command on Google.
Yeah, I went over this before, and you I'll give you a hint. You kind of got it right, but you kind of didn't. So look at this again and figure out what it is.
Now,
yeah, look at.
You have one more lifeline than using your friends. Now Google is gone right now, so.
Sure.
You can ask your friends if you got. We don't have too much time right now. 40 seconds.
Yep. Anyone in my peer group would like to help me?
Is it net user help desk / domain?
Net user help desk / and what?
Domain.
Domain.
Oh no, yeah. No.
Okay, good job. So what is the last log on and what is expiration over here?
The last log on is here.
Perfect.
The December 19. 9:48.
And expiration?
What's that mean of expiration?
When will it expire? When will it expire?
Oh, sorry. It's expire. We go through the command from top to bottom. Expire never.
It says never.
Password expire is
okay.
It's 1:30.
All right.
January 30.
All right, good job.
Thanks for the help from the peer group.
All right, Gaby, you ready?
Yes.
All right, so again, go ahead and make sure you disconnect. I'm going to open Gaby's ticket. List connected printers to this machine. Question will be asked during this ticket. So list the connected printers or not in this machine right now.
All right. We're using CMD?
Yes.
All right. Let's see.
I have to add KevTech favorite stuff right here. This printer we cannot let go now, right? Because this is real. We can't really mess around with this now.
No, you'll see printers in real life, and you have to use CMD sometimes because it doesn't let you do anything.
Where's Diaz? I want to see his face when I talk about printers. Where is he? Diaz, where are you? He left?
Diaz left us. He saw that printers was coming and he was like, I'm out.
Probably something important.
I'm gonna have to Google.
Okay. you basically, this is kind of like very simple, quick way to find, hey, I'm looking at printers, or I'm having issues, or first let me check she has, or this person have connected printers going on, or something like that. Yeah, there you go, Diaz, man. I'm talking about printers and you left.
Yeah, the printers, man.
Sometimes we become too anxious that we forget stuff. 100%. I've been in IT for so long. Hemi's been in this for so long, and I can guarantee we all forget every day. Basic commands too. You ask me something basic, I'll forget it. There's nothing wrong with that. As long as you can keep yourself calm, as long as you know this, yes, it's okay, it's natural. Go back, go hard at it, and then boom, finish that project off. Are you typing someone?
Yeah, I'm just Googling.
Oh, okay. You don't have too much time, right? All right.
See.
60 seconds. Printer, 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 printer.
Let's see.
Defeat the evil printers, Gabby. I believe in you.
Ooh. I like that.
There you go.
That's
I'm not familiar with this command actually. But.
Oh, you know what? You even basically fix you even like what do you call those things when you hit two birds with one shot or something like that? How do you guys say that?
Two
No,
birds with one stone.
Yeah.
Two birds with one stone.
That's right.
It's okay. He's foreign.
If you go back, if you go back like this, watch. If you go back and remove. Oh, hold on. No, I messed it up. Hold on. Let me. You see how messy that is?
Yeah.
I was gonna then ask you, how do you fix that? Because if I want to output like that, that's gonna be bad, right?
Yeah.
But you got lucky, and if from Google somebody gave you a nice command to really fix it for you, right?
Yeah.
But anyways, I like that. There's good. You did it pretty fast too in Google, so I like that.
Yeah, found a good source.
WMI console is your best friend.
There you go. Yep. Ticket number 10, Eddie, you ready? Make sure you disconnect, Gabby.
I'm disconnected.
All right, Eddie, this should be easy one. Find the IP address of staff machine using this machine's via a CMD. This should be easy one. Come on.
Let's see. Connect.
Okay, you're finding a staff machine IP address using this machine.
You got this, Eddie. Went over this too. You got this.
Imagine if I have never talked to Kevin, KevTech on this. It's exactly what the other managers are thinking too, right? These are very common questions. It's like me and Kev never talked about this stuff, to be honest. It's not like we sat down, we did this. It's naturally just come to my mind, and that's exactly how other managers are going to look for these type of questions, and they're just going to ask you, hey, what is the command of this? And of course, they're not going to test you like this. You just need to know, man. Boom, you just said it. That's how you do it.
Mm-hmm. Where am I?
By the way, the machine name is staff.
Thank you. I was just about to ask.
And what is the IP address?
192.168.10.155.
If you can find me the IP address, it doesn't matter how you find it, except. Fine, good job. Okay.
Nice, Eddie.
Go ahead and disconnect. And James, you ready?
Yes, sir.
Create a new staff member, Monica, using RSAT tool, using this machine. You have information, username, Monica, password, anything, and job title, sales assistants, and group is sales.
Gotcha.
How would you do it from this machine?
So from this machine, I'm going to go ahead and check to see if the RSAT tools are installed.
RSAT tool source. So you see his Active Directory skills that he have learned is kicking in right now. It's not like sitting there like, what is RSAT first? Because if he didn't know about Active Directory from his machine, he wouldn't even know about RSAT. He would be stuck right now. So if you're feeling like that you're stuck, like what is he talking about? What are they doing? This means you're lacking that basic skills of how to put a Active Directory on a machine. We have done this in a hot seat too, but it's also shown in our our courses, because that's the skill that he's utilizing. So what are you doing right now? Are you trying to install that, or are you confirming it right now?
Just want to confirm to see if it has been installed or not.
Okay, perfect. And
so it says to verify, it shows me the uninstall, so it tells me that it's already been installed.
Good job.
So now I'm gonna go ahead with the given information. I'm gonna go ahead and bring up the remote, the RSAT tools.
And so you see how they have went through, they zoomed through the CMD to show me that they know about domain network. Most of these commands were about domain network. They were not local stuff, just very minimal local, right? But most of it was about knowing their knowledge about domain network. So I can quickly know that, okay, they know this stuff. Now they're getting into a daily job kind of thing for help desk. So that's exactly what you're going to get from HR, from people, from vendors. We need an account in Active Directory. We need an account in Active Directory. We need an account in Active Directory.
I was just about to say that.
Yeah.
It's a new hire ticket.
Go ahead. Yeah, you can add tips with it. Definitely. Hemi too. I mean, you guys want to jump in the middle.
Oh yeah, you'll get tickets like this on Friday night when you're trying to go home. We have a new hire starting on Monday morning. So
4:59.
that's just the reality of IT. You'll get tickets at the last minute to set up a new hire, and you get the email, and you have to go into your computer and set up the new hire.
So Zubair is saying there's no AD, so they have to use tools called RSAT. Well, are you sure there's no AD, right?
Or sometimes, they say, yeah, we hired a new person. They need a new account right now.
Or a consultant.
So,
good job.
So now I'm gonna go ahead and with the given information, I'm gonna create the Monica user.
Go ahead, create a Monica's account.
So then I'm gonna go to users. I just want to see if it's not here or not. Okay, so it's not. So I'm gonna create a new user.
Are you sure it's not there? I mean, by looking at just one user container, I don't think that would be a clear way to say it's not there, right? What if it's somewhere else?
You're right. So I'm gonna go ahead to see and search the entire Active Directory.
Good job.
Yeah. I was just saying, like, what he's making you create an account. Like, what if the account's already created and the person got disabled by accident or left the company, and then you're trying to reactivate them again? You don't know. So you might as well double check everything just in case.
Okay. So now I checked the entire directory for Monica, and looks like she's not here.
Right.
So now I confirmed that. So I'm gonna go ahead, create her. So I'm gonna right click user, go to new. I'm gonna go to user.
Okay.
I'm gonna input her information. Monica, just want to see. Okay.
So if I was going to ask this in an interview and he's doing this like technical in front of me, at this point, you know what I'm thinking? Naturally, he knows about Active Directory. That makes me happy. Why? Because as a manager, I'm looking at it. I'm like, oh, he knows the stuff. He's not like wobbling around.
Wait.
Yes, sir. What
are you doing?
There's more to her name. Sorry. There was more to her name. So let me go back. So.
And then he's using one skill that we have told him not to do is fast. Don't be fast.
So Monica 0387.
Okay. Good job.
Wait, what?
Is that a name? Is that account name?
Oh, sorry. Username. So that's completely different.
Hey, Ranjan, how are you?
Attention to detail.
Yes, sir.
Ranjan is another live member, by the way, Haifa. He has spent almost 6 months in a school IT, and he's very happy.
Attention to detail, man. And you're gonna have this person try to log in with Monica instead of the 0387.
James, nothing is running after you. Take a moment.
Okay, well, I'm gonna look at the ticket and take your time with it. Don't rush.
Okay. Monica, that's her name, right? So that's the name, and then the login, right? Which is the username. So Monica 038.
Date of birth, by the way.
Okay.
I know Monica.
So we have her first name there, and then we have her username information, which is
Sad
input
memories
here.
going high school. Just kidding.
Okay. So
we go
we
next, and then put the password right here, which is listed there as anything. So just ask the question. Do you want me to put anything, like literally my own password? Okay.
Anything. Yeah,
you can make your own password.
All right. I'll just simple password 2-3. Okay. Right. There's nothing that says any information about the password stuff. Okay.
For security reason, what's the best practice?
For the best practice, you want them to have this checked.
Okay, good job.
So they can make their own password.
Yes.
I'm gonna click next. Everything checks out good, right? Full name or the name, and then her user.
Say hi to her if she's in your HR.
That's finished, and I'll text her, hey, welcome.
Okay.
Then now I'm gonna go ahead and input her job title and the group.
Job title could be a specific ticket on itself. I just changed my job title. I became a manager. I became a director. Please change my title. This is an everyday call for us.
Some companies have departments, and some companies have departments sync with AD. So if your department name is set to, I don't know if you know this, but in some company like my job, if the department is set incorrectly, they can't log into SSO. It won't work at all.
Because of the title?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Title and department, it won't work at all.
Department too, yeah, because those applications are built that way, you know.
Okay. All right. Thank you guys for that. So I'm gonna go ahead and right click Monica. I'm gonna input the information that's left over. So I'm gonna go right click her name, go to properties.
All right.
And then I'm gonna go ahead and so let's see. Go into account. Not account. Go into organization, sorry. And with the job title, it was sales assistant. Oops, sorry.
Single sign on, Adam.
Assistant, right? So that's there. And then I got to put her in the group.
Good job. Okay. And now you need to put her in the group. Great work.
In the group sales. Okay. So now that I have her job title here, I'm gonna go ahead and create a group and put her in that group.
Go ahead, do that, and let's finish it off.
So I'm gonna apply, hit OK.
Man, if it was like 10 accounts, you would be like spending the whole day doing this. Okay, just kidding.
All right, so let me just double check to see if the groups was in there.
All right, that's good. I like that you're checking things now, so it's a good practice. So you're gonna do groups? Okay. You're gonna search groups?
Oops. No.
You see what tension does to you, right?
Yeah.
Pressure, like.
Take your time and.
What are we searching? A group is what? What's the group name?
Look at the details. Look at it.
All right, so sales. So it is created. So I don't
Thank
have to
you,
create
Emma.
it. So I'm gonna go ahead and find sales group, which is right there.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go ahead, go back to Monica. I'm gonna go ahead and add her to a group.
Perfect.
Sales, if I can spell correctly. Names, cool.
Perfect.
And she has been created.
Thank you so much. That was great. What a flow, man. Love it. Love it.
Good.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
All right. So ticket number 12. Steven, you're ready. Let's go ahead and open it. Find Monica in AD and reset her password to anything. That should be a piece of cake for you. Monica just logged in today. She's having issues, and boom, she cannot log in. And now you want to help her. You want to reset her password. Isn't that a common call for us? Hey, I forgot my password. Reset it for me, or create a temporary password for me, so then I can log in and recreate a new one. Everyday stuff, right?
Sure. So I will go open Server Manager and go to Tools.
Okay, don't go from Server Manager. Show me another way, because this is so easy. I want to make sure it's not that easy, right?
Another way.
If you know about RSAT, you need to know where you can get those tools from. You can't just rely on
administrative tools.
Oh yeah, okay. Where would you go? Good job, man. That's what I'm looking for. You don't know one way, at least know the another way. Two ways, minimum two.
Two, exactly. You should know more than one way because sometimes it might be blocking your company. You don't know.
Perfect. Okay, what do we do now?
Okay,
Is Discord link on here? Haifa, our admin, will post it over here. She is the queen of our Discord groups.
so I found Monica's account. I'm gonna let's see.
Okay, do you reset password from here?
Oh no, I'm gonna right click it.
Right click it, okay.
And here, gonna reset the password.
Okay. And when you reset a password, what would you tell the user then?
Yeah. So what you're resetting a someone's password? What do you tell them? Because you just don't reset it on the fly. You know, what would you tell someone if you're working help desk and you're resetting their password?
I would tell them.
Put some energy in your answer, honestly, because if you are going to give this type of answer, that's going to be bad then, right? Put some energy. Say,
Yes.
I am going to reset the password, and then I'm going to tell the user this right in front of you. What does it say?
Hi, Steven. Can you please reset my password? I need to get into my account.
Sure, I can reset your password for you.
What's that? Sorry.
I said sure. I can reset your password for you.
I can reset your password for you. So you reset the password. Now, what would you tell the user immediately after that?
Yeah, what information do I need to know? If you're going to share my password, what's going to happen? When can I go in? When can I log in? When I log in, what's going to happen?
So I would tell them that after I reset their password, they're gonna get like a login prompt screen telling them that they're gonna get I'm gonna temporarily reset the password, but when they log in, they're gonna have to create their own password.
All right, cool. So one thing, it's not just doing a technical interview with us and you doing performing. I'm also checking how you're responding to us, right?
Right.
So next question, maybe because your ticket is coming next after 4, just relax a little bit and give a clear answers, because that's definitely going to be a point where I'm going to be taking like, okay, are you giving a clear answer over here, or are you not sure over here, right? So work on that. Your ticket is coming in after 5 tickets, okay? Yan, you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Change Stacy's manager from help desk to Monica in AD.
Change manager from text to Monica.
This is a common ticket too, as I'm laughing. This is a common ticket.
These are, if somebody hires you for help desk level 1, that's exactly what you're doing in most of the companies. When they say you're level 1, they put tier 1, they put specifically emphasis on their tiers or levels. That's exactly what you're doing. In some cases, yes, it goes up and down, but that's also you're getting prepared for that, right? You're not just becoming a reset password type of IT person, right?
Yeah.
You're getting more than that. Abdul is here. Our lead intern is here now. Now everything is gonna be over now because Abdul just showed up. You know, just a fun fact. The guy that you guys see in this chat, his name is Abdul. You guys probably see he's smiling. He's the one who was the first person starting the hot seat. So we tested this feature on him, and he was the first one. Imagine at that time, he was sweating.
He was a beast at it. He was wearing a suit. If you guys haven't seen his hot seats, you definitely should watch them. They're fantastic. Hi, Abdul.
Jan, what are you doing, Jan? You're killing me over here.
I try to connect to the direct controller, domain controller.
Read the ticket. Take a step back. Read the ticket. What are you doing?
All right. Change the manager from help desk to Monica.
Ranjan, last January, I was in the same class thinking how to land in how to land a job probably in desktop support position. Fortunately, now I'm working as a desktop support engineer since July 2020. Thank you, Danish, once again for your advice, guidance. Wish you all the best and your students.
Desk.
Ranjan,
Okay.
always love to see you over here. Thank you for giving us motivation.
What's the ticket say? So it says AD. So open up AD. What are you trying to open? I'm not sure what you're trying to open.
I think the first step is should open the Active Directory users and computers.
All right, and how do we do that?
Some kind of, I think in my home lab, I just click the Windows icon and type in RSAT, and it will pop up.
It's not going to pop up every time if you work in an IT environment.
No, that's not how it works.
That's not how it works in an IT environment. Sometimes it will be blocked, so you have to figure out another way to do it.
There's a lot of information in front of your screen, and we gotta focus on this. And before this, 3 people already opened it, right?
Yeah, 3 people opened it already, so you have to.
Oh yeah, sure. I just pursue. It's here.
Can you guys give me a second? I'm gonna come back. One of you, Kevtech, you guys can kind of like walk him through. Okay, I'm gonna come back in a second.
Yep.
Tools. Oh, sorry. It's right here.
Yeah.
Double click and just wait for it to open.
Yeah, it's good. I don't understand why you're opening other things when it's there already. That's why I'm.
Yeah, and I think you're a bit nervous.
Yeah, don't get
You need
nervous.
to calm down.
Calm down. Take your time.
Okay.
Just thanks. Normally, when I miss some challenge, I go back to the ways I normally did. So
I'm from New York. I see someone's asking if anyone's here from New York. I'm from New York. All right. So yeah. So take your time. Now read the ticket. Go back to the ticket, and I think you closed it. Was it ticket 13?
13 should be this one.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. Now read the ticket.
Change manager help desk to Monica. I think the second step is to use the search function to locate this person.
Okay.
Right. And click run now. What? Now exist here.
Take a look and see where that's pointing to. Right?
Yeah, check. Just
there you go.
Pay attention to detail. Okay. Yep.
It should be here.
Oh, you tell me. I don't know.
Manager from help desk to Monica. It should be some information here. No, shouldn't be here.
Okay.
Change.
You were right on it. Go back to that.
Go back.
Yep.
Yeah, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but we're running out of time.
Yep.
I know that.
30 seconds.
Yeah, you just passed it. Where are you going? You passed. You had it there a few tabs ago.
Go up.
We can't tell you what it is, but.
There you
go. Here. Oh, it's right here, Monica.
There you go.
Oh, sorry. Just change it. Sorry, I can't use my keyboard.
Oh, yes, you can. There's a certain way to do it. It's not gonna let you do it like that.
But
look
I
at
can't
the
type
screen,
in
Jan.
any words. Right
No,
now.
look at it.
Look at the screen.
Look at the screen.
Look at it. Oh, maybe.
Oh.
Copy and paste. Hope it works.
All right, Jan, you ran out of time. No problem. You need to research on this one. Okay? Make sure you research how to do this. Gabby, you ready?
Yes.
All right. Oh, this is a different one. This is going to be getting tricky now. So you know, it's not always you're working in the same company and everything is so sweet and nice. Now you're an MSP working, you got a job with MSP. They just told you, Gabby, there's a company, we basically manage them. This is their domain and this is their user, Monica, and she's having issue. All you got to do is to log in now with your credentials and then basically fix this issue. So I'm gonna kind of guide you to that company. Okay, so we're not gonna waste time. So here, let's go ahead and first of all, what is the ticket? The ticket is saying Monica is calling about disabled account issue. Okay, did you get that? Okay. So now I'm gonna go in and take you. You somehow called the company. You zoomed in. You team weavered in, or whatever you use, and you got into their systems. Right. We're gonna fast forward this. You already know this stuff. So I'm gonna log you in. And then what's happening right now, you're an MSP IT now. You're an IT support for working with this IT services provider. And you got into this new company. They have a domain controller. And this is where Monica is. Monica is like, how are you, Gabby? You're so sweet. Thank you so much. You know, I really appreciate it. Okay, all that kind of stuff. Formalities are over. And now you're trying to log in as Monica right now. So we're going to go here and we're going to say, okay, Monica, this is what she's showing you. Hey, this is what I'm seeing. Gabby, can you help me out with this? How would you help?
So, okay, so the process?
Yeah. Yeah, you do have access to domain controller, by the way.
So am I describing this to Monica or just describing the process? How am I gonna enable the account?
You're gonna show me how to do it.
You gotta enable the account.
Without using domain controller?
No, you can use a domain controller, so you have right to do that. Yep.
Okay, so in the domain controller, you have to go to Active Directory users and computers.
Hold on, I think my screen's stuck. Oh yeah, I got it. All right, give me 1 second. I think my screen just got disconnected. Okay, so you want me to go to the domain controller here?
Yes.
And open it. So now, like, you do have access as an engineer. Okay, you know, let me just see what's going on with her. Man, why am I getting disconnected again? I mean, is somebody else connected other than Gabby?
No.
All right, let's wait a second because I think my network may be having some issues. Can you move the screen, Gabby?
I'm seeing black.
Oh, you're seeing black. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe I know what that. Okay, let me see if I can quickly. It's gonna come up right now. Just wait a few more seconds. Technical issues getting fixed. All right. So now.
All right, I can see the screen now.
Okay, you can see the screen now. So we're going to get into the DC, which I'm already on right now. So we're going to do all control delete, and I'm just going to make this fast forward. So because we don't have that kind of time, you're going to log into this as an administrator.
Danish, can you hold on 1 second? I think YouTube is frozen, or maybe I'm.
No, it's fine.
Oh, it's good. All right, sorry, it was frozen for a second. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, so now you have access. Now go ahead and see if you can fix Monica's issue.
All right, so I see the Monica user account. So I'm gonna right click and then properties.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna check the account tab. And then I'm gonna check on unlock account.
Is that gonna fix it? Go ahead, try it.
Yes.
All right. So now you tell. What would you tell? What would you tell Monica right now?
So I would tell Monica. So hey Monica, so I unlocked the account. So can you reattempt to log in?
Okay. So I'm Monica right now. Okay. Thank you so much, Gabby. I'm gonna try. Hold on. Don't move anything. Don't move anything.
Sorry.
So. Oh, my account is still disabled, Gabby.
All right, let me double check just to make sure. All right, property, let's see. All right, Monica, go ahead. Let me try.
My account is still disabled there, Gabby.
Gabby, so Gabby,
Yeah,
wait,
yeah.
Gabby, wait.
Screen is telling you
Time
what
out.
the problem is.
Time out, Gabby.
Okay.
Unlocking an account is not the same as an account being disabled. I'm just letting you know right now. So you're doing something wrong. So go back to AD and check again.
So Monica put you on a mute, but she forgot to put you on a mute. She's telling her husband right now, man, she just tried like twice. The same thing.
It doesn't work.
What's going on? Come on. You got this.
Okay, so let me go back to the.
Look at the differences between accounts, right?
Oh, okay. Now I remember. So right click Monica, and then enable account.
All right, good job.
Oh, then okay.
You're too fast though. Okay.
Oh yeah. I
Right.
was like,
again.
all right, go ahead, Monica.
Okay.
On. This may be my password.
Remember, unlocking an account is not the same as trying to allow it.
Yeah. Yes,
Monica is having some great issues.
Security database was on the server does not have computer account for this workstation trust relationship. So either the Monica computer might not be on the domain.
And how would you know that?
So click on OK.
Okay.
And then, I can tell that it's a local account because there's no display that it's on the domain or anything.
Click on other. Go ahead.
You sure about that?
You could try other user and then
click on it.
All right, other user.
What is
it?
And then on the bottom, it is on. It shows that
it's on a domain. So why are you saying it's not on a domain?
I see it was on the domain.
Look,
Monica. So now it is.
You're based on Monica, the first account. It's always like that. It doesn't matter. You can be on the domain. You cannot show the first account like that. You have to click on other user to see it, right?
Yes.
So, is this machine maybe on the domain? What happened here? Because you got this security error. So something happened.
So the security was that it couldn't authenticate or establish trust.
Can I get a ticket on how to find a person who disliked my video? Man, come on, I'm coming after you. Who disliked my video? Just kidding.
So it there's an authentication issue. I agree with you on that. So what's going on with that computer? What's wrong with it? This is a common help desk issue, by the way. I'm not joking about this. This is an everyday issue.
And how would you fix it? I mean, you definitely need to know this one because it can happen very much in any situation. You could be a sysadmin, by the way.
So basically, this the Monica computer is not able to communicate to the domain.
So how do we fix that then? What would you need to get into this machine to fix it?
Well, I will have to sign in with the local admin account.
Local admin account. And how do you find? How would you, let's say, for example, if I say local admin, it doesn't give you the computer name. So how would you find the computer name to find? I will help you to get you into the local account, but how would you find that? Like, how would you know what is the computer name over here?
So I would go to the File Explorer and then right click on this PC and then Properties, and that under computer.
But you cannot get into
if it has whatever computer name.
You cannot get into this computer. So first you need to get in locally, and to get in locally to this computer, you can't use that corp anymore, right? You gotta know how you're gonna know how to change that. So signing to corp doesn't mean you're signing into the machine anymore because corp is not gonna work, right?
Right. So.
Yes, exactly. That's the answer, Graham. That's what she needs to. She needs to figure out how to get into locally first. Okay, so you
type Monica local username. So Monica /.
Okay. Type help desk.
Administrator.
I'm gonna
help
type,
desk.
yeah,
Okay.
just type put help desk in there. and let's put password.
This is an everyday ticket, by the way. You get this ticket every day. Maybe in your the company has issues. You have to log in and do that and fix it. It's an everyday issue.
And that's fine. At this point, I'm okay with this. But look, but in the chat, people are also giving you some suggestions. Also look into that because it took you some time to figure this out. And this Monica account may not even work. What if this is not an admin account? You could probably log to a cached account. This is probably not. This is not even it, right? You won't be able to fix it. So at this point, yeah, you need to know that account. It could be administrator. It could be someone you can talk to in a team. That hey, what do we use? What if they disabled administrator accounts? Then I showed some techniques on YouTube on how to reset the passwords using some tools, which I do not like really promote it, but you can do this. So
Yeah,
at this point, the solution is that you go back in there, rejoin this machine back to the domain, and that is the solution right now, right?
I was gonna say that to go too fast either because you were unlocking an account instead of enabling an account as well. Can't do that. Take your
That's
time.
fine. There's a little work that needs to be done in the local area, and especially study on this error a little more. Okay, that's definitely gonna come to you. Okay. Fred, go ahead and get connected to intern machine, and let me know if you're connected. All right, so your ticket right here is saying that Stacy, I cannot save my video file in map drive. So Stacy's machine is the staff machine. So go ahead and connect to the staff machine as well, which is your third machine. In our system, it's the third machine. Hold on, let me open that. So this is Stacy's machine. I'm gonna help you log into this machine so you don't have to worry about password. All right, so what she's saying is this, Fred. She's coming here, she's opening right here, and then she's trying to double click over here. Oh, but she's having a different issue now. You see how see how things changes like immediately. A user says that's what I'm having issue, but she's having a different issue. Now you as a technical person is confused, right? So how do you fix this?
All right, looks like we have a permission error. So I would first locate the source of the file that she's trying to access.
And that source is on your DC, which clearly tells you, right?
Correct.
Okay, so let's go to a DC machine now. All right, so let's go ahead and connect to the DC. I'm gonna show my screen so people can watch me. And you're getting into the domain controller. I'm gonna help you with the password. There you go.
All right, so first I would locate the actual file that's being shared.
Okay.
So, so let me see here. I could go to, let's see how to get to this. I could go to the server manager and I can just click, oh, it's already open, but I would click on the file services and click on shares.
Perfect.
All right. Let's see what we have here. Interesting. Okay, here goes sales right here.
Good.
And I'm going to right click and click on properties.
Okay.
I'm going to go to permissions area.
Perfect.
And I'm going to look for her name. I can see that administrators, but I assume that she's not an administrator because she can't get access. So I would definitely have to add her to this permission. And I would permissions. I would add her, select the principal. I would search for her name, Stacy.
All right,
and I would give her read and execute.
Okay.
And also be able to write as well.
Okay.
And I would apply those changes and ask her to try to access or save a file there once again.
All right, so now you're gonna go back and show us on the machine, right?
Yes. As you can see, it's letting me access now.
Good job. Awesome. Great. Okay. Now, since I gave you a different ticket, but what's the ticket? She's saying that I cannot add a video into this shared folder. So how would you fix that original ticket now?
So basically, there's obviously there have to be a file screening setting set for her.
But you didn't check it though.
No, I didn't. So
yep.
I will go in and check the file screen setting.
No,
So
no. I'm saying is you didn't even know. Practically, you didn't even check it. Like you didn't even know what the error was, right? How did you go straight to file screen?
Well.
So sure.
Well, it said that.
So if I'm Stacy, what would you tell Stacy first? Because you cannot just assume this is file screen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So what would you tell me? First of all, if I'm Stacy, what would you tell me?
I would like, hey, Stacy, could you just tell me what specific error message that you're getting?
Okay. You fixed another issue. You didn't see the original issue yet, right? Then you're going to have to ask me, can you do this? And I'm saying, hey, when I do this, I'll drop this UDIN file here. And then I get this issue right here. You see, then in the interview, you could have told me file screen. You cannot just jump into the solution, because that thing to me is like, wow, what are you saying? What if you're not even using that? Then of course you failed it right there, right?
Correct.
So the first thing for you as a tech is to make sure that you check it and see if the error does point to where you think that the issue is. So, but you're right, you're correct. So now you see that, okay, this is a permission issue, and based on your skills, based on what you have learned, you can fix this issue. And how would you fix that issue?
I would go and check the file server manager on the DC
so
control.
Go ahead and guide us. How would you do that?
If that is the file server in this case, I guess. So I would ask Stacy to give me one moment while I check some settings on my end.
Okay.
So I would go, is this
you're going into the DC again, right?
Correct.
Okay.
It's got a little latency here. All right. So I would I can go through it through Server Manager.
Mm-hmm.
So I would go to Server Manager, close it out. I would go up here to Tools. Got a little latency, so I would go to File Server Resource Manager.
Okay.
And I would go to, what in the world is that? All right, I would go to File Screening Management, and I would see what active file screens are active. So right now we have one active, and it is for our folder, and it is enabled for block audio and video files.
Good job. That is all you need to show me. So great job. Actually, that was amazing. That how you went there and did this. So that's great. Okay. So go ahead and disconnect from your machines. Well done on that. Definitely a great flow. And just one tip that I gave you, to make sure to check the error first before you execute things. Okay.
Correct.
Meg, are you there?
I am.
All right, Meg, let's see your ticket. In Office 365 portal, show us the process of tracing emails. Use staff machine. So you're going to be using your staff machine, which is this one right here. I'm going to open it up for you. And inside, we already opened a Office 365. And I want you to show me a whole process of how do you trace an email? Like, just show me that whole feature.
Okay. All right, 1 second. I realize I've got to go to my, okay. Connecting right now. Connect. All right, making sure I'm on the same page you are. Okay. So let me see here. I'm going to be looking for...
My 2 instant dislikers are here. By the way, I love you if you're watching me. I love you.
All right. So one more time on the ticket. I want to trace a email, correct? Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Yep. So
okay.
So explain the process of where you're going to go and trace the emails, and how would you do that?
All right. And what was the user's name? I'm just...
let's say Monica at DMV batch whatever. Just show me the whole. I can give you the
Okay.
email when you get to the point. Then.
Okay, so I would go in under the administrative side,
Okay.
which I'm already in. Sorry about that. And I would look up under users, a particular user, if I had to trace. Oh, that meant I'm not along the right pathway, correct?
Well, I'm not going to give you an answer as a.
I heard a So, all right, let me back up. I'm going to go to show all and look up under settings, I believe. Let me see here.
You got very few minutes, and you need to. You start using help if you don't know and you're looking for things.
Okay. Yeah. Let me just take a peek here. 1 second. I'm going to look under settings.
Welcome, SJ, and honor to have you as well.
All right, team. Can I throw me a line if you don't mind? I know that you can trace an email, but I'm not certain I'm up under the correct.
So you want to go down to Exchange?
Okay. There it is. Thank you so much.
All right. Do you know from here?
Reports or resources is flow, migration, more features. I'm always going to expand that more features option there. Permissions, organization.
All right, 30 more seconds, and then
All right. There it is. Message trace.
Okay.
So custom query, if it's a particular client. Wait, let me go to, start trace to
so who's
sender.
The sender is your employee or yours from outside?
So it would be, well, was the question me trying to trace the route of a particular employee, or
if somebody's having issue from outside, the employee is saying that I cannot get an email from outside. In this field, are you going to use internal employee email or outside?
Outside.
Outside. Okay, and then you put the recipient and you just serve the trace. Okay, good job. But definitely, definitely, you need to do this practice again. That's fine.
Absolutely.
This is all I need to get to. So,
all right.
So you know the flow, but you need to work on it a little bit. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Danish.
All right. So go ahead and disconnect, and let's get to. Okay, so he's not here. I'm gonna give his tickets later on. Abby, are you there? Abby. Abby, you're on mute if you're trying to talk.
Hey, I'm here. Hey.
Okay, go ahead and connect to staff machine. Monica cannot access Teams. Probably you remember this, right? From your internship. So connect your staff and let us know why Monica cannot access to Teams.
Staff, just give me a second.
And explain that when you're doing this, first, what are you doing? You're looking for who?
Yeah, I'm looking for Monica, and let's see what are the app permissions he has.
Okay. Remember, you guys have only 2 minutes to do this, right?
First of all, we have to go into users and let's see.
All right, good job.
Monica there.
Okay, oh, nice. You're using search in there. Awesome.
So we look at what are the apps she has permission for. Yeah, the license. So she has 26 apps.
Okay.
Let's see whether Teams is there. Yeah, Teams is not allowed for her. So
All right,
I have the
You're gonna give
access to.
that, save the changes, and then you're
Yeah, I
logged in.
just want to save the changes so she now
Yeah.
can
So
access Teams.
Rodriguez, for time saving purpose, some of the errors I'm not showing just to save time. They already know the errors. Okay. So now let's go back. Good job on that. Go ahead and
Yeah, thank
disconnect.
you.
And the next person is Steven. Here, let's see. Okay, Steven, you're there. Don't get scared. It's like, what the heck? All right, Steven, no, don't get scared here.
No, I'm not scared. I'm just like, this is a paragraph as opposed
So
to
I know.
5
So
words. Yeah.
I want you to find some important information. For example, MC2260. What is this and where is this coming from in admin portal of Office 365? Like, I want you to give me this information because there's something important going on. And where do you find this information when a Microsoft is saying, hey, we have this issue going on, or we have this status, and how do you find those type of messages?
And this is the staff machine, right?
This is the staff machine. Yep.
Okay. So I'm in the in the admin center. Wait a second. So I think that what you are looking for is the health. Is that what we're talking about? The service health?
Yep. Can you find that incident, by the way, just for fun?
Incident.
It was what was that incident number? Let's see. It's not incident. It's the important message. MC222640.
Well, there's no existing incidents in there. So history. What was it? 222640?
That's fine. I
mean, it looks like an ID number. I don't see a corresponding.
Yeah, so they could have removed it, right? This could be like an important message, and they probably removed it. So that's fine. That's the one that you just went to, the history one, and there was like important messages there. So you can even find it from there. Like those are MO, TM.
Yeah.
Everything it has its own specific area that they will use that. So good job on that. That's exactly, as an Office 365 admin, you really need to know this area. Why? Because you don't want to be investing time with something that they are having issue, right? Because you can fix certain issues, and you need to know how to first see, okay, if this is something to do with Microsoft, and then you will send an all staff email to your people and then explain things to them that this is what's happening. There's nothing we can do, but we'll keep you up to date. And then you keep updating your staff members, okay?
Yeah.
Perfect, good job. This means that you know your Office 365 kind of like moving around it, like you know where the important information are. Anthony, you're there?
Yes.
All right, Anthony, staff machine. My Outlook search is not working. This is Skeptic's favorite one. He loves this stuff, right? So let's go back to your staff machine. Go ahead and connect to your staff machine. And the search feature is not working. The searching is not working. People are searching things, but it's not working. How would you fix that?
Okay. First of all, I need to connect. Right. Staff machine.
Yep, staff machine is the third link that I sent you, right?
Oh yeah. Okay. Okay.
All right.
So the Outlook is not working. I would go to admin center.
She's complaining about Outlook on her desktop.
Outlook. Okay. What I'll do is I will ask her if it on a desktop, which means I wanted to ask if that for webmail is working, but since it's a desktop, so.
So I just say, okay,
Um,
webmail is working. Webmail is fine. No problem with webmail.
okay. Um, mm, okay, then I think I would just have to go to the Outlook itself.
Okay.
Yes. Outlook.
So from your troubleshooting perspective, you went to the web Outlook and you were like, okay, I think that's working fine, no problem. Then you went to the desktop just to see exactly if you can recreate this problem. So let's assume right now, this is not set up right now, but let's say this can get in and she's having, or this person is having a searching issue in his or her Outlook right now. How would you fix that?
Okay. First of all, I would have to check um, if she's even on Outlook, if she's even connected in the first place.
Okay, no, I'm giving you the answer. So let's say she's connected right now. This is a theoretical, like assume that it's connected. She's still searching things and it's still not working.
Okay, then I need to log into the Outlook itself, the desktop Outlook, and then I could go on. Can I click on? But I need to know what's the name of the staff again.
Okay, let
Because
me make it easy for you. I'm gonna log in with one account right here. So let's go ahead, admin DMV batch 2 dot on Microsoft. I'm just adding one account over here because I already told you that assume it like it's working. But where else can you fix the Outlook search issue? Do you really have to be in the Outlook desktop to fix these type of issues, or do you know it's anything else outside of Outlook that there's something going on and you can fix it by maybe restarting it or something like that?
I could go to delegation, Outlook delegation.
What does that have to do with searching?
Okay. Okay, I think I will just need I need help from my yes.
All right.
Just for time's sake.
Anybody can give help?
Sometimes just restarting the app.
Sometimes restarting the app. Okay, they did that and still they're having issue. What else?
Check Task Manager.
Task Manager. Okay, go ahead and click on Task Manager.
Okay. Task Manager. Okay.
And then do what?
Task Manager. Do I have? Okay, I need to check service.
All right, you got 10 more seconds. Sorry, not 10 more. You got 30 more seconds and get some help from people, direct help if they want to help you.
Okay, I'm on Task Manager.
I have
okay, guys, I need.
Yeah, I have another part. I told her you will go to the option. So if you are connecting Outlook, you go in option, search, indexing. I think it's in that zone that will have to fix the search problem.
Yes, that's another
Yes.
one. Yep.
That's another one I wanted to try if I was able to
Okay,
log
so
in.
you knew that option. Okay, I'll take that as an answer. So fine, no problem. That is definitely a first option you should try. And then there are other options too, which you guys should research, okay?
Okay.
All right, cool. All right, let's go back to, who's next here? All right, Christelle, you ready?
Yes. Yes.
Staff machine, I used to see Xerox printer, but now I don't see it anymore. How can you fix this? Let's go back to staff machine.
Okay.
She's saying that I used to see a Xerox printer on my machine, but I am not able to see it anymore. So go ahead and bring her Xerox printer.
Oh, right.
Isn't that a common ticket when people like, I'm not seeing this printer, or I need that printer, or I need this printer? I'm sure most of you probably came across this.
Okay, so first I will try a command that I learned yesterday for see all the list. I mean, the command will list the print that are.
All right, I like that. I like that you're using CMD. Perfect.
Yeah. So
WMIC print list print brief, print
yeah.
list brief, print.
Okay.
List, oh yeah, and I see that the printer is a share printer that
Okay.
is on the DC.
Okay.
And she said that she doesn't have access to the printer again. All right, is that?
Yes.
So I will try to.
That's what she's
connect.
saying, right? Staff can say everything. You were just confirming things to her right now, right? So from your perspective, you went in there technically, you found a command, boom, you just found something. Show it to us. Show Stacy that where's this printer?
Okay, so I will enter the path of.
That's nice.
So are you trying to connect to the printer, or are you trying to show her first? Like, where would you see the printers in her machine right now?
I will go to the device and printers.
Okay, show us. Because you already know the path now. You need to now tell her where are the printers, right?
Yes. I will type here device and printer. And I see it here.
Oh, okay. So what are you gonna tell the user now?
So I will I will be, I will be connect remotely on a machine and she will see what I'm do. So is that, I want to understand.
That's fine.
Okay.
All you did is you just showed it to her. No, it's actually
Yeah.
connected.
Here
So
is the printer.
if she is working on a Word document, how can you tell her to print it to this Xerox printer? Can you show it to her? Can you show Stacy? Because that's exactly why they're gonna call you, right?
Okay. So I open a, you want me to open a document?
Word, open a document, yep. And then show her that, okay, let me actually kind of like you confirm that to her, right? It's like, okay, I want to open a document. This is how you go your document right now. And then I'm going to show you how to print to that specific printer because I just confirmed it that it's a part of my, it's already there. So what would you do here? So you're going to go to the document.
Yeah. And it's there.
It's there. Good job. Okay. So that's all. Look, sometimes user will call you. Maybe for the first time they didn't see it as a default printer because it's probably here. They have check mark, let's say something like this, and they're not seeing that. And now they're complaining that they're not seeing the printer. So for you, you can just go in. The first thing you can just come and open, because if they're on the same document, you can simply come in here like, oh, it's right there.
Yeah.
But if it's not showing up there, then you need to do more troubleshooting, right?
Yes.
But you should know the commands. You should know where to actually find those printers. All of that stuff is skills right there. So great job. You have done that. Good job on that.
But I can tell you, and this happens a lot, you know, the printer, sometimes it just...
Diaz, your sound is really low. You want to say something?
Sometimes they, that happens a lot. Sometimes they can't find the printer. And so you have to go in and you have to look for it and tell you that at least a few times a week this happens, and it has happened to me before. So it's something that you really need to get comfortable with, is dealing with the printers and knowing how to find them, how to find where they are, and how to set it as a default or however it is so that they can find it.
Yeah, one thing I'll throw in on that, when I usually reimage machines and get them ready for a user, I go into control panel and I actually set it as a default printer for them right out of the box. So that way there's no thinking involved, because usually 9 times out of 10, they don't know how to change it anyway. So that's what I do for customers. And that usually holds up pretty true when they can click on application and just print right to it. So that may help people.
All right, that's good. Great tips right there because printers are very important. So let's go ahead and Meg, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, Meg. So show us where can you find queue, printer queue. Give us an example and when would you clear it? So I want you to go to staff machine and I want you to show us where can you find the printer queue. So for example, if I come over here and open this and I double click on this and I'd say print and I print it. And let's say if there's a lot of printing going on and somebody's complaining about this right now, how would you go back and see what's in the queue in this computer?
Okay. So am I on the right machine here? Is this on sales? Did you see? I missed while trying to shift over. I'm so sorry, Danish.
No problem,
I missed
no
what you were. All right. Intern. No, I'm on the staff machine, correct?
Yes. On the staff machine, I want you to find the queue of this printer.
Okay. So I would,
because sometimes people send PDF files and they have some gibberish, whatever in there, some letters that gets hung in that queue and it won't let it print. And then you have this pending document on top of 5 or 6 other documents and they're complaining why people can't print. And it could happen to a network printer. So then imagine if whole department is trying to print to another one printer and there's one PDF file is coming from this specific machine, right? This specific machine is trying to print again and again, and it's keeping the queue again and again. It happens. And then you need to find the source of that machine and which machine is this trying to print so I can kill it from here. Because from server, you can keep killing it again and again, but sometimes you have an application that keeps trying to print the same files from this machine. So then you have a loop going on. So you need to find the queue on this machine to find out, right?
Okay, and I'm correct. You're seeing my mouse, right? Am I on the right machine?
I don't think you're on the right machine. If you go back to the stage where I'm showing in my this is one. Do you see I'm moving it right now?
Oh, there you are. Okay, got it. So I would go up under Device Manager.
Okay, good job.
I see here. And just explain to the client. Okay. All right, let me see. Go up under print queues here. Are we still working with the Xerox?
Yep.
All right. Look up properties. All right, print queues here, settings, details. All right, and under all right, let me see here. All right, so look up under details or events to find the print queue. Hold on one second. Let me back out of here and click on this. And all right, so I'm given the same menu here. So print queue.
You have less time. Start using your help.
Okay, team, am I in the right area to check on events under the printer queue? View all events.
You're looking to clear the printer queue, is that?
Yep.
So you probably want to go to printers? Like search for printers?
You're simply looking for jobs right there, right? You may have 50.
Oh wait, the queues are right there.
Sorry, I'm getting a delay.
So right now you're in the events, and I can tell you it has nothing to do with.
All right, let me back out of here. Hold on one second. Okay, so let me go to this particular printer. If Stephen, did you say go back to the printer, the file?
Is it not in properties? I mean, I would just go to the printer part where I guess Christelle was earlier.
Okay.
So in the search field, type printer. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Printers.
then right click on that printer.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Right click in. Sorry, getting
Is that
not
possible?
getting a right click here. So
Can you select it?
yeah.
Open queue.
All right, that's it. That's all you got to do. Again,
right.
you're struggling a little bit. Need to work on this, okay?
Okay, Danish. Thank you. Thanks, Stephen.
You're welcome.
All right, so now let's go back and who is next? Steven, you ready?
Let's go. Let's go.
Go. I can connect to Xerox printer, but I also need to connect to Xerox printer 2 on my machine because I love Xerox printer 2.
Okay.
So
Staff machine.
Let's go to staff machine and can somebody send a KevTech a Zoom link if he wants to join?
Okay. So I already have the printer options up. I'm gonna click add printer. See if it finds it.
All right.
And okay. Well, let's see here.
KevTech, you can't be sleeping, man. Welcome, bro.
So,
Do I have an admin account? Okay.
Oh, my machine popped up. All right, this is a not this one, but you're almost there because you have a somebody's complaining about I can't find the one printer. So what's the one printer that you can say, okay, at least I can find the source of a printer, right? First of all, Stephen, what is this printer? Is this local printer or is this shared printer, like on the network?
Did it say? Can I see the text?
Where?
The text that you had, the text document. Did it
Oh, no,
say
no, I'm
whether?
asking you. I'm asking you right now. The Xerox printer in front of you right now, is that local or network?
I believe this was. I thought it was a network printer.
How? What's the proof? Check the text. Just focus on text a little bit. Xerox printer on.
Yeah, on JSSDC.
JSSDC. So now you know where the printers are coming from, right? So what should you do?
I guess add it using that same path.
Give it a try. Half I'm gonna get back to him.
There it is.
Ah, perfect. And what do you do next? All right, great job, man. That's how you do it. Simple, right? What's the reason that it didn't show up automatically, by the way? Do you know? That would be a plus point for you. That's a little advanced, though.
Well, I know that network discovery wasn't turned on initially, so I don't think that's it.
So I'll give you a tip. So this is more of a server option. You have to just enable it in a directory. Like you have to say, enable this for other people. So then when they search, it's going to show up. It's just a one option in print server management on the server. When you right click on the printer, you can say hide from listing or show it in the listing. So when you click on that, it will show up automatically and you don't need to do this whole process.
Gotcha. Okay, that's like a tier 2 printer thing. Got it. Got it.
So because it's on
Okay.
the server, so you
Got it.
as a level 1, you may not be able to get into that kind of stuff. But because it doesn't matter, you guys may land a job as an IT support specialist, and hey, there's no levels. You are the one, right?
Yeah.
So just a tip. It's good to learn about those print management services from server level as well. Okay. All right.
See that level 2 shade?
What?
So let's go back. Let's go back and did I miss Fred in the second? No, I think Fred is coming here now. That's the next one. Right? Fred, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
All right, Fred, go to Start Machine. I'm trying to visit jobscashare.org, but I'm keep getting an error. So what's up? What's going on? And what would you do? First, what would you do if somebody called you like that?
I would ask them, could you try accessing their website from either a different device or another computer within the network?
Okay, so let's say I'm like, hi, Fred, I can access JobsCashare from my phone on my home network, and we're connected to the same network, and I can get to it. So then you're gonna do what on here? You logged into her machine. Then what would you do here now?
I would try to definitely ping that website.
Okay, would you ping first? You start troubleshooting already, or you're gonna see something?
Well, I would definitely check for internet settings, see if she got any kind of firewalls or.
No, why internet setting? I mean, if the machine is in front of you right now, and she's complaining about jobscashare.org, what would you do right here? Like,
I would try to reproduce the error.
Reproduce the errors. Let's see, first time as well, you went into troubleshooting. Second time again, don't forget this, because you're working with the user. They always say something, and most of the time it's something different. So make sure you watch that. Make sure you recreate it. So go ahead and recreate that. See if you can recreate it.
Well, I would definitely ask her what the usual browser she uses.
I use Chrome.
Okay.
I love Chrome. I hate Edge. That's how they respond, right?
Hate is such a strong word, you know. All right, so we're gonna open this up.
Open a new tab or go to jobscashare.org. Super Mario. Okay.
And I like a comment on what Danish said. You know, just this week, right, or last week, somebody, no, it was this week. Somebody messaged me saying they needed a new computer because they couldn't do a certain thing, and it turns out that the problem had to do with permissions errors. So you need a new computer for permissions errors? No. So imagine if you just went and you just tried to give them a new device. It's not going to fix anything. You never confirm that the problem was solved. You always want to check first that what they're saying is true and that they're accurately describing the problem.
So she's going to jobscashare.org, and you know, she's like
All right, so we're definitely getting some long load time here.
Oh, there you go. Did you see this? You see this, Mr. Fred?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I apologize for the inconvenience. I'm going to go into your browser settings to check and see.
I love that last okay when people do like a little attitude, like okay. You see it now.
I've gotten that so many times. It's like, see, it's not functioning right in front of you.
You see it now. That's
so right
what I'm
now,
talking about.
I want to check and see if she have any proxy settings set up.
Okay, so you started with troubleshooting now. So okay, good job. So you're doing okay. Let me just check the proxy. Okay, let's see. How do you check a proxy on Chrome? That's a good question. How do you check it on Chrome? I don't even know.
Let's see here.
Yes, Alvin, she loves Super Mario.
Make sure you look at your screen.
What was that?
Make sure you look at their screen. There's something there that can help you.
No, Haifa, we can't do it. We'll talk about it later.
Help you find.
Yeah, I got really bad lag. Let me try to disconnect and reconnect.
Fred, can you make it a little faster? I gotta do my makeup at 10 o'clock, please.
All right. Let's speed this up here. All right, let's see if we have a proxy setting here. All right, so we got automatically detects proxy settings on. So there's no proxy settings.
Okay, so there's no proxy. You confirm
So
that. Now what's up? What's going on with this
I would then try to ping the actual site.
thing? Okay, I like that. That's Kevin Diaz's favorite stuff right there.
Oops, not in there.
Ideas. Go over a ping.
No, I don't need this right to ping. All right, ping. Skillshare.org. All right, so we're getting replies from jobskillshare.org. So now I'm going to go to test the firewall and see if there's any blockings there, any settings there.
Okay. Okay, that's something maybe if you know how to do it.
Well, there's no firewall settings there. Guys, if anyone has any ideas.
60 seconds. As soon
Hey,
as you
Fred,
ask for
you
help.
already pinged, so there is nothing wrong with the firewall. There is echo request from that website.
I'm sorry, I can't understand you.
You already have pinged it, so there is nothing wrong with the firewall settings. That's why you got to reply back from that website.
So how would you fix it, Debbie?
Have you tried Google? It could probably be the web browser. Have you tried a different web browser?
Yeah, let me try a different browser.
I'm going to give you guys a little more time on this one since this is something that's testing everybody's skills now. I'm trying to see who knows this stuff. I'm going to pick on people here. So, Christelle, give him some help. What do you know about this?
Oh, I thought it was the firewall. I just wanted to let know Fred that he chose the advanced setting firewall. He should have choose the simple Windows firewall that is, you know, yeah. But you using another web browser to maybe, but since you are in the firewall, you can just quickly.
So you guys are saying that if this is because it's connected to the domain firewall, so that's why it's not working?
Nothing to do with firewall. This
Okay.
is like an issue where a user is having issue with their website. So think about it more carefully.
I would check the IPv4 settings. Properties.
IPv4 settings. Okay.
I was able to ping correctly.
And just maybe that it's set up incorrectly.
If you're able to ping it, there's something else going on. Think about it.
What about an or IP config/all and take a look at? Or am I completely off on that?
Yeah, mainly. I was thinking of the host config file.
And what is that?
Yeah, maybe you should try if is Google working. If Google is working, then definitely the computer itself is connected online.
Okay.
Yeah, Google is working fine.
Yeah, so this is a
It's only with
different
the
issue.
web browser. Probably check is there anything particularly for that only website.
It's not
Anything?
working in any browser.
Yeah, I definitely think that is the, how do we call, when you associate a website to an address in the host config file.
Bindings?
No,
You said that twice now. Guide him. What do you mean by that? Guide him. Where do you find that file or anything like that?
Okay, you have to go.
It could also be that. Sorry.
Come on,
It could
guys.
also be that the website has been restricted.
C, Windows, System 32, drivers,
Okay, go
hosts.
ahead, Fred. He's helping you now.
Let's see.
Windows, System 32.
Did you try from any other website?
Yeah.
Web browser?
Yeah.
So it's
Drivers.
working.
Yeah, WAMP, PNC, the ticket is that,
Drivers,
yes,
Fred,
she can
drivers.
log in from phone. That's what we did like in the beginning. So she can log in from her phone, same network, but
Yep.
this PC is having
It
an
should
issue.
be in there,
I think
host,
you
I
got the
believe.
answer right there before. You're right.
Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. It's in etc.
They'll get to the point now in a second.
etc.
What am I looking for?
Hosts.
Hosts.
Open that as a text file. And there will be the website will potentially be blocked on that. So just open it with, a notepad. Yep.
Oh,
There it is. Wait, is it there?
is it there?
No, it's not there.
Okay.
Honest, am I allowed to share with him the real, or not? I don't know if it's. I didn't notice what IP was returned. The IP address that I'm getting for job skill share.
Wow, it was the loopback EP.
Oh yeah. This is a
127.
Cloudflare IP. You can allow. Yeah, definitely. It will change. It's dynamic.
Did you do an IP config / all?
Did I do one?
Yeah. Did you check the DNS where the
Right.
DNS
What's
is pointing?
going on, guys? You guys are killing me right now.
It shouldn't be an IP config problem because I can get to any other site, but I can definitely pull it up.
Yeah, Diaz, that's correct. That's a
shouldn't be.
Cloudflare. That's a Cloudflare IP. It will
Right.
change. So they can ping to the IP.
Okay, so it's the Google DNS.
Yeah.
Connection specific DNS suffix search list.
Can you try the command ns lookup and job skill share for see what address?
I love the way Christelle goes around and uses these commands. Got to give you the points on that.
Right. So we're getting a 192. Address 35. Oh, is it the
And you can verify that against what I sent you in the Zoom chat.
the Zoom chat? All right. Yeah. Yeah, that looks good on this end.
Okay, so where do you go from here?
So her site is getting blocked. Seems like proxy setting. We did that firewall.
What about details? Does details give you
Fred,
anything?
anyhow, you pinged that website, right? So just try with the IP address instead of name on the web browser.
Elvin Danish shut off the server. No, jobskillshare.org. I won't shut off my main website for a laugh.
Nothing to do with the server.
For pull up Chrome and hit details.
Imagine me shutting down the production site for just
Bottom right.
doing this hot seat.
Danish, you have a bad reputation
hold
for
on.
doing these things.
You know what? I'm actually checking. Is the site working, guys? I'm just kidding.
Could it be that the time and date is not correct?
Nope.
Yeah, this is a allow
Nothing to do
You
with time
guys
and
have
date.
gone way over time.
Read what you see on
Chrome
the screen.
settings.
Read what you see on the screen on the bottom. Look at that. Read it.
Yeah,
Read everything.
proxy setter setting.
Firewall.
But it's not. There was no proxy setting.
Let's study our host file again.
You're gonna keep saying firewall. It's not firewall.
Would you like to open the host file again?
Sure.
Because we're taking too long. So let's
Now
just
go to quick access, Fred. It's right there in quick access, bro.
What?
Click quick access up at the top. It was in your. It's right there under recent files.
Mm-hmm.
Here.
All right.
All right.
Is that all it is in the host file? When you are reading a file like that, what do you do with it?
You maximize it.
You maximize it, okay. And then what do you do with it? All the way, what's there?
It's with the DNS.
Okay, Danish, does he have to add the address that we have with the NS lookup and job skill share? Does he have to match?
If you see a text file like that and it the whole like you see a text file, what's missing in it?
What's missing?
Like, you know, if you're looking at the file like that, like, whoa, what's the full file, like the window? Like, do you need to scroll down or up or anything like that?
The IP address.
What's there?
The IP address.
Job skill share.
Come on, guys. You can't just open a file like that and close it like that.
You are so mean.
Whoa.
My word.
You guys cannot open a file. The whole look, you see how you guys change the whole setting.
You have to
and
delete that
everything,
entry,
close
Fred.
the file and everything. Come on, make sure you
Put a pound in front of it.
study the file. Scroll down. If people can mess around with you like that, you know, hackers are they think a little bit ahead the way you normal people think. Okay, all right, close that. We took so much time just for fun, but that's fine. So go ahead and close that, no problem. That's the fix when you remove it, and you have to do this as an admin. You can't do this with the way you did it right now. Okay?
Oh,
It's just a tip. So just okay, fine. Let's go back.
thank you guys for that help. The host file, huh? Okay.
Yeah. All right, cool. So there you go. I mean, yeah, most of you have the right answer. It's just that just wait. Don't rush into these things. And that's one of the key things that you are learning. It's not about fixing that issue. Oh my God, I found the issue. I'm so good that I can find this issue. It's about how you process. Do you have patience to look at issues? That's what's the key skill you need to be learning as an IT professional. Not that you know this stuff. You will know this stuff. And whether you have 15 years of experience or whether you have two days of experience, you gotta know this. There's no difference. It's about who have more patience to just look at the issue and concentrate and then make a flow for that, okay?
Dennis, I have a question. After doing that, after erasing that, should they do an IP config /flush DNS to?
No, you don't need to do this, but if your browser is acting that way, then maybe yeah, you need to do it.
Okay.
If it's like not coming up, then yeah, you should.
All right.
And sometimes even that may not work because it may be happening at your router level, and that takes time. I think probably like 24 hours or something like that to get removed. So I don't know, from a local router you can do restarts that can fix it, but sometimes even that doesn't.
Okay. Thank you.
Abby, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
All right, Abby, you're an MSP IT now. You got a call from a company, and you are basically a technician working with another technician now. The help desk from that company is calling you because they're brand new right now, and they're having issue with his internet connection is not working, and he's just calling you straight up. And you're just like, oh, okay, let me help you out. So how is this going to happen? We're going to go to this system right now. I'm going to make you log in and do everything for you. So this is a different company. They have a different domain. Everything is different. We're going to log in. And then this help desk person is calling you from his company. And he's saying,
yeah,
I don't have internet access. Okay, so the first issue was a little different, right?
Whether he has.
I can double click on this. Why my double click didn't work? Okay, that's fine. Sherry is the help desk or user. Oh man, come on.
Yeah.
I forgot the company's password. There you go. All right, go ahead and troubleshoot. And you can make, you want to make this bigger? Let's see if it's a little more.
So which machine I have to get connected?
The main machine, the help desk machine.
Just give me a second. Oh yeah.
All right, go ahead and troubleshoot this for us.
So let's see. He's not connected. So.
Now let's see if you guys can figure this out.
Oh, that last one.
Yes, exactly. Kevin Diaz give you guys the answer. If the host DNS is set that way, there's no way Flush DNS will help that.
So it's enabled. Let's see, look at the properties.
Okay.
Before. Oh, okay. Just
All right, Abi. I am a technician in the other company, and I'm like, Mr. Abi, help me, because I'm also a tech, and man, I'm relying on your expertise now.
just give me a second. Oh, yes, let's see from CMD.
Yeah, we're gonna start wrapping up, Haifa, so we can get to that, I guess.
So here's try configure. There's no
Push it back.
DHCP server, so we had to enable DHCP services.
Mhm.
So and then he can get the dynamic IP address because he is not allowed with any of the IP address right now.
So how would you fix it?
We can go into the
Let me put you on a mute. Okay?
server.
Um,
Just
Hi, yeah, I'm just talking to this technical person from MSP company. Man, he's just moving around here and there. And honestly, I don't know if he knows what he's talking about.
oh, okay.
Okay, it says any
He's
server.
pretending.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to come over and fix this? Okay. Sorry, I'm back again. My phone is. You like my phone? Okay.
Uh,
Abhi, start getting help right now. We don't have
yeah.
time.
Can I have help, guys? So DHCP service is not enabled. Anybody knows?
Yeah, and he have like 10
What
other people.
I
is the issue?
I want to say that it wasn't enabled. You needed to check the box.
Ah.
In order to get to the properties, right?
Oh. So go back to your change Ethernet or change adapter options. Yeah, change adapter. Right click property. Cancel. Close that. Close that.
Cancel?
Yeah. And then close that. Oh, no, right there. Okay, so on the left side, there's a checkbox. The checkbox.
Oh, shit.
Ah.
Oh my God. Come on.
Properties,
Small
shit.
thing.
do it.
Who gave me that
Yeah.
thing? I think Kev Tech told me to do that.
Yep.
There you go. All right,
Yeah.
that's it. That's good enough.
Yeah.
That's good enough. Work on it, bro. You need to work on it.
Yeah, I need to give more attention to small details.
Attention to details. There you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks,
So,
Kev. Thanks, you.
Anthony, you
So-
there?
Yeah.
Every time I open Chrome, it takes me to supermario.com. I need help. This is annoying. Help me out. Remove this on staff machine.
On staff machine.
Common call from users, right? I open my browser and it takes me to a different link. I don't want it.
Yeah, website redirection.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the hackers, they always put Super Mario on there. I don't know why.
Mm-hmm.
On what browser?
Chrome.
Chrome.
Yeah,
okay.
that stupid thing right there. SuperMarioPlay.com.
Okay, I will go to settings.
Okay.
Okay.
Right there. Right there.
Oh, here.
Do you have anybody on the phone as well? Look, I heard somebody else sound right there. She was like right there, right there. What was that?
I'm sorry.
Imagine you're on the call and you're like fixing things on and somebody else also start talking like, what? You still didn't figure this out, Anthony?
I have.
And where did you fix it? I didn't even see that.
Yeah, it was just right here.
Okay.
Yeah. So I removed the
And how do you
scenario.
confirm it then that it's not gonna come up?
So I need to close the browser and
Okay.
reopen it.
All right, do that. Oh, whatever. I could have done that as well. That's how they also talk, right? However, you want to say something, or do you want me to stop or something?
No, I want to, Christelle needs another question to have two, and then everyone except for Abhay needs one more question.
Okay,
So
Christelle,
there's total.
this is for
They're
Christelle.
equal.
Okay, Christelle, when I click on the timesheet option in Chrome, it does not work, but it works in Edge. So I'm just gonna, this is more of like something you need to, this is like not a real ticket, but I want you to go back and fix it like this. So she goes into some website, she clicks on timesheet, and the timesheet basically pops up. So it works on Edge, but in Chrome, it's not working. What do you think could be the issue right now? So go ahead and log into the staff machine and let us know, what would you check in the browser to make sure that something is working?
Okay, I am on the staff machine.
Yeah, staff machine, she goes to the Chrome browser, and then let's say, for example, she goes to jobskillshare.org. Let's go there, jobskillshare.org. And that probably, we didn't fix that. That's what's not coming up. But let's say she clicked on a timesheet button over here. Let's say this is a timesheet. It has a pop-up that comes up on an Edge, but it's not working on Chrome. How would you fix it?
Okay, sorry, I have a question, Danish. Timesheet, I didn't see where it is.
It's not there. I'm just saying.
Okay.
I'm just saying, if she clicks on a timesheet, there's a pop-up, it's not working. How would you fix it? When I talk about pop-ups, where do you fix pop-ups?
In the settings?
Well, I don't know. Or let me just say, every pop-up is getting blocked in this browser. How would you fix it?
She won't allow the pop-ups. Is that what you want?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm a user, so I'm like, yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Teams, can you help me? I really don't know the timesheet and the pop-up. I don't.
There's no timesheet. I just even make it more easier for you. Every time you open any pop-up, it gets blocked. I even give you the answer now. So how would you fix it? Go ahead, team. Try to help her if you guys can quickly.
I know with a specific site, you can click on the little symbol in the address bar for that particular site and enable pop-ups for that site. But
What's that symbol? Can you guide her?
Yeah, go back to the Job Skillshare tab and then click on the little exclamation point right there by the name, in the address bar. Yeah. And site settings at the bottom down there. And you can definitely do, let's see, scroll down. Should be a pop-up. Chrome has a pop-up.
The ads pop-up and redirect. It's blocked.
Yeah, and you
click
can
on the
enable
flash.
that.
Okay.
Okay, if you do that and you still get the same results, then what else do you check in this browser?
Click on the flash.
Click on the flash.
I allow the flash.
Flash is not flash is not it's already blocked. I mean, it's has nothing to do with those pop-ups.
Chrome has I think built-in pop-up blocker. If I'm not mistaken, I'm not really.
You already blocked that one, so what else is going on? How would you check something else?
Notification.
Now, somebody help her out. There could be other things added to the Chrome. Let me help
We
me.
got default. You can check and see if the default browser. Well, it might not.
Okay, let me make it more easy for you guys. How do you find extensions or anything like that, add-ons? How do you find that in the browser?
Oh, yeah, you can click at the top right of Chrome, and that the little plug. Yeah, the little.
You're already there now. Now, what would you disable?
Oh, I would have disabled the pop-up blocker for Chrome.
All right, let's do it. This is a common thing, by the way. We have too many extensions going on these days. Okta has this extension, so many different applications. You guys need to know how to get into the browsers, how to get into the extensions, how to get into the add-ons. It's a very common thing these days. Why? Because you're using a lot of cloud-based applications these days, and they use these extensions to make their job easy for single sign-on or stuff like that. So make sure you guys are good at this stuff. Why? Because that's a level 1 type of calls you're going to get. Tiny money calls, but there are going to be a lot of calls for you guys like this, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, so next we are moving on to, who did you say I want to give next to?
Meg, Stephen, Fred, Christelle, and Anthony still need one more question each.
Okay, Meg, I'm going to give you this one, which this is one was built for Shakman, so see which one is this. How to permanently delete items in deleted folder in Outlook. So you can use the same computer that we are using for intern. So go ahead and open this. There's an Outlook setup for this. So how would you do that? Let's say I call you, I want to get rid of my deleted files in my folder. How would you totally and permanently delete it in Outlook?
Okay. And again, for some reason. All right, how to permanently delete items in deleted folder.
Wait, are you on the
within from the user side, correct?
Yeah, but are you on the intern machine right now?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Hold on one second. And here I am.
Okay.
Is that me?
Yep.
Yes. Okay, so I would go into Outlook.
All right.
All right.
Is that Outlook?
Is that Outlook?
No. Okay, hold on one second. So within here.
Take your time, Meg. Look at the screen.
Got it. I was about to add some Gmail. No.
All right.
All
so
right.
we want to get rid of all deleted emails from this folder. How do you do that?
All right. Here's deleted items. Recover. And so I would completely empty the folder.
All right. Good job. Is there any other way you can do this, by the way?
I'm certain that there is. I would not go there. Let's see. Right here with the trash can. And once I do go to the box, and then I could.
Does anybody want to else help to get some points? Is there any other way you can totally
Try finding the folder of Outlook, and so control panel, then just mail settings, then find that account and open the folder, and you can remove the.
Wait, what would you remove that?
What?
You're deleting the whole profile.
Oh.
So you're talking.
Oh, I'm gonna say no because I don't want people to take that as an answer. You know, we're just talking about deleted emails right here. Totally empty it out. You know, delete it permanently. If you guys don't know, then that's fine.
It wouldn't deal with. It wouldn't be. Well.
Because you already came to this place, right? So.
Okay.
Okay, for that's for you guys to research. Find another way to do this. Okay, let's not waste time on this. So find another way to do this. There's another way you can do this. Okay, so let's go ahead and you said who is Stephen after this, Hefa?
Yep, Stephen.
All right, Stephen, same machine that I'm on right now. How do you export inbox emails to .pst files?
Oh, was it the staff machine?
Yes, in the intern machine. Just get into intern machine, same Outlook, open that.
I'm sorry, is that the first one or the second one?
The first one, sorry.
Okay, thanks. All right.
It's another common one too, right? We want to move some files to another places. Let's move. No, I want just specifically inbox. I don't care about the rest of this. Just specifically inbox. We get all this stuff almost sometimes.
I'm going to be a little bit tight on your time, you guys, just because we have to do interviews for batch 3 at 2.
I guess maybe last 2 more questions, and then we're done with the. We were gonna start with the your guys so far.
3 more questions. 3 more people. 3 more questions.
Ooh. Wow. Wait, how do we even get to this screen?
Oh, I'm sorry. I should be saying that, shouldn't I?
Okay.
File, open and export, import, export, export to a file, PST file. And then what was I exporting out? The inbox?
Yep.
Inbox.
Man, you're good with this stuff. All right, good.
That's
job.
really good. I like it.
That's it.
He had a good Office 365 enter.
Way to go.
No,
man.
that's just general Outlook knowledge. That's not.
Whatever, man. Let me get some credit.
All right, so who's next? Haifa, you said some 3 people.
Let's do Fred.
Fred. All right, Fred. I'm gonna go back to.
Oh dear. Oh, all right.
No, not this one. Let's try.
Yeah, Monica.
Monica.
Find which group does help desk account belongs to in AD using CMD.
All right. I'm assuming I'm going to be on my on
Main
the-
machine, yeah.
Yeah.
Like the first machine, help desk.
Pull that up here. Connect to this.
Wait, where are you connected? Okay, there you got connected. Okay.
Okay.
So find which group does help desk account belongs in AD using CMD.
All right. So I would open up CMD.
Uh-huh.
Sure. Decline that call. All right. Open up CMD. All right. So we're going to do which group does help desk?
Whoa, what is that noise?
A notification.
Fred, can you mute for a quick minute?
Oh, okay.
Oh, there. I just.
All right, try to unmute now. Sorry, there was a lot of noise coming.
I don't. Okay.
Yes, there's still a lot of noise coming on from your way.
All right. So Fred, go ahead and try to run some commands. We're gonna unmute you when you're some noise is coming outside. Is there some kind of like a construction going on or something? Fred, unmute yourself if you want to try this.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Is this good, or do I need to?
It's good now.
It's better.
User, and let's see here. We got local memberships administrators, and we got global memberships none.
What does that mean? I don't even know what that.
On the computer, it's a local. It's part of the local administrators group.
Uh-huh.
And there are no. It's not part of any groups.
Your help desk is a very powerful account right here. How do you know it's not a part of that? So there's something going on.
Net user.
This user that you're listing out, what kind of user is it?
It's an administrator.
Is it a local user or is it a domain user?
It's a local user.
So verify, is this a local user or is this a domain user? How do you know that? The one user that you're logged on right now, is that a local or domain?
This is helpdesk.jss. So let me see.
Take a look at the ticket again.
What can I say?
DM change to N.
Yeah. Going back up. Okay, so it's help desk and part of, let's see, the
So
user.
it clears to tell you that it's a part of domain. Now you need to find out which group is this help desk part of, like the group of in Active Directory from CMD. If you don't know, get some help because we don't have time right now.
Yeah, does anyone have any ideas on the command I entered?
I think you should try the command using a net user net space user space help desk space /forward domain.
Domain.
All right.
Domain
Now,
admins and domain users.
now tell me, what is this a part of? Which group is this a part of right now?
Domain admins and domain users.
Good job. Good job.
You
Thank
have
you,
to be,
Anthony.
you have to be careful because see the question asks in AD, and you told me it's a local user, but if it says in AD, then no.
Yeah, it's not the same thing. So
Yeah.
be careful.
So that's a good point right there and a good command. So thanks to Anthony.
Could you have run as like admin and found that out, or?
Now,
Like,
I think it's just that domain parameter, the last parameter we use for the domain.
Okay.
Specifies the domain information versus local information.
All right. So who's the last person that we want to pick?
We have two last people, Christelle and Anthony. Both need one question each.
Christelle and Anthony. Okay, Christelle, you ready for ticket 6?
Yes.
Oh man, that's so easy. Okay, find the IP address of this machine. Is it static or dynamic? And then copy the information to the desktop.
Oh, mute this.
Fred, go ahead and disconnect if you are connected. And connect to this machine, the staff, the one machine, the staff, sorry, the help desk machine, Christelle, and then find us this information, put it on the desktop.
The intern machine, right?
The intern machine, which is the first machine, the one that I have the notepad on.
All right, so I find the IP address of this machine. Do you want me to use the GUI or the command line?
CMD.
CMD, okay.
And explain it to us. Is it static? Is it dynamic? We're gonna ask you some questions in that as well.
Okay. So the IP address of this machine is 192.168.10.187.
Is that a public IP or private IP?
This is
It shouldn't take you that long for at least
yeah. You know, there is a reserve address for the private, and I don't have in my mind the right interval in, because the private address, some begin with the 192.168. So I don't remember until which
That's
number.
fine. That's fine. All I ask is it private or public? So you think it's private? Are you sure it's private? Do you need help with this?
Yeah. I need help.
Okay. Can somebody give her help with this? Is this public or private?
I believe that's a public IP because it's the class C, so it should be 192.168. What?
It's a public IP.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Somebody else need help with this. This is a good one. Definitely, you guys will be in trouble if you say it's a private IP. How is this public? So this is going to be a very if you guys have done really good all the way till now. So 192.168.10.187, is that private or is that public? Can someone give me A clear answer. Fred, you're mute.
No, it's private.
I'll say public because I know when I make my Azure machines and they give me like they'll never give me like a 10, like go connect using 10. Like no, it's always like a 192 something or something.
Is this so, Fred? Is this public or private?
That's a public.
Public. Wow. Okay, so
I don't know, but I think I would say it's
Come on, you guys.
Private.
It's a private.
kill
It's a
me.
private.
So are you just guessing now, or?
Okay.
Now they're just guessing because they've already said public too many times.
Guessing, but you know.
All right,
don't.
all right. Okay, so now coming back to Christelle, is this dynamic or is this static?
This is dynamic because the DHCP is enabled.
What is DHCP stands for?
Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol.
Okay, good job. All right, good. So who's next up in this cycle?
Good.
Anthony.
Anthony. Number, let me just pick one. I think we did this before, but let's try it with Anthony. Can you find this? Find a locally shared folders in this machine using CMD. Find a network shared paths using CMD.
Okay, I can. Of course, I can give it a try. Okay.
The locally shared folder in this machine.
So, do I use the intern account?
Yeah, the intern, the PC that we were on. Yep.
Let's share.
Okay. So I would go to CMD. And I would try net use.
Okay.
Net share discovery.
Okay, yes. Okay, then.
So is that one network or local?
That is a local.
Okay, thanks.
The // DC is local?
/ is it? No. This / JSS DC is not local.
Okay, what's some local default shares that you have in this machine right now?
Default shares. Okay, I need to.
Three machines. Okay, so now you found something. What is the default shares over here?
I'm going to put a hard stop on this question at 1.
Okay, the default share is the C dollar sign.
Okay, good job. Login is Monica.
Oh, sorry. Login as Monica?
Yeah, so it's gonna basically do all control delete and login as Monica. Let's see what we have here for Monica over here.
Same password?
Yeah. That's same password. Okay, so what do we have here? And open her notepad on the bottom. That's right there. So let's see what kind of issues she's having right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a lot of things going on. I log into Office 365 but can't see mail option. What is the issue over here?
Can't see
First of
mail
all,
option. So
if she call you, how would you verify it first? Like, if you want to verify it on her machine, what would you verify?
So I'm gonna verify. Like, I'm gonna ask her first. What?
So let's say you can see her machine. Somehow, automatically, you jumped on her desktop. You're there. You can see her desktop right in
So
front of
I'm gonna open that portal.office.com.
Go ahead, try give us because it's right there, right behind that. Yep.
Yeah. So it's
Haifa is like, this is my territory. Now she's gonna be active. Okay,
Okay,
she see that she's complaining. I can't see my email. I don't know. I need to get the emails going on. Come on, guys.
she's not seeing her email, the mail, the Outlook thingy, right? So I think we will give the license to the user for the different applications. Maybe.
Good job.
Yeah.
right on the dot right there. So let's go back to the help desk machine. It should be up by now.
Okay.
Log into your Office 365 admin account on that desktop. There's an admin icon in there. So let's go ahead and connect to that. Right click on it, go to desktop. That's perfect. You're doing great with, because you say, I know Office 365 administration on your resume. So now I'm going to actually test you on this. So that's good, right? You're already thinking that this seems to be a permission issue, right? All right, perfect. So there's the Office 365 right on your desktop. Okay, so perfect. So who are you right now? You're logging in, and what kind of rights do you have?
So I have admin rights right now.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So how would you fix this issue?
So I can find the user, and I can give her permission to use that thing.
How would you do that?
Oh, sorry. Just click on the admin. Loading.
All right. So now we're gonna do the same process. We're gonna find a user, right?
Right. So user, active users. So let me find her. What's her name?
Monica.
Monica.
They did Karen, not me. I think Hype and them were doing Karen stuff.
So right
Okay.
here is Monica. So let me open her profile.
All right, good job.
Right now I'm running out of water and my throat is.
You want to get a break? Like let's get the.
That's fine. That's fine. Now it's going interesting. Yeah. So.
Okay. So how would you? There you go. Perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
And how do we add emails?
Rahel, do you want to say the steps for people on YouTube so they can like hear you?
Yeah, sure.
He's already running out of water, so I mean.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to get some water?
I'm fine, Danish.
Okay. So to get, he's basically, so here's the thing. Monica was missing email. She went to her computer. She opened Office 365 web version, and now she don't see the email. And she called him. How does he give her email access?
So email access, let me exchange online.
Where's email coming from?
Outlook.
You can ask for help.
Where's the email coming from?
When we say I got Outlook, where is it connected? What's the server? What's the backend side of it?
Want help?
Cloud.
I know it's cloud, but where do we manage everything? And when we talk about Microsoft, when we say email, there you go. Look at the chat. People are saying something like exchange.
Yeah.
So what are you missing here?
Right here.
Oh, perfect.
Oh.
Okay, so your email access is given through what? Exchange.
Exchange. Okay.
All right. So you fixed that issue. Let's go back to Monica's machine and let's see what else she's having an issue. You probably need to refresh her portal. Go back to her system now.
Okay. So her machine.
Yep.
Okay. Staff.
You probably need to refresh this, right? To give rights like that. And on the web version, of course, it's going to take you some time. Sometimes it'll just come up right away, and sometimes it takes time. So there you go. The Outlook just came up right there. I can see right in the middle. Perfect. You solved this issue. Let's go back and open the Outlook again. So good job on that.
From here, or
sorry, Notepad again.
Okay.
Notepad right here. Notepad. Yeah, there you go. So what's the next issue?
So how do I open shared mailbox?
Yes. How do we do that? That's a very common thing, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That she's working for HR and she's saying, hey,
So yeah.
how do I open share mailbox?
So first of all, she need to go on her profile. Oh, sorry, Outlook.
Perfect.
Okay, it's Monica. It shows M. I thought it's my name mentioned there.
Mm-hmm.
So open.
Good job. Perfect. So that's how you do it. And
So
you're
I
going
can
to type the
write
whole
here the address.
account
Yeah.
name, HR, whatever, right?
Do I need
So
to fill
HR
it?
is right there. So go ahead and open that.
Yeah. Let me open it. Oh, I knew that he's gonna put something right here. Banish.
So what's
It's
the
not gonna
issue?
be so easy. So something went wrong. You don't have permission to perform this action. I think she has to get the permission, or she has to enter that group. Or
How do you fix this?
so as an admin, I need to go on my machine and.
Mm-hmm. So go to your machine and try to fix this issue. Thank you, WP. I think this is exactly what we do at work, right? So if people can get an idea of this is how the issues are going to be, thinking that little, rather than jumping and fixing things very quickly, maybe waiting and thinking about how do I resolve these issues. Every single other products are the same, man. Active Directory, CMS systems, websites, everything you name it. It has to do something with permissions and access, basically.
So I can manage. So here's the group membership. So
You got it. Oh my God, you're the first person that I saw do it like that. I always type it in the search.
How? I don't get it.
What was that?
Haifa, you're saying that he got this?
Oh, no. I thought he was doing something else. Sorry. You have to go to.
He can't get to the share mailbox.
No,
How
you
would you guys
can't.
fix this?
You go to. Go ahead. Do you want me to tell you?
Somebody says add membership. So if you do add membership, can you do that, by the way, from here? I didn't know, by the way. You can try that.
Danny, should I try?
Yes. People are telling you to try it. So,
yeah.
So what do you see?
Already
Do you
it
see?
shows groups, right? Only 2 groups right here. So
Yeah, so you see that over here.
Yeah, so
HR, we're looking for HR.
HR, right?
Do you need help?
Give me a second. Let me.
Take your time.
Yeah.
He's not gonna give up that easy, Haifa.
I would have burnt my internet connection by now and said that I can't come back online. Sorry, you guys. You're doing really well.
So where's the issue? Like Monica cannot access what? HR.
So manage roles.
Think about it again. Monica cannot access HR shared mailbox. So the first thing you should be thinking, where is the issue? The issue is on HR.
HR.
And
Okay.
And where are you? You're on Monica. So you need to go.
HR. Okay. HR profile. So active users.
Jonathan got the answer right there. So how do you find HR now? Where's the share mailboxes? Would you find it here?
So here's the HR.
Okay. Is that a share mailbox?
Okay.
How do you find share mailboxes? That's the first question.
I need to open HR's Outlook.
So share mailbox comes under what in Office 365? What feature is that? Is it user or is it groups?
It's a groups.
Okay, so what should you do?
Share.
Now
Here's
you're
the-
seeing stuff, right?
Okay.
So what you should do over here now?
Manage permissions. So
okay. So who are you adding? Monica, right?
Monica,
Okay. So what should you do?
read and manage. So
Okay.
add it.
Mm-hmm. Good job. You just figured out that.
That's where I thought you were a little while ago.
Yeah.
Okay, so there you go. You basically add the permissions, and after that, you're gonna wait, and it's gonna come up. Fine, you fixed this issue, no problem. Done. You passed this. Okay, so let's go back to Monica machines again. Whether it's the perfect solution or not, you know where to go now. Okay, so right click, desktop,
Yeah.
and let's go back to the notepad. This probably will take a little time for it to work, so just to go to the notepad. And okay, now Monica is saying, I need to find an email from support@jobscashare.org. This is just a little theory. I'm not going to do the whole process. So let's say she can't find her email right now. Where would you go and find her email first?
So first of all, I'm gonna tell her to check her junk mails.
Can you show it to us on the Outlook?
Yeah, sure. Okay. So right now I'm on her machine. So on her machine, right? You asked me.
Yep.
Okay.
So you say the first, Monica, you should check your junk folder. So you're doing that right now. You're showing us that, right?
So junk email.
Okay. So
here's
you
that.
checked the junk, good. You passed this one.
Okay.
And now it's not in the junk email. Where would you go and figure this out? Because on the other party, I say, hey, 100%. I send you a screenshot. I send it to you guys.
So, like, first of all, I'm gonna do the basic troubleshooting. Like, I'm gonna tell her to check the basic things like junk emails, archive, spams, etc. Then after that, if she's not able to find that stuff, I'm gonna trace the email.
Okay. How do you trace the email?
So I need to get on my machine first.
Okay, go ahead and get on your machine. Perfect. Good job. You would have said that answer to me, I would take you in.
Okay. Let me. That's all the stuff.
You just need to show me where it is.
Yeah. Okay.
Because we already did this part, by the way, guys, in other sessions as well. So if you guys are thinking, oh, why don't you show the whole thing? Just go back to my other sessions. It's already there. You can ask for help.
I know it's a.
So when we talk about Outlook again, what's the backend? What's the main
Exchange.
exchange? So now what do you do? Perfect.
Thanks, Danish. You're always on my back.
Rahul doesn't need any help. I'm sitting here waiting.
Oh, he's gonna need your help now.
I'm gonna check mail flow.
Rahul, I just want to let you know I can't help you with the printers, so you should use me now.
So go to the new trace message.
So guys, I'm gonna have to take at least 5 minutes break because I think my pain just started again. So I wanted to make sure I don't go to hospital tomorrow again, right?
Okay.
So Haifa, do you want to take over for a little bit? You guys want to talk
Will
to
you
each
take
other?
over with me? Or maybe
is
Rahul,
here,
do you want to
Maybe you guys can just take a little break.
Take
He
a
can
break?
just drink a water. Maybe you guys can talk to each
Okay.
other, and we'll come back again.
Okay.
I just want to make sure I don't want to take any
Yeah,
risks
of
with
course.
my-
Yeah, no, take
you
your
should
time,
take it,
Danish.
yeah. Take your time.
Just
yeah.
give me 1 second. I'll just
No
make sure
problem. No problem.
get some medicine.
Okay. So
Or
Haifa.
Hal, I can also give you. Oh no. Yeah, sure. Go ahead. So where are you gonna go from here?
Message trace.
Okay. That's right.
Let me. It's loading. Yeah. So right now, if you guys are not, if Monica is not getting her email, I'm gonna select trace.
What information do you need?
So all sender. So the person who is sending her email, his or her email account, and then here is Monica's address. So after that, so we can check the duration, like in maybe they send email today or yesterday or the day after yesterday. We can set the duration.
That's right.
So just
and then you hit search.
Kind of search, yeah. That's it.
Do you want me to give you one more question before we go on break?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah.
Or no, you know what? Go get water. I hear your voice cracking.
Okay.
I'll keep YouTube entertained.
Okay. I'll be back.
Okay,
in like
take your
2-3
time.
minutes. Yeah.
Yeah. 5 minutes.
Okay.
5.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Take your time. Hi, KevTech. Hi, everybody else. You guys having fun?
Hello.
Always have fun.
Always having fun. Oh, Kev and Kev. Do you guys want to talk to me so I'm not entertaining alone? Of course you're going to leave me hanging. Why would I think you're good friends? Wow. My feelings are so hurt.
Nice.
I mean, listen, if you guys don't start talking to me, I'm going to start singing, and I promise you nobody wants that.
American Idol.
God. Do you guys want to do CMD commands?
I'm back.
You're back?
Yeah.
Yay. Okay.
Yeah. So what about the next question?
I was going to tell you, how do you find out if there's something wrong with Microsoft products? Like Microsoft web services.
So
I think it will tell you products too. Kevin, will it also tell you products, or will it only tell you the web services? We'll figure it out when we get there.
So what was the question? Can you please repeat it? One more time?
So how do you check like the health of Windows product, if they're working, if they're not working? Like if there's a worldwide problem, or just you know.
I think they have their ticketing system over here. I think the Sports Center.
Okay.
Microsoft guys.
So where are you now? You're in somewhere very specific.
I'm in Exchange.
Yeah.
Right now. So let me get out from this thing right first. Office.
And what are you?
I'm admin. Okay. So admin gonna get that information, right?
Yeah, it should show you a bunch of information on the apps and stuff like that.
Okay.
Does it tell you apps or just the web stuff?
I think it tells you a little bit of everything.
Okay.
So apps and updates right here.
I don't know if that one can do it. I know the other way.
Right here on.
Yep.
Okay. The Sports Center, I think so.
And then?
Is it health or
Yep.
sure? Okay.
No.
So service health.
Yep.
Good job on that. That's definitely something that everybody should know.
Okay.
For Office switching.
Good job. Yay.
Troubleshooting.
Yeah.
Now the easy person's off. The hard one is back. Good luck.
No, the good thing I got my stuff, so now I'm good. So let's go back to the Monica's machine and see where you are. Open a notepad. Okay, so how do I change OneDrive document title? This is super basic stuff. You went to OneDrive, you created a document. First of all, do you know how to get to OneDrive?
Yes.
How do you get to OneDrive?
So let me minimize it.
She called you, I'm trying to put this document out there, and hey, how do I change my title on the document? I'm doing this for this big conference, and I don't have Word on my machine. I have this online feature, and I just logged in, and she's calling you right now.
Opening OneDrive.
Or just open the one that I already opened. I guess that one says document right there on the top. Third tab.
This one?
Yep. There you go. So how do you change the title of the document in the OneDrive?
It still is a blank page right now. It's loading.
Probably it's just loading. I guess I don't know. If it's telling
Yes,
us that
now it's
you guys
black.
messed me up, you know. All right, let's wait for a second. I think probably it's coming up. Or it just gave up on us.
Yeah.
No, it should come up. Hold on. I'm not sure if the screen is gone or is just like you can't. Oh, you can't click on it. Oh, why is it? The heck?
Should I restart? Or...
Let's just refresh. Yeah.
Refresh, sorry. Okay. No.
All right, let's just open a new. Let's just open a whole new session. It seems like it's probably either logged off and it's not coming up, or maybe the browser is having an issue. So let's say if there's an issue like that with application and it's not working, it says not responding on the top. Sometimes it will come back up, right? You're gonna wait for it. What if this is not working? This is actually a really good situation right now. Outlook or any other application, it's just not working. It's frozen. How do you fix this?
First of all, I can use that task manager to end task.
All right, perfect. How would you do that?
Task manager right here.
Okay.
So Internet Explorer right here.
But make sure to give some warning to a user before you do that, okay?
Right.
Guys,
so he can say
lose the work. Okay.
His or her bookmark.
Just tell them, hey, I gotta do this.
Yeah.
I don't have any other way. So just give them warning before you guys do stuff like that. Okay. So let's go ahead and open IE again, Internet Explorer. Just type Internet Explorer. This is the other one, not this one.
Okay.
Open Internet Explorer. Just type Internet Explorer and open it. This is Edge. To change that to. Okay, there you go. All right, so let's go back to. It says restore session. So let's go on the bottom. Let's click on the restore session. I want to see if it opens up the same tabs. All right, let's wait for a second. Oh yeah, so it was signed out. So go ahead and put the same password in there when it comes up, and then put the same password and just log into this portal.office.com. So just give it a second.
Okay.
All right, so now
same password.
Yeah, same password. Go ahead and click on the password, and it probably should open up. And say no to that. All right, so now let's go ahead and open OneDrive and show us a document. Like I said, there should be a document already. And then show us how do you...
Danny, do you want to me to cancel this all the stuff?
You can click on the OneDrive from here just so people can see where did you go and open this to, right? Okay, so that's a good way for people to know, okay, that's how we went to OneDrive. Okay, now there's a document right there. She's
Okay.
asking you, she opened this document, she's working on it. Go ahead and click on it.
This document?
Yep.
Okay.
And now she's telling you that, hey, how do I change my title of this document?
So is it showing me something?
So it's
right
going to
now?
come up. It's a web-based system. They say, oh, there you go. So how do you change the document of, sorry, the title of the document? She's just calling you right now, doing her document, having trouble. Like, how do I do that? I can't find it.
So
This is too basic, right? And I'm sure you're going to get a call like that, 100%.
So title we can save as a new one.
Ask for help if you need.
Title right here, right? On the
That's your body. You put stuff in there. That's not title. Where's the title?
title right here.
So you see that. How do you change that? Ah. Okay. All right. Such a simple thing, but of course, people are going to get stuck, right? And you just need to tell them that. Very simple, to be honest. But people will call you on that, 100%. Okay, now she's telling you, how do I save this document?
I can go over here, file, and save as.
Click on save as.
So do you want me to save?
Okay, so that's one way, but that's pretty hard way of doing this. Okay, that's a good way. You passed this. You know, I'll just share this with you guys. So cancel this box, and just start typing something and look at the top title now. Start typing.
Okay.
Type something in there.
I'm gonna put your name, Danish.
Look on the top. What's happening? Type it again. It's very quick.
Okay, it's already saving.
It's
right?
already saving automatically. Okay. So you could tell a customer or a client that, hey, yeah, the document is already saving. You just need to type it. It is saving automatically. If they want a copy of it, they can save as a copy, or they want to change this. Of course, that can be. They can do these. Okay, perfect. So now let's go back to your notepad, and let's go ahead and open the notepad. And you already did those title, you already saved the filing, and now you go back that she says, how do I share files in OneDrive? Do you know how to do that?
Actually, I don't know, but I can try.
Okay. So again, again, this would be more like you go into the files again and do share as. Very simple thing, of course. Now the whole purpose of showing you all this is that
so it's like basic stuff. So
So here's the thing. Why you need to know about this? If you don't know the GUI, if you don't know the visual side of this, then of course this is too basic. And people may say that, oh, this is so basic that a user might know this kind of stuff. I'll guarantee you, I worked in many companies, and I've made a lot of help desk departments out there. And you would be amazed how many help desks don't know this kind of stuff, and how many of them take stress on this type of stuff rather than knowing Active Directory kind of stuff. So if you know, sometimes you have to read the users. Sometimes you have to see what users are doing. You have to follow the way they do things. You don't have to learn Excel the way they learn, but you need to learn how they use the basic features. People will call you on this stuff and you'll get stuck, and it's just more stress for you. Simple as that. Nothing big deal in here. You can learn it. You don't want to learn it. You probably be forced to learn this stuff on the job. That's not a problem. You want to lower your stress again, you do these things. You want to go to an environment and go with a high stress, don't do it. You will learn it by force. No problem with that. So let's go back and let's do another one, last one in this one, and then we're going to go to a printer. So she said that, how do I sync files from desktop? Let's forget that. It's going to take time. We're going to do this later on because I'm running out of gas right now. Okay. She's saying that, how do I think I missed the one that I basically says, I'm getting an error with OneDrive. So let's forget that. Let's change this a little bit. She deleted a document, and now she wants to know, how do you recover a document?
So OneDrive is basically a cloud thing.
Yeah. So she deleted a document. there,
So-
and now you want to recover a document for her. How would you do that? That's another one that people will call you on this as well. Now, again, another part of it is that you do need to know other skills from the admins. That probably WP is saying the same thing, which I'm not getting the whole thing, but I guess maybe that's what she's saying. From the admin side, we'll do another session because it just takes too long for us to go over two big major things in one session. Like
Okay.
Active Directory, Office 365, printers, all that stuff in one session is just too much.
Okay.
So how do you recover a file when someone deletes it in OneDrive? How do you recover that for a user?
So first of all, I need to go on my machine and open.
So no, we're not going to your admin level skills now. A user just deleted the file. A user have the ability to recover their own files.
So it's kind of, there should be a recycle or something like that.
Good job, good job. So there is a recycle option. Yeah. Just to make this fast forward, if you go back to your OneDrive and you go to the main options, if you click on files, I guess that's right there. Click. Yep. If you click on the left side, the little line, the options menu right there.
Okay.
See, there's a recycle right there. So guys, just know that there's an option like that. So you may just call the user and say, hey, there's a recycle option. Click on that, and there you go. Their document is right there. You can restore it back. Okay. All right. So moving on to the last piece of this whole thing, because of course I am definitely running out of the gas right now. So go on, close this box, and let's do the last one. And the last one is a user is calling you from home, and let's see what she's asking you. What is she asking you right now?
So now I need high-fast help. So I need.
Sorry, can you ask the question again?
I need help with installing network printers. I think I know about it. Let me.
You need a printer. Listen, my dog is dying. I have to go help him. No.
So that
if you actually need help, I'll help you.
She called you. She said the printer is there. You're like doing this remote type of work with her, and you try to get it for her. So where would you find this information?
On network.
Okay. So on network, you found some things in there. So that's good. You found something.
Yeah, it's a printer.
Okay. Good job. I wasn't expecting that, by the way.
I wasn't either. I would have gone the long way.
You went straight to the thing in there. But how do you figure this out now? How would you get it to her machine?
On her machine? Like
on her machine, yes, on her own machine.
I did this thing, I think.
Show us how would you add this printer to her machine. Let's just call it network printer because it could be Wi-Fi, it could be LAN connection, but it's there. It has an IP address. We know that.
It sees it, so.
So I can find here
sure.
A printer.
Huh? No, it's not.
Is it that one? Is it that one?
What was that, Kev?
Is it that one?
Move your mouse down a little bit.
So I
think that's the one.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, good job. Oh.
Yay.
Yeah, this wasn't that hard, man. Come on. All right, so
Kev put that question?
Yeah, Kev put that question. I like Kevin.
You know what?
I wasn't expecting that, man. I was like, maybe this would be like, we'll find okay, forget this.
No, like dude,
it shouldn't be that easy. It shouldn't be that easy. This is the computer is doing it for you. Let's say this option is not working, and you have the IP.
Sorry, this option worked already. Sorry.
Let's say it's not working. Show me another option. How do you add? Because look, guys, it's not gonna be always printers. You scan a printer, it's just gonna come up like that. No, it's not gonna be like that.
Okay, so
I can confirm.
Kev Diaz, what do you think? Is it gonna work like that all the time?
No, it's not.
Only some, very rarely, and especially in our environment, we have like a bunch of other stuff that's not even related, and you're not gonna be able to find it.
So how do you? Okay, here's a Rahal. Based on this, at least you have one information I'm gonna give you. So the IP address is find the IP address. You got the printer right there. I want you to now find the IP address from the one that feature that really helped you. So go ahead and find the IP address of this printer. How would you do that?
So here's the MAC address.
Can you really use that IP address?
Here's MAC address. No.
I wouldn't use it. I would go for something easy. So what's the IP address over here? And then are you in the right printer, by the way?
Oh. Give me a second.
And you can ask for help. You just added a printer, right? So where would you go?
Why don't you try to manage the printer and see what happens?
Manage the printers. Oh, where, Kev?
Minimize that and then open printer app. Check that, open printer app. What does that do? Open printer app. You see right there on the right hand side?
1 minute.
Open printer app.
There you go. Okay.
Smart printer.
That's fine. Because I want you to show me another method of adding a printer manually. But you need something before that. You need an IP address, right?
Right. So set up device printer scan. So it is asking for setup.
Yeah, go ahead,
Continue.
Continue.
No, help us improve.
That's fine.
No.
Yep, that's fine.
So right here is the printer setup.
So you should be able to get information from here. Figure it out right here somewhere.
Okay. Printer settings.
Okay, click on that.
So it should be IP address, MAC address. So here's the serial number, MAC address.
What if you click on the network information on the left side?
So status wireless on, status connected. So IP address, it shows like this. Network.
Hey, one question, that IP address, what's that IP address? Why does it look like that?
It's a IPv6, but
good job.
Yeah.
Okay, go to the browser, and I'm just gonna do a guesswork over here. Go to the browser. Yeah.
Give me.
Just open Internet Explorer.
Yeah. This thing comes up again.
And open your browser, and type 198.1. Well, sorry, what am I doing? I'm buzzing up. No, it's one. All right, hold on. I forgot the whole IP addresses that I gave this stuff. Try 198. No, it's not. No, it's not. Hold on. I'm kind of like. Okay, do the IP, sorry, go to the CMD, do the IP config. Let's see which network we are on, because I have 2 networks. So I need to figure out which one are we on. I totally forgot that IP. Okay, let's do, no, IP config.
Yeah.
Yeah, now Danish is on hot seat. Exactly, man. My mind is totally out right now. So there you go. The first thing is like, oh, wow, I'm like, why am I saying 198? That's just stupid right there. Okay, there you go. 192.168.10.51. Try 51.
51.
Yeah. I'm just giving you the IP address. Right? Let's say I went in there, just like what a WP is saying right there. We labeled it on the machine. I went in there, looked at the IP address manually, figured it out, and put .10.51. Enter. All right, change the HTTP to HTTPS.
Let me try it again. It was 40?
10, 10,
10, sorry,
51.
10, 51.
If it's not working, then we're just gonna we're gonna fail at printers right there. All right, just click on that. All right, there you go.
Yeah.
You're a beast for doing this at this time. Yeah, I mean the time is like it's good timing, by the way, for me, because my son doesn't get me distracted, you know.
How do you add a printer though?
Okay, now here's the question. The reason I wanted to get away with that because your printer is giving you the IPv6 address, which is of course we would be spending another 30 minutes just to kind of get and troubleshoot that kind of stuff. You got an IP address now. You have the IP address. Somebody called you. You went in there. You saw that on the printer. What WP is saying the same thing. You have most of these things on the printer, so we don't have to run around finding an IP addresses, right? It's like that, by the way, in the businesses. It should be like that. So you found that IP address. How do you add it to this computer without doing that scanning thing? I don't like that scanning thing. I want you to add printer manually by using that IP address. How would you do that? So Raj is saying you can do this through control panel. So that's a good tip right there for you.
Okay. Let me try.
Actually, if I remember correctly, I think you can even do it from where he was doing it earlier. I think there's an option there, if I remember correctly.
Oh, with the new GUI?
Yeah, right in there. There's a place you can click, if I remember. It's been a few months.
Okay. So what do you see over here? If you're going to do it for control panel, then we can go to
the device.
Okay. But isn't it doing the scanning again?
Yeah, right now it's so.
All right, maybe try that.
Yeah, device and printers.
Okay, now.
Now.
What do you have here? You already have the printer. We're not worried about that. How would you add a second printer if you have the IP address? Let's say 51 is another second printer now. How would you add another one from here?
Oof, it's again.
Look at the option. Try to see. And remember, one of our biggest tip that we give people to make sure you pause attention to detail. Yeah. You looked at options. Look on the top.
Top add a printer, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
But it's again scanning.
I thought it would just give you an option, but maybe I'm wrong. So the printer that I want isn't listed. What happens if you click on that?
Yeah, as you click on that.
Click on it.
Nope, go back.
Go back. And click on that blue
printer
link. There you go. Oh, there you go. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, look at all these options. What do I do now?
My printer is a little restricted share printer by name. So
now here's the thing. What would you use over here?
So I can use the IP address right here. Oh, okay. I can use the path, but here I can use the TCP IP address.
The path you will only use it if it's shared, right?
Share, right? Yeah.
I mean, right now you only have IP address.
So add a printer using a TCP/IP address or host name. So
yeah, WP. I mean, I think I'm already fried. My brain is fried right now. So you can probably see. So if you click next right now, what would happen? There you go. So what would you do?
So I need to put the IP address right here.
Perfect. And then after that, it will pick it up.
Do I need to put any port name? Or?
No, it'll use the same IP address.
Okay.
If you type it out, it's just going to give you the same stuff.
Okay.
So does anyone else have a good thing on this? Because I'm not a printer person over here. What do you have?
So the client calls you. They're trying to print.
Okay.
And it's not printing. They keep pressing print over and over and over. It's not printing. What's the first place you check?
I think services. So we can
before that.
It's not the printer is not printing, right? But they are like
It's
They're giving
connected and
him the
everything.
commands. Okay.
It's connected and everything, but it's just not printing.
So maybe it is connected to.
No, it's all connected. Everything's working. It's supposed to be working. Everything's you set it up, and you know
Mhm.
you can ping and everything's good.
Okay. Okay. So maybe the ink stuff.
Nope.
It's something
The
on
ink is good.
computer.
The ink is good.
Ink is good. Okay.
Yeah, it's something you could do on this.
Okay. I didn't get it. So can you guys help me?
Can I try?
Go ahead.
Can I try?
Yep.
I check like where they have, when it shows where the print when you give like print commands and where it stores, like it usually gets stored over there. Like a lot of people, maybe sometimes they send a print command and sometimes it just gets stuck.
Printer queue?
Yes, exactly. There we go. I was gonna ask what
printer
was the name of
queue.
that.
Yeah.
So always right. Obviously, if you see that everything's good, there's ink, there's paper, everything, and you see that the printer is not receiving, it doesn't look like it's printing. Check the printer queue first.
Okay.
If the printer queue, if you're there, you can delete the jobs that are existing. Try to print again, possibly. Still,
Okay.
nothing's happening. You don't see the printers even like reacting to it. You can next thing you can try to do is what you were saying with the services. What's the name of that service that you can restart?
Okay. So service is going to be the second step. So first of all, I need to clear the queue.
Check, make sure that it's actually receiving into the queue.
Okay.
But now you're going to go to services. What service do you restart? Go ahead and open that up and show me.
So I need to go to the device manager or let me. Oh, computer management. So right here, I can find that thing. Am I wrong or right?
Yep. What's the name though?
Sprinter.
Show me.
It's a print spooler.
There we go. So yeah, you would try to restart that and see if that helps. So to go to services, I saw you had to go through all this stuff. A little trick, you close the services menu. Like just exit out.
Close the whole thing out. Close out the whole hit the X mark on the top right hand side. Just close out of computer management.
Okay.
Do Windows R or run, for run. Or you could do it here too. Services.msc.
Services.msc.
Yep. Or you could here, obviously Windows it shows this thing, but sometimes it doesn't show it. And that's the easiest, quickest way to get there right away without having to go through all those menus and do all that stuff. And you don't have to spend time there at the user's computer.
You could do it in Task Manager too. You right click Task Manager and this services tab is right there.
Exactly.
Okay. So
awesome.
Okay. So let me try in the task.
Unplug the printer and fling it out of the window.
Okay, just right click on the date and time and just right click on it, date and time, and just do Task Manager. So it should work. Open that up, more details. Services right there, top right hand side. Yep.
Okay.
You always want to know multiple ways of doing things so that you don't have to go bouncing around left and right. You just get it done quickly. You don't have to distract the client.
Right.
You get back to work.
Right. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. It's a good information.
All right, so I think we should end it right here. The virtualization, we're gonna stop that because that's a little more advanced, and let's just you put that on your resume, so I'll just ask you questions later on. So,
Okay.
all right, guys, let's just bring the comment section, Haifa and everybody. What do you guys think? Would you guys hire him as all-in-one IT, all-in-one IT, or does he need to be guided with other IT professionals like help desk, and then he would assign these calls and get help? Or do you think he's good for internship? Internship is like the worst.
He's a one-man IT show for me.
Oh, right. Ooh, okay. Kev Diaz, what do you think?
I think with a
Guided
little
by
bit more
you guys.
experience, he can get to that one man, but he's above internship. For sure.
Internship. Good job. Kev Tech, what do you think?
He's help desk level, but he needs that push from everyone to go into the other one, basically the higher level.
Higher. Okay. Anybody else? We have Dave. Did Sharma here? Dave Sharma, because those were some of our other people that really did. Okay, he's not here. Does anybody want to come back and say what do you guys think? WP says he needs to be guided. Anybody else? Jonathan, you guys were all.
What I liked about you, Rahul, you didn't give up easily, and you honestly you thought about the answers before you asked for help a lot. And that's why I said one-man IT show, because I feel like you put in that effort to try and get to the answer before even asking for help.
Yeah, the thing is that the answers are like, we have the solutions, but we need to just like run our brain. So, yeah.
So in the chat, Zoom, Elan says he needs some help. He has a mindset and strength. Ooh, I like that. And he has good instincts and memory and finding solution limitless. Thank you for that. He needs more push to be really sure. Yes, Stephen, thank you so much. So I agree with most of these comments. You are not at the level of one-man IT because I'm your mentor. I did the mentorship with you. So I'm going to be very direct with you. You could have been better. One-man IT is not for you. Stephen Essential is just Stephen IT Essential, which is another IT guru. He just did that one-man IT job right there, and he can tell you how much work that is, and you need some skills into that. So definitely, I would. That doesn't mean you are not going to apply to jobs that says one-man IT. Just means if you got that job, this means you had to learn a lot more.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. You are a premium member. I know that because you did training with me. You got a huge amount of access. Premium membership.
Right.
200 plus courses, video
Practice
stuff.
labs.
So you're missing some core skills right here, and those are the basic skills that you got pretty much lost with adding a user at a local.
Okay.
Adding a user at the local level, you got stuck in there, right?
Right.
And then some other basic things. So go back, take some notes, and make sure you make the basics stronger.
Okay.
And I would suggest you to go back to the IT Fundamental 1.0 course because that's all Windows 10 operating system stuff.
Okay.
Half of the course is technical, hands-on videos. You need to do that.
Okay.
You need to get better at that stuff.
Okay.
Adding a printer, flowing in the windows. Yeah, it has to be good, right? Because if you want to get to the one-man IT area, you gotta get this stuff worked out pretty good. So this is something that I'm gonna give you so you can get better, basically.
Okay.
So next time when you come back to the hot seat, you're gonna be doing a lot more advanced stuff than this.
Right.
We'll be testing you a lot more than this. We're not gonna come back to this again. So we expect you're gonna go back and you're gonna basically finish all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
For people who are using free membership, you can use the IT Fundamental V1.0 70 hours course for free. That's available to you. Move on to the other courses, technician courses, Office 365, everything that we have covered so far, you can do that for free. You don't need to pay anything as long as you keep that video level. You need labs, you need to pay us then. Money, all right? Just kidding. So of course that costs us money too, a lot more money in the lab stuff. So I want to say thank you, Rahul, for spending all that time with us. I want to say
so much, Daniel.
Thank you to everybody who's on the chat. You were always like, this is 11:19. So this is the love of this community that we are all together and we're helping each other out, to be honest. So I want to say a special thank you to Haifa, Kev Tech, Kevin Diaz to be a part of this all sessions. Without you guys, this was not something I would do alone ever. I would never do this.
My pleasure.
Before we go, I'm gonna open this floor for 5-10 minutes, and if somebody have a question, we can talk. If not, we just end this. Does anybody have a question?
Danish, I have some questions, but I'm gonna WhatsApp you.
Fine.
Okay.
That's good.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't gonna reply to your questions anyway. All right, so I guess maybe everybody's good to go. And if you guys want to be a part of the next hot seat, you got to be a part of the Discord community. Join us over there. We're gonna post this, and based on WP, she or he, I'll forget that. We got the comment that can you guys make a flow? So this time I tried my best to make a flow. But again, we can't make a flow available before the hot seat. Why? Because it defeats the whole purpose. The person already mentally know what's coming. So we don't want to do that. But what we have done, we have created a timeline for each video. So each video will have its own timeline now from now on. So when I ask a question from Rahal, how do you do this? How do you do this? It's going to be in the timeline. So for a person, for a brand new person, they can just quickly go and do this kind of stuff quickly. So anyways, with this, don't forget to like this video. Of course, your like represents that this stuff is working. We're gonna keep doing it if it's something that people like it. If you don't like it, dislike it, no problem with that at all. So a flow just for your team, not the person. Oh, okay, got it. So WP said just for your team, like the one, like me, Haifa, Kevtech, Kevin Diaz. If you're working on it, everybody should be in one flow. So I think we did the great job today, right? No, it wasn't like random things we were asking. It was just like with one step-by-step tickets and everything.